Chapter 1026, Top 10. Hellscythe _ Fluffy Goblin Chapter 1026, Top 10. Alluring Summer fell silent at Aqua Rose's words. Others might not know why she had started playing virtual reality games, but Aqua Rose knew her end goal. I know how that person is doing. I'm still nowhere near his strength. However, I recently accepted a hidden class quest. If I can complete the quest and obtain a hidden class, I might have a chance of catching up in the future, Alluring Summer said seriously. I believe that you are familiar with his standards. Can you say with certainty that I can surpass that person by joining Zero Wing? Before she arrived in Starmoon Kingdom, she had researched Aqua Rose's guild thoroughly. She had to admit that it was miraculous that a small, unknown guild had grown to become Starmoon Kingdom's #1 guild in such a short time. However, Starmoon Kingdom wasn't much when compared to the whole of God's domain. There were hundreds of kingdoms. Starmoon Kingdom was only slightly above average kingdom. Meanwhile, empires stood far above kingdoms based on what she knew. There were other small, unknown guilds that had taken control of entire kingdoms. There was even a third-rate guild that dominated an empire. Though said third-rate guild possessed an extraordinary background, on the other hand, Zero Wing had yet to take control over Starmoon Kingdom fully. Among the many rising small guilds in the game, it merely ranked among the top. It did not rank #1. Furthermore, the recently established Blackwater Guild was an extremely tough opponent for Zero Wing. In the real world, the Blackwater Corporation had begun to gather all sorts of resources. It was clear that the corporation planned a major move in God's domain to seize some of the shares in God's domain's market as an international corporation. The amount of resources the Blackwater Corporation wielded was beyond imagination. Even without any tricks, it could easily defeat first-rate guilds. To put it bluntly, Zero Wing was having a hard time staying afloat right now. How could the guild possibly help her improve? When Alluring Summer had expected Aqua Rose to hesitate and fail to answer her question confidently, Aqua Rose revealed a dauntless smile and responded, "If you work hard enough after joining Zero Wing, I assure you that you will achieve your goal." If Alluring Summer had asked this question in the past, she wouldn't have been so certain. After all, she knew full well how powerful Alluring Summer's target was. It was not just a matter of being strong. That person was on an entirely different level. Only someone as talented as Alluring Summer could dream of surpassing such a person. As for herself, she had only been able to look up to him. However, things were different now. In the past, she had been barred from that person's world. However, thanks to Shurfeng, she was beginning to enter it. With Alluring Summer's frightening talent, it was incredibly likely that she would surpass that person in the future. Hearing Aqua Rose's resolute answer, Alluring Summer was stunned. If Aqua Rose were not her best friend, she would suspect the woman of some trick. Seeing Alluring Summer's hesitation, Aqua Rose took a deep breath and said, "I understand your thoughts. How about this? Join Zero Wing. If you think remaining in Zero Wing won't help you reach your goal, I'll ask the guild leader to let you go personally. How about it?" In reality, she had not asked Alluring Summer here only because she wanted to add her strength to Zero Wing, but also because she wanted to help her friend realize her dream. Firstly, she planned to recruit Alluring Summer as a Zero Wing core member and expose her to the guild's training. This was the greatest concession she could offer right now. After all, Zero Wing was not hers. She could not selfishly offer the guild's resources to an outsider. Really? Alluring Summer asked warily. She knew that as players were given access to more resources in a large guild, they would be bound by more restrictions. It was impossible to up and leave for no reason. Take Aqua Rose for example. If not for the Sun and Moon Group position as one of Twilight Echo's major shareholders, she wouldn't have been able to leave the guild so easily. Don't you believe me? Aqua Rose rolled her eyes at Alluring Summer. These are your words. Don't regret them later. If I sense that there is no point to remaining in Zero Wing, I won't hesitate to walk away. Alluring Summer stated seriously. That's fine, Aqua Rose said, smiling bitterly. If you don't have any other issues, sign this contract. Once you sign it, you'll be one of Zero Wing's core members and can enjoy all of the benefits that come with the position. Alluring Summer then read the system-approved contract. Indeed, as Aqua Rose had said, the conditions were lax. She could leave the guild anytime she wanted. However, she would not be permitted to share any information relating to Zero Wing with others. Otherwise, she would be banished from God's domain. Alluring Summer understood the clause. After all, every guild had its secrets. After finding no faults with the contract, She signed at the bottom after Aqua Rose confirmed that the main god system had acknowledged the contract. She sent her friends several battle videos. Since you're a core member, you are allowed to learn from these. As for how much you learn, that depends on you. If you wish to enhance your learning speed, you can fight for the 100-berry wine. If you want to improve your strength quickly, you can also apply to join Zero Wings training grounds in the real world. There are dedicated experts there to offer pointers. If you rank within the top 10 in Zero Wings rank matches, you may apply for the black card. With that, you can train in the simulation training system. Black card? What's that? Alluring Summer could not help but ask. I'm not allowed to offer any concrete information. You can only learn more if you rank among the top 10 in the matches, Aqua Rose said. Chuckling, she had been using the black card Shurfeng had sent her. She had never dreamed that Shurfeng would get his hands on something so valuable. Before this, she had not realized how frightening super guilds were. Despite her previous participation in a super guild's training camp, she felt like she was learning about super guilds for the first time. During the several days she had spent in the secret pavilion's training system, she had improved significantly. Don't be so stingy. Do you think that I can't rank among the top 10 with my strength? Alluring Summer curled up her lips into a sneer. I believe that you can in the future. However, you won't make it in the upcoming rank matches, Aqua Rose said, shaking her head. Aqua, do you think that I used my full strength against those bastards on the street? I'm not trying to brag, but if I used my full strength, very few people in Zero Wing could stand against me, Alluring Summer said. Annoyed, she had experienced many hardships in the Storm Empire. She had even disguised herself and defeated many well-known experts. Among them, some were even top-tier experts ranked on the Gods Domain's experts list. With her standards, aside from super guilds and super first-rate guilds, she would easily rank at the top of any large guild. I knew you would say that. However, take a look at these videos. Once you're done, you'll understand what I mean, Aqua Rose said, not bothering to explain further. If you still think that you're strong enough, I will find someone to spar with you. If you can defeat that person, I'll help you apply for a black card immediately. What do you think? These are your words, not mine. Don't regret them. Seeing Aqua Rose's resolution, Alluring Summer decided to humor her friend, and she started to watch one of the videos she had been given. She was curious to find out what gave Aqua Rose such great confidence. Chapter 1027, Overwhelming Strength. Hellscythe _ Fluffy Goblin. Chapter 1027, Overwhelming Strength. Only Zero Wings core members could view the battle videos Aqua Rose had sent to Alluring Summer. Gods Domain's various large guilds usually had their own intelligence departments that specialized in information gathering and videos of various battles. Battle videos of Apex experts were not unique to Zero Wing. However, the battle videos Aqua Rose had sent were somewhat special. These battle videos could not be found anywhere on the market. The majority of these videos were of Shurfeng fighting other Apex experts. Moreover, they had been recorded from Shurfeng's point of view, not from a third party's. In addition, they had been recorded with the holographic simulation mode. Rather than watching the video on a flat screen, one could experience the fight themselves. Among the recorded opponents, the weakest were in the refinement realm, while the strongest had been an old monster in the domain realm. One could say that this was the classical collection of Shurfeng's battles. As for opponents that had not reached the refinement realm, those had not qualified. After all, there were too many expert players who had yet to reach the refinement realm. Those videos were easy to find. Referencing those videos had no value aside from Shurfeng's PvP battle videos. Alluring Summer also had access to his battle videos from the Secret Pavilion's Battle Tower. The Battle Tower was the most direct method of testing a player's combat standards. These videos could help a player summarize their deficiencies. These videos were precisely the reason that Zero Wing's core members improved so quickly. Alluring Summer had not paid much attention when she had started to watch the videos. However, when the fight began, she couldn't pull her eyes from the recording before she realized it. She had already watched all of the videos Aqua Rose had sent her. After Alluring Summer finished watching the videos, she took a deep breath to calm herself. Excitedly, she turned to look at Aqua Rose and asked, Aqua, do you have other videos like these? Although she had only watched a few and none of these videos lasted long, she had to admit that they were inspiring. Shurfeng's battles gave her a glimpse of an entirely new world. She had never thought that players could fight in such a way. These videos are the best we have. There are some others stored in the guild's database. The most exciting of those are the battles between core members. However, regarding combat standards, they are no match for the videos you just watched. Aqua Rose said they are no match? Alluring Summer was disappointed, although she had only watched the videos for a short time. She already felt that she had improved in a way. If she could watch more recordings of such high combat standards, she could improve faster than relying on trial and error. Are you disappointed? Aqua Rose asked, giggling of course. I usually collect battle videos of God's Domain's experts too. However, compared what you have given me, those experts are no more than children playing house. At this moment, Alluring Summer still couldn't get enough of those videos. To be honest, you don't need to feel so disappointed. If you fight your way into the top 10 in the rank matches and obtain a black card, you'll develop even faster. Aqua Rose chuckled. One could fight all sorts of experts in the simulation training system. Experience would help one grow stronger much faster than watching videos. Really? Alluring Summer's excitement was immediate. Didn't you say that, if I defeat a particular person, I can apply for a black card immediately? Call them here. I want to find out what this black card is. After watching the battle videos, while she admitted that she was absolutely no match for Shifeng, she did not believe that, with her current strength, she could lose to anyone else in Zero Wing. After all, she had secretly defeated the 766th ranked expert on the God's Domain's experts list. Furthermore, although she acknowledged that Aqua Rose had grown stronger after watching her friend fight, she believed that she had roughly a 40% chance of defeating the Vice Guild leader. All right, then. I'll contact them, Aqua Rose said, smiling helplessly. She knew full well how confident Alluring Summer was of her own strength. She also knew that Alluring Summer was a capable expert. Had Alluring Summer visited a few days earlier, with her current strength and techniques, she likely would have ranked among the top 10. In addition to her status as Vice Guild leader, it shouldn't be hard to get Alluring Summer a black card. Now, however, things had changed some time ago. Gentle Snow joined Zero Wing with a bunch of Ouroboros' top players, increasing Zero Wing's strength significantly. Right now, she was not certain of how well Alluring Summer would fare in Zero Wing. After all, she was not particularly familiar with the strength of Gentle Snow's people. However, since her friend was eager to fight, she might as well accommodate the woman. She could use this opportunity to determine how much her friend had improved while they had been apart. Following which, Aqua Rose contacted Violet Cloud and led Alluring Summer to the Divine Coliseum. Aqua, you're kidding me, right? You're having me fight a cleric? Aren't you underestimating me a little too much? Alluring Summer frowned at the young Violet Cloud before her. Before arriving, she had thought Aqua Rose would find some middle-aged uncle to face her. She never thought that her opponent would be such a young girl. It was common knowledge that improving one's techniques in virtual reality games was not as easy or convenient as improving one's weapons and equipment. One needed to invest a lot of time to accumulate combat experience. Aside from those extremely talented youths, very few youths became experts. Most of the famous experts in God's Domain were over 25 years old. Violet Cloud was also a cleric. Alluring Summer's victory was practically guaranteed. Just fight her. You'll understand soon, Aqua Rose said, smiling meaningfully. She had already promised that, as long as Alluring Summer defeated the person she called upon, she would help her apply for a black card. If she chose someone like Flying Shadow or Cola, her application might not be accepted. However, if Alluring Summer could defeat Violet Cloud, get her access to the simulated training system would easier. Her application would definitely be accepted. After all, defeating Violet Cloud meant that Alluring Summer was already strong enough to rank among the guild's top 10 with no other choice. Alluring Summer helplessly entered the arena. She decided to put an end to this pointless farce quickly. As soon as the timer reached 0, Alluring Summer immediately began to double cast. Moreover, both of her chosen spells were Tier 1. Lightning and Chain Fireball. First, she intended to use the numerous fireballs to block her opponent's paths, keeping the girl in one place. Afterward, she planned to attack Violet Cloud's weak point with lightning. Even an expert on her level would struggle to cope with such a combination. Go. As soon as Alluring Summer finished chanting, she hurled 5 fireballs at Violet Cloud. Each fireball was just as powerful as a full-powered attack from a berserker of the same level. Moreover, the fireballs were extremely fast. Even an assassin of the same level would find them difficult to dodge. This spell should kill a cleric instantly. Even if Violet Cloud survived the attack, Alluring Summer still had the more powerful and faster lightning. This was the spell she had used to throw Bullet, the swordsman from Blackwater, over 20 yards away. It was overkill against a magical class, however. Just as Alluring Summer thought that the battle was over, dozens of mana balls appeared around Violet Cloud under Violet Cloud's control. These mana balls transformed into a beam of black light that struck the 5 fireballs. How? Alluring Summer was stunned the instant the 5 fireballs encountered those mana balls. Not only had they been destroyed, but over a dozen more mana balls continued towards Alluring Summer despite using lightning and ice wall to defend herself. The mana balls adjusted their attack trajectories as if they were alive, avoiding her lightning and ice wall, and surrounding her. A series of explosions echoed throughout the arena as Alluring Summer's body fell to the ground. The system then displayed the victor's name above the arena. Violet Cloud. Chapter 1028 Royal Guard. Hellscythe_VampireCat Chapter 1028 Royal Guard. As soon as Alluring Summer resurrected outside the arena, she turned to look at the young girl walking out of it, her face filled with shock. Of all the experts she had encountered before, not one had ever managed to instantly kill her in a single move. She also had not believed that such a person existed. Not to mention said person was a little girl. Why is there such a huge gap? Alluring Summer was baffled by this outcome. Standing to one side, Aqua Rose could not help but reminisce when she saw the stunned look on her friend's face back when she had seen the strength Shurfeng displayed. She had been thoroughly stupefied. Now, Alluring Summer was experiencing a similar situation. The outcome of this match came as no surprise whatsoever to Aqua Rose. Although they were all playing the same game, the disparity in strength had made her wonder whether they were truly playing the same game. Alluring Summer was most likely pondering this same question at the moment, utterly confused by this situation. However, this was reality, an extremely cruel reality. This was the most unreasonable aspect of games in ordinary virtual reality games. The gradual accumulation of attributes made it very easy for a gap to appear between players. Meanwhile, God's Domain was even more special than the usual virtual reality games. Not only was there the gap of attributes, but there was also the gap of combat experience and techniques, reaction speed, observation power, skill utilization, grasp of timing, and many other aspects. If one was just a tad stronger than their opponent in all these aspects, in a situation where both fighters possessed the same attributes, there would still be a massive difference in the combat power displayed. This battle was undoubtedly the best proof in terms of attributes. Violet Cloud, who was currently level 44, completely surpassed Alluring Summer. In terms of combat techniques, Violet Cloud, who had already entered the refinement realm, was also superior to Alluring Summer, who was only at the half-step refinement realm. The result of this combination of advantages was a one-hit KO. After falling into a daze for quite some time, Alluring Summer turned to look at Aqua Rose and asked curiously, "Aqua, tell me honestly, what's her rank within the guild?" This was Alluring Summer's first time encountering such a powerful cleric since she started playing God's Domain. She did not believe that Violet Cloud ranked only within the top 10 of Zero Wing. Based on her estimation, the girl should be among the top 3 at the very least. If a guild could have 3 of such experts, it was no wonder Zero Wing was considered Star Moon Kingdom's #1 guild. Probably within the top 5? Aqua Rose could not say for sure. As far as she knew, Shurfeng had not held back in nurturing Gentle Snow and the others after they joined Zero Wing. Moreover, Aqua Rose had heard that Gentle Snow had already entered the refinement realm even before she joined Zero Wing. The weapon she wielded was even a magic weapon. She also had a hidden class that enabled her to use twofold Berserk. In addition, there was Thoughtful Rain, who did not participate much in guild activities. The girl was very strong and was another one who had a special legacy. She's so strong, yet she's only ranked within the top 5. Alluring Summer exclaimed in shock. "You're kidding me, right?" She truly found it hard to imagine what kind of guild Zero Wing was. There were actually 4 more monsters like Violet Cloud in the guild. Just how were other guilds supposed to go up against Zero Wing? "What benefit do I get from lying to you?" Aqua Rose rolled her eyes at Alluring Summer. Grumpily she added, "Now you know how powerful Zero Wing is, right?" Although Aqua Rose was acting somewhat smug, Alluring Summer was paying no attention to her words whatsoever. Instead, she directly rushed up to Violet Cloud, hoping to continue challenging the young girl. Before this, she had extreme difficulty finding a powerful expert to fight against. Now that this little monster was right before her eyes, how could she possibly let this chance get away? To a battle maniac like Alluring Summer, this situation was equivalent to placing fresh meat before a hungry wolf. At the same time as Alluring Summer had joined Zero Wing, A huge incident had occurred over at the distant Star Moon City a short while ago. Monsters had captured an NPC town belonging to Star Moon City, massacring every player within the town and reducing a town with a population of nearly 20,000 players to a town of death. In response, Star Moon City had announced that players could launch a crusade against this town. As long as they managed to clear out the monsters from this town, they would obtain generous rewards, including direct promotion to a Count of Star Moon City in God's domain. The importance of reputation to players spoke volumes for itself. The higher a player's reputation was, the easier it would be for them to obtain a high-ranking or rare quest. Players could also receive discounts on their repair fees and teleportation fees. Most importantly, the number of personal guards they could hire would increase. At the Viscount rank, players were only allowed 2 personal guards. At the Count rank, however, players could have 4 even if a player themselves was not strong. If they had 4 high-quality personal guards around them, even expert players would have to give them a wide berth. Moreover, grinding field bosses would also become a very simple task. Only, it was extremely difficult to find high-quality personal guards. Currently, even a mysterious iron guard would go for an astronomical price, not to mention secret silver and fine gold guards. However, players were no fools either. Currently, even the various large guilds had managed to find only a few mysterious iron guards, much less secret silver guards. Anyone who obtained one would definitely treat the NPC as their family heirloom. They would not sell the NPC no matter what. Meanwhile, one of the rewards for the town crusade just so happened to be an opportunity to select a personal guard from the King's Royal Guard. The King's Royal Guard. That was the gathering place of Star Moon Kingdom's elites. Only the most outstanding guards could join the Royal Guard. Their growth potential would naturally be significantly better than that of the NPCs players could find on the streets. Even if an ordinary player managed to obtain only a mysterious iron guard, they could immediately resign from their jobs in the real world and rely solely on God's domain to sustain themselves. If one obtained a secret silver guard and directly sold the NPC to a large guild, they would no longer have to worry about living expenses for the rest of their lives. Hence, the moment news of this was released, the entire Star Moon City went into an uproar. Both independent and guild players formed teams one after another, and embarked on an expedition to take back the town. Many guilds and workshops even started preparing siege tools. Guild leader, should we send some men over as well? In any case, that town is not very far away from Stone Forest Town, Blackie suggested softly as he looked at Shifeng, who was currently overseeing the construction of the magic tower. No need to hurry. It'll be fine even if we head out after the tower is constructed, Shifeng replied, shaking his head. In reality, though, even he was greatly tempted by this reward. The NPCs in the Royal Guard were dragons among men generally. Only players who had reached the Marquis rank had the opportunity to choose a personal guard from the Royal Guard. Even then, they would be required to complete a quest whose difficulty was no less than an epic quest. Extremely few players were capable of completing it. Fortunately, this quest belonged to the category of pure reward quests, so players would not incur any punishment even if they failed. At most, they would lose their opportunity to recruit a Royal Guard. Yet now players only needed to capture a town in order to receive such a reward. Shifeng was somewhat puzzled by this situation. Chapter 1029, Mythic Monster. Hellscythe_Vampire Cat. Chapter 1029, Mythic Monster. Upon hearing Shifeng saying so, Blackie had no choice but to give up on taking a look at the monster town. After all, Zero Wing was truly very busy right now. The guild's expansion had driven home to Blackie its dire manpower shortage. Setting aside the ongoing war with Blackwater and Heaven's Burial, just Stone Forest Town itself required a lot of people to manage it in the past. As he had not been responsible for managing Stone Forest Town, he had not thought that the job was particularly difficult. Recently, however, Shifeng had handed him some of the responsibility for the town, which finally made him realize how wrong he was. While the town had still been in its protection period, the task of maintaining the town's security could be left fully to the NPC guards to handle. After the protection period was over, however, problems started cropping up one after another. The first headache was the matter of patrolling the town, a daily task in player towns. Zero Wing needed to arrange for some players to patrol Stone Forest Town and maintain its security. However, this need was not because of players but NPCs. Ever since Stone Forest Town's protection period ended, a constant flow of NPC visitors from other towns had started trickling in. Among them included merchants, adventurers, and various other kinds of NPCs. This situation triggered the true development of the town's economy, which was the root of the second headache. A town's promotion relied mainly on its economy and degree of prosperity. Meanwhile, these two factors depended on the number of resident players and NPCs. In terms of players, Stone Forest Town had long since exceeded the target requirement and was already qualified for promotion to a medium-sized town. In terms of NPCs, however, Stone Forest Town was not even close to reaching the required number of 10,000 NPCs. Moreover, this number did not include the NPC guards brought over or hired by the guild. Meanwhile, the town's security was critical to attracting more NPCs to a town. Hence, guilds needed to dispatch players every day to maintain the security within their town and inspect the NPCs in town to prevent the spies of dark forces from creating local mischief. In addition, guilds had to dispatch a lot of members to maintain the security of the trade routes between towns, which faced threats from players, as well as from hostile NPCs and monsters. If the security of a town's trade routes was not maintained, then merchant NPCs would not dare to visit said town to develop at all. Hence, managing a town was not as easy as Blackie had imagined it to be. Fortunately, these security tasks were considered guild quests, which also provided relatively good rewards, so quite a number of guild members were fighting over these quests every day. Only, these quests were a little costly to the guild. While the system supplied the EXP rewards these quests provided, the monetary rewards came from the guild itself. Moreover, the longer the trade route that needed coverage, the more players that had to be dispatched, which would, in turn, raise the expenditures. Just a single day's maintenance fees already cost the guild 300 gold. Moreover, this was only the beginning. As the protection period of the town had just recently ended, there was only a single trade route leading to Stone Forest Town right now. Once the number of trade routes increased, the guild's expenditures would rise significantly. Guild leader, is it true that we really won't have to patrol any trade route near the town after we construct this magic tower? Blackie asked curiously as he looked at Shifeng, who was continuously manipulating magical runes at the moment. Of course. Otherwise, why would I pay such a huge price to build this tower? Shifeng rolled his eyes at Blackie. The magic tower was the mainstream defensive building, used in the later stages of God's domain. Just the cost of construction already exceeded 7,000 gold. If one included the many materials wasted due to production errors, the total cost could exceed 10,000 gold. Reducing wastage was also the reason why guilds would usually have master lifestyle players construct the magic tower. With the rarity of the design for the magic tower and the sheer expense of actually constructing one, if the magic tower only had great destructive power, it would never have become the mainstream defensive building of God's domain. The key point that made the magic tower valuable was its defensive range. The tower had a detection range of 10,000 yards. Hence, after constructing a magic tower in the town, there would be no need to worry about hostile NPCs intruding upon the trade routes within 10,000 yards of the tower, as these NPCs would know that they would be discovered very quickly. The construction of a second magic tower would extend the defensive range of the towers by an additional 5,000 yards. This range was extendable to a maximum of 30,000 yards. In other words, the magic towers would reach maximum efficiency when there were 5 of them in a town or city. However, Stone Forest Town was not a commercial town. It would not have many trade routes that needed guarding. Hence, having a single magic tower was sufficient. Any more would just be a waste of resources. After all, its construction design was available in limited quantities. If he weren't limited by the designs, though, Shifeng would not mind building a few more towers and turning Stone Forest Town into an iron fortress. The current Stone Forest Town was no longer the same as it was in the past when the majority of its residents were guild players. On the contrary, independent players currently outnumbered the guild players within the town. This was because the various large guilds had all shifted their focus to the Undead Gorge, as not only was the map there massive, but the monsters there were available in greater numbers as well. Whether one was trying to grind for levels or magic crystals, the Undead Gorge was an excellent choice. Most importantly, guilds wouldn't have to submit to Zero Wings exploitation by grinding at the Undead Gorge. If they grinded at the Stoneclaw Mountains, they would have to contribute a significant share of the magic crystals they earned to the repair fees and accommodation fees at Stone Forest Town. However, there would be no need to do so if they grinded at the Undead Gorge. Although it took more time to travel to the Undead Gorge, as mounts became more commonplace, going from the nearest NPC town to the Undead Gorge would get whittled down to only around 2 hours. Hence, the various large guilds had placed all their focus on the Undead Gorge. However, independent players were different. Firstly, their levels were not comparable to those of elite members of guilds. Secondly, they would suffer at the hands of the guilds grinding at the Undead Gorge. Hence, the Stoneclaw Mountains had become the best option for them currently. If one looked at the streets of Stone Forest Town, one would find that nearly 70% of the players there were independent players. The town was even more prosperous than it was in the past. During the time Shurfeng was completing the runes for the Magic Tower, news regarding the various large guilds' crusade against the monster town had spread all over the official forums. A level 60 mythic monster had actually appeared in Black Ridge Town. All guilds participating in the crusade were defeated. What? Aren't mythic monsters tier 4 monsters? If only you had seen how powerful that monster was for yourself. With just a single move, it instantly annihilated over 10,000 of the players that had gone to recapture the town. Nobody could defend against that monster's attack. Even magic barriers were useless against it. That's only the tip of the iceberg. I've heard that the monsters in that town all possess extremely high combat standards. Even ordinary players might not be able to defeat the common monsters there in a one-on-one. Most importantly, I've heard that players killed by those monsters aren't able to log into God's domain for some time. Moreover, those monsters would also grow in strength after killing players. How are we supposed to recapture that town then? The more people that go there, the stronger those monsters become. Plus, there's even a tier 4 boss guarding the town. That's as strong as the strongest NPCs in major NPC cities. Who could possibly do anything about those monsters? I've heard that the monsters inside the town have already begun spreading out into the surroundings. They aren't just staying in Black Ridge Town. They've even ambushed many players grinding in that map. Now no player dares to approach that map anymore. It's no wonder the system is offering such generous rewards. The difficulty of this quest is simply ridiculous. Luckily, I didn't go there. Do you think those monsters will continue taking over the nearby towns? That might actually be possible. I think Stone Forest Town is in one of the maps closest to Black Ridge Town. If those monsters head over to Stone Forest Town, we'll have an interesting show to watch. Oh, many players were merrily discussing the monster town on the forums. At the same time, the various large guilds also suddenly realized that something joyous was going to happen. If those monsters really continued extending their reach into the vicinity, it was only a matter of time before Stone Forest Town encountered trouble. Chapter 1030 Magic Tower completed. Hellscythe_VampireCat Chapter 1030 Magic Tower completed. The news of the Monster Crusade failure spread rapidly throughout the entire Star Moon Kingdom. Immediately after, the safety of Stone Forest Town also became a topic of discussion. Many players were delighted at this situation. Particularly the members of Blackwater and Heaven's Burial. They never thought that even the game would side with them. As long as Zero Wing lost its possession of Stone Forest Town, the guild would lose a major source of income. Afterwards, with the capital their guilds possessed, they could easily crush Zero Wing. Moreover, to fan the flames, Blackwater and Heaven's Burial started deliberately purchasing the candlelight trading firm's lightstones in bulk and selling them together with the lightstones they produced cheaply, quickly solving their shop's shortage of lightstones. Although this would increase the candlelight trading firm's income in the short term as well as incur losses for their own guilds, doing so would encourage Candlelight's customers to gradually transition to shopping at the Heavenly Trading Firm and Blackwater Trading Firm in the long run. Due to this sudden development, the elite players originally planning to join Zero Wing started hesitating. After Aqua Rose received word of this development, she immediately conducted her own investigation. The joy she felt from successfully recruiting Alluring Summer vanished in an instant, following which, Aqua Rose contacted Shurfeng, saying, "Guild leader, this is our overall situation as of now." In less than an hour since news of the crusade failing had spread, the candlelight trading firm's sales of the lightstones had increased by nearly 5 times. As a consequence, both the Heavenly and Blackwater trading firms had managed to plunder the popularity candlelight had garnered through the advanced mana armor kits. As for the number of players trying to join Zero Wing, that had directly fallen by half. This was not good news for Zero Wing, which was currently in urgent need of manpower. Blackwater and Heaven's Burial sure are good. Only they would dare to do something like this. Shifeng could not help but sigh ruefully as he looked at the candlelight trading firm's income and traffic situation guild leader. You're still in the mood to joke around? If they really start mass-producing lightstones, we will be in so much trouble, Aqua Rose said, pouting. Moreover, you've also seen for yourself how bad Stone Forest Town's situation is by now. Based on our investigations, those monsters' numbers are continuously increasing. Current estimates put them at over 100,000 already. Moreover, they've also begun spreading out. It won't be long before they come attacking Stone Forest Town. Shifeng took a look at the report sent over by Aqua Rose. In one of the video recordings, he had spotted a familiar figure. This figure was none other than the one-horned humanoid monster. Only it had improved significantly compared to when he first saw it. At this point it had already reached level 53. Its HP had undergone a qualitative transformation as well, rising from being over 1 million to 6 million. Now the humanoid monster was at the standard of a level 50 lord. Back then, it had only been at the standard of a level 40 chieftain. Its improvement speed was truly terrifying. Fortunately, these one-horned monsters were very few. The majority of the monster army consisted of level 50 to level 60 wild beast-type monsters. Their intelligence and combat standards were clearly beneath the humanoid monsters. Even so, these wild beasts already possessed the combat standards of ordinary players. This situation was a disaster for ordinary players. If these monsters continued developing, Shifeng did not doubt that the entire Star Moon Kingdom would fall into danger. Since the Blackwater Corporation wants to hit us while we're down, let's fulfill their wishes. Any player who purchases 2 or more stacks of lightstones will have to pay 2 silver per lightstone. If players only buy 1 stack, they'll receive the normal rate of 80 copper per piece, Shifeng said, chuckling. As for those monsters, just ignore them for now. We'll continue doing what we need to do. It still isn't certain who will have the last laugh. If this situation had happened before he had obtained the magic tower design, he really would have worried about those monsters, which were nurtured by the evil god's temple. Now, however, things were different. As long as Stone Forest Town's magic tower got constructed, aside from NPC cities and some of the more fortified NPC towns, Stone Forest Town would definitely be the safest place in Star Moon Kingdom. If the monsters from the evil god's temple were to spread throughout the entire Star Moon City region, the one crying tears of regret at that time definitely would not be him. Are we really going to ignore them? Aqua Rose was still very worried, although she knew that Zero Wing still had other sources of income. The magic crystal income of Stone Forest Town was very important to them. Without a supply of magic crystals, the guild's development would very quickly come to a standstill. Relax, Shifeng said confidently. The magic tower was no trifling matter. Otherwise, it would have never become the mainstream defensive building in God's domain. Time passed quickly. After spending most of his day working, Shifeng finally completed the construction of the magic tower. The instant the tower was done, Shifeng's EXP rose tremendously. His forging proficiency also increased directly by 500 points. To an advanced forger like Shifeng, raising his proficiency by even a single point was a very difficult task. He needed to make multiple advanced items for that to happen. Normally, an advanced forger would have to spend the entire day working in order to gain 500 proficiency. At the same time as the construction was completed, the magic tower, which he had situated in the center of Stone Forest Town, released a blue pulse that gave everyone within the town the feeling they were under observation. What's this thing? Players throughout the town quickly noticed the lofty magic tower. At the top of the tower sat a gigantic crystal glowing a faint blue. The crystal was like the moon illuminating the night sky. This scene piqued everyone's curiosity about the tower. Previously, while Shifeng was building the magic tower, a layer of fog had shrouded the tower itself and the area around it. Others couldn't see what was going on beyond the fog. They only knew that something was under construction. After seeing this tall building, everyone was fascinated by the magic tower's appearance. Meanwhile, Shifeng himself was currently standing atop the magic tower, one hand resting on the giant crystal. He then started activating the magic tower. The magic tower had a total of 3 functions. The first function was attacking distant targets. The power of the magic tower's attacks rivaled that of the basic mana pulse cannon. However, unlike the latter, the magic tower's attacks had a very short cooldown. Roughly similar to that of defense turrets, the second function was reconnaissance. The tower was capable of locating any target within a 10,000-yard radius. The third function was also the favorite function of the various large guilds: mana density improvement. The magic tower's mana density improving capabilities were far from comparable to those of a mana tower, which could be constructed only in cities. The total effectiveness of 5 magic towers was not even 1/3 of that of a mana tower. Even so, this result was already plenty good for a town. After all, the process of promoting a town to a city was a long and arduous one. The magic tower was equivalent to a transitional building system. Do you wish to activate the magic tower? Activating the tower will cost 1,000 magic crystals, while maintaining the tower's mana gathering function for a day will cost 500 magic crystals. Activate. Surephone clicked the Activate button without hesitation. Chapter 1031. When water rises, the boat rises with it. Hellscythe_VampireCat Chapter 1031. When water rises, the boat rises with it. After Surephone tapped on the semi-transparent light blue screen before him, 1,500 magic crystals instantly disappeared from his bag immediately. The gigantic crystal atop the magic tower released a dazzling light blue beam that shot 400 yards into the air before bursting apart and spreading over the entire stone forest town like an opened umbrella. This spectacular sight stunned all the players within the town. What's going on? Is Zero Wing setting up a magic barrier? Oh, everyone could not help but start discussing the magic tower. However, while most people were chatting, a few expert players with sharp senses suddenly discovered that the density of the ambient mana was actually rising gradually. Are you guys feeling it? The mana density in the town seems to be rising. Yeah, now that you mention it, my mind does feel a lot clearer than before. Wait, take a look at your status windows. There's an extra buff in mine. As experts voiced their findings in surprise one after another, more and more players also noticed the changes that had occurred to the town. When someone mentioned the appearance of a buff in their status window, everyone promptly called out their status windows as well. Ample mana state, stamina and concentration recovery improved significantly. Player will be able to maintain a clear state of mind at all times while in this state. This buff is too amazing. Hooray, Zero Wing. Ha ha ha. This is too awesome. My current recovery rate already rivals the recovery rate inside a hotel. With this, I won't have to rest in a hotel anymore. What a fool. I just came out from a hotel. Resting in one is way better. Not only is the recovery rate there faster, but as long as you rest for 5 hours, once you exit from the ample mana state, your EXP acquisition rate will be 30% higher for 2 hours. If you rest for 10 hours, you get 4 hours worth of 30% bonus EXP. What? That amazing. You'll know once you go test it out. I have to work during the day, so I'll definitely have to rest over 10 hours in a hotel. With this, I won't have to worry about falling behind in levels. Oh, after the players in the town realized the effects of the magic tower, many of them couldn't hold back their excitement and started cheering loudly in the streets. The majority of the players in Stone Forest Town were independent players. Unlike guild players who had guild residences, they did not have the opportunity to accumulate the double EXP buff. Hence, independent players generally lag behind guild players in levels. However, as many independent players dislike the restrictive rules of guilds, they would rather level up at a slower pace than join a guild. That way, they could enjoy a free and comfortable lifestyle as well as the exciting adventures God's Domain had to offer. However, now that they could also enjoy an EXP increase buff by resting in hotels, how could they not get excited? With this, they could have their freedom and level up quickly at the same time. The originally bustling hotels suddenly became jammed with players. Every independent player in town had rushed to the nearest hotel in the hopes of renting a room for themselves. Previously, everyone had angrily cursed that the hotel rates of Stone Forest Town were daylight robbery, as the town was charging nearly triple that of other places, and only by paying with magic crystals would they receive the normal rate. Now, however, everyone thought nothing of it. Instead, they felt that this price was a bargain after all. After resting for 10 hours, one would have a 30% increased EXP acquisition rate for 4 hours. Crap. This is a scam. I'm already using magic crystals to pay. So why are the rates still triple the normal hotel rates? If you can't afford it, get lost. Can't you see that there's still a bunch of people waiting to rent a room? Ha ha ha. Luckily, I was smart enough to rent a room for 10 days before this situation happened. I've saved a fortune this time. Currently, Every hotel within Stone Forest Town was packed with independent players. Although many were disgruntled at the price markup, the 30% EXP buff was just too important. Hence, they had no choice but to grit their teeth and rent a room. Moreover, every player would rent for at least 10 days. Otherwise, when demand for the hotel rooms skyrocketed in the future, they might not get an opportunity to rent one. Guild Leader. This magic tower is simply amazing. It's only been a few minutes, but every hotel in Stone Forest Town is already at capacity. Right now, many players are even complaining that there are too few hotels in town and are demanding that we build more. Blackie reported, smiling originally. Renting a room for a day in one of Stone Forest Town's hotels cost only 50 copper. Now, even after jacking up the price to 1 silver 50 copper, the many hotels in town still could not keep up with demand. Moreover, this price was for transactions in magic crystals. If players were using coins, they would have to pay 3 silver per day. Ignore the matters regarding the hotels for now. Prioritize constructing a battle arena. That's where the money will really come from, Shifeng said, shaking his head. Although hotels seem to be very profitable, in reality, these establishments did not earn a lot of money. Hotels simply took up too much space. Moreover, Zero Wing would only gross a maximum of 1 silver, 50 copper per day from each player. After deducting the cost of hiring NPCs to manage the hotels, the guild was earning roughly 1 silver, 20 copper from each player. Currently, the hotels in Stone Forest Town could accommodate a maximum of 20,000 people only. In other words, Zero Wing could earn 240 gold per day at most through the hotels, a large sum of money to ordinary large guilds. But to Zero Wing, this was a drop in the bucket. Moreover, 20,000 players were not even 1/10 of Stone Forest Town's population. Even so, the current number of hotels occupied over half of the town's lands originally. The reason why Shifeng had constructed so many cheap hotels was to earn magic crystals. However, now that he had the magic tower, there was another building that could earn him even more money. The battle arena. The battle arena was a place where players could fight against each other. Due to the magic tower, the mana density in the entire town had increased. This situation would be of great assistance to players. Just like in the trial tower of the Divine Colosseum, under the effects of Stone Forest Town's environment, players could maintain a very clear state of mind. Fighting under such a state would be of great help in improving their strength. However, inside a player-constructed town, PvP was prohibited. The only place players could fight against each other in a town was at a battle arena. When the time came, the 200,000 or so players residing in Stone Forest Town would definitely head to the battle arena to improve themselves through PvP. At that time, the money Zero Wing could earn through the battle arena would no doubt far surpass the income they were currently making from the hotels. I'll get it done right away. Blackie's eyes glowed when he heard Shifeng's explanation. At the same time, the matter regarding Stone Forest Town gradually spread throughout the entire Star Moon Kingdom. As a result, independent players who were tempted to head to the Undead Gorge started having second thoughts. Getting 4 hours of 30% increased EXP acquisition rate was no laughing matter, particularly for independent elite and expert players. This was a rare opportunity to level up quicker. If utilized properly, even if they could not completely catch up to guild players, at the very least they wouldn't be left too far behind. Star Moon City. Blackwater's residence. Damn it! To think Zero Wing would still have such a move. Abandoned Wave's expression turned very ugly when he received the news regarding Stone Forest Town. At this rate, the more time they wasted, the more troublesome Zero Wing would become. At the same time, his heart was also filled with sheer envy, and he grew even more impatient to obtain Stone Forest Town. Following which, he looked at the subordinate standing beside him and commanded, "Immediately notify Singular Burial's side. Tell them that there's a change of plans. We're going to take action ahead of time." Chapter 1032. Independent Players' Holy Land. Hellscythe_FluffyGoblin. Chapter 1032. Independent Players' Holy Land. The several upper echelons inside Blackwater's guild leader's office were shocked when they heard Abandoned Wave's command. Though they could understand Abandoned Wave's train of thought, Stone Forest Town's latest transformation made it all the more tempting. Stone Forest Town had been, at most, a tool that Blackwater could use to defeat Zero Wing, but now the town was a mountain of gold and silver that could massively help Blackwater's establishment in God's domain. To current guilds, magic crystals were incredibly important if a guild wanted to nurture and improve its members' techniques quickly. Sending them to the Divine Colosseum's trial tower was undoubtedly the fastest way. In order to do so, they needed magic crystals. Unfortunately, magic crystals were too difficult to procure. Even with the massive wealth and connections the Blackwater Corporation possessed, they could only procure a limited amount. In the end, the guild could only supply its experts and a small number of elite members with magic crystals in Blackwater. There was no lack of talented players. As long as they had enough magic crystals, they could nurture large groups of experts as they wished. Now that Stone Forest Town's mana density had increased and players could acquire a 30% EXP buff from the town's hotels, the town would attract swarms of independent players. Unlike when these players' choices of leveling areas had been limited, now they could go to Stone Forest Town if they wanted to level quickly. The sooner Blackwater took control of Stone Forest Town, the sooner it could officially start its conquest of God's Domain boss wave. We still have a lot of preparation. If we take action now, it might be difficult to take down Stone Forest Town, Laughing Drunkard advised. Moreover, Big Sisling has set out to negotiate with Pantheon. If Pantheon agrees to lend us their experts, it will be easy to take the town. We don't need to be in such a hurry. You're right. I was a little impatient, Abandoned Wave admitted as he took in a deep breath. He then laughed and said, I was still angry about Zero Wing's actions. Now, however, it would seem that I should thank them. They've even gone ahead and sent me a gift in their final moments. Let's give them another 2 days to live then. However, you should head to Stone Forest Town and investigate the new building. The town's sudden transformation is definitely related to that tower. I want to know how we can construct one for ourselves as soon as possible. He had been somewhat impatient. The sealing magic array in the Stoneclaw Mountains was still incomplete. Without it, capturing Stone Forest Town would be quite difficult. However, once the magic array was complete, and they persuaded the Super Guild Pantheon, Zero Wing wouldn't be able to hold the town, regardless of the guild's capabilities. As Blackwater planned to wait for the sealing magic array's completion, the independent players throughout Star Moon Kingdom were in an uproar. As a result, many major companies which had doubted Zero Wing's future began to regret their decisions due to the magic tower. Stone Forest Town's potential and value had increased exponentially to companies like theirs. Nothing was more important than sufficient players. Initially, they had been certain that Stone Forest Town's player population would never be high enough. However, things had changed. With the town's favorable environment, it was only a matter of time before its population multiplied by several times. If they set up a virtual store in Stone Forest Town, their businesses would definitely gain a following. If their companies could occupy a portion of the virtual market ahead of their competition, they would have a brighter future in God's Domain. Suddenly, Aqua Rose contacted Shifeng. Happily, she said, Guild leader, some of the companies that were hesitating have contacted me stating that they want to discuss cooperation with you. Previously, she had worried that Shifeng had been too arrogant, and that none of the companies would be willing to work with them. Now, however, over 20 companies had contacted her. Moreover, every one of these companies was far more powerful than the few that had tried to take advantage of their predicament. Oh, they sure are quick to decide. Unfortunately, there are still matters that demand my attention. Arrange a meeting with them for 4 hours from now in White River City's Candlelight Trading Firm. Shifeng instructed her after some thought. It had been quite some time since Blackwater had annexed Ouroboros. This should be the best time to purchase the guild's training center. If he waited any longer, something unexpected might happen. Previously, he had learned a lot about the training center from Gentle Snow. He had to admit that Ouroboros was indeed a veteran first-rate guild. The fact that the guild had dominated multiple virtual reality games over the years was not without reason. Its training center alone was impressive. Not only was the training center fully equipped with everything a guild needed to nurture expert players, but it was also larger than the Big Dipper Training Center. Moreover, the training center had been built in the downtown area of a first-tier city, with an extremely large population. Every inch of that real estate was probably worth its weight in gold. If not for Gentle Snow holding a considerable amount of the training center's shares, which allowed her to mark down the price, he wouldn't have been able to get his hands on it, even if he paid double. Right. Guild leader, one more thing. It seems Phoenix Rain has gotten wind of this and wishes to join the discussion as well. Should we invite her? Aqua Rose asked Phoenix Rain. Shifeng was slightly surprised. He then said, All right, call her. Phoenix Rain was a pavilion master in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. She should have considerable status in the real world, too. The fact that Phoenix Rain had qualified to send a battle team into the Dark Arena showed that the power backing her was extraordinary. She clearly had her own abundant wealth. Her interest in these negotiations was nothing but good news for Shifeng. Elsewhere, a 50-man team fought a pack of level 45 grassland ice wolves in a grassy field. There were over 200 of these elite-ranked ice wolves with a level 45 chieftain leading the pack. However, this group gradually exterminated these elite monsters like a well-oiled machine. Even against a level 45 chieftain, the leading level 40 guardian knight tanked the boss by himself. Boss, I heard that we can get a 4-hour 30% EXP bonus buff by resting in Stone Forest Town. Should our Snowfall team head there? Stone Forest Town is very close to the Stoneclaw Mountains. With the 30% EXP buff, we'll level faster in the dungeon than out here in the field. We can reach level 40 sooner than planned. Moreover, with our adventurer team strength, grinding monsters in the dungeon's inner area shouldn't be a problem. We'd be better off going to the Stoneclaw Mountains than the Undead Gorge. That's right, leader. Snowfall is one of Star Moon Kingdom's top adventurer teams. If we let the newer adventurer teams catch up to us, we'll become a laughingstock. Alright, Snowfall will continue our development in Stone Forest Town then. Oh, after the news about Stone Forest Town spread, the various powerful adventurer teams across Star Moon Kingdom began to make their way towards the Stoneclaw Mountains for a time. Stone Forest Town became a hub of the various adventurer teams. As the various adventurer teams and independent players headed towards Stone Forest Town, Shifeng finished the town's battle arena in the center of town. The building already took up as much space as Zero Wing's residence, its 5-story height casting a shadow over the residence. One could say that it was the most majestic building in Stone Forest Town. Chapter 1033. Rise of Stone Forest Town. Hellscythe _ Fluffy Goblin Chapter 1033 Rise of Stone Forest Town. Shifeng was satisfied with the finished battle arena. The battle arena had a total of 5 floors. This was Stone Forest Town's current limit. If he wished to construct it higher, it would have to occupy a larger area. However, Stone Forest Town was only a small town. There wasn't much room. Even so, the 5-story battle arena had been considerably costly to build. A single floor already cost 1,000 gold, and this did not include all the cost of the various decorations and props. With the money he had spent on this 5-story building, he could have easily purchased a high-potential plot of land in a major city of the 5 floors. Players could rent the combat rooms on the first 3 floors. Naturally, these rooms were more expensive than in NPC cities. After all, players could enjoy the ample mana state throughout the building. Hence, Shifeng had set the rent at 1 silver per hour. While ordinary players might consider this a steep price, the independent players capable of reaching Stone Forest Town all possessed relatively high combat standards. This price should not be a problem for these players. As for the 4th floor, Shifeng intended to use it to hold a weekly tournament. Champions would be awarded excellent weapons and equipment as well as coins. Shifeng also intended to use this tournament to attract expert players. If the opportunity presented itself, he could recruit talented players through the tournament. Meanwhile, Zero Wing would charge spectators an entrance fee. Finally, the battle arena's 5th floor consisted of private rooms. There was also a tournament field. However, to participate in the 5th floor tournament, players had to rank within the top 5 in the 4th floor tournament. These players would also have access to the private rooms. Not only could players enjoy benefits similar to the town's hotels, but these private rooms were also much larger than usual hotel rooms. Players could also enjoy the view overlooking Stone Forest Town from their rooms. Meanwhile, unlike the 4th floor tournament, the 5th floor tournament would incorporate an elimination system. The 5th floor could only accommodate a maximum of 30 players. New arrivals could challenge the ranked players. Afterward, based on their weekly ranks, the top 30 players would get to remain on the 5th floor while the rest were disqualified. Also, the higher ranked a player was, the more benefits they enjoyed. Now that we've finished the construction, it's time to recruit some NPCs to manage this place. Shifeng could not help his excitement as he gazed at the towering battle arena. In the past, many large guilds had constructed battle arenas as soon as they had their own magic towers in order to make a fortune. Unfortunately, Shadow had struggled to obtain a town of its own, much less construct a magic tower. By the time Shadow had its own magic tower, Other guilds' battle arenas had become incredibly popular. Shadow had no hope of competing with them. This trend was similar to the real world's fighting competitions. Back then, the battle arenas had become hugely popular throughout God's domain. Due to this, the battle arenas had replaced the fighting competitions in the real world now. Not only had Shifeng obtained a magic tower so early into the game, but he also had a battle arena to go with it. With this, he could seize a share of this market before others. By the time he constructed his city, he could further expand his battle arena business. Unlike towns, he could construct mana towers in a city. Moreover, a city's buildings could be much taller in the past. A super guild that had specifically constructed a massive tower meant for combat, the combat tower. Countless players had gone crazy over the combat tower. Many experts had even made a goal of reaching the tower's peak. If they could reach the top of the combat tower, guilds would instantly target them for recruitment. Even if they did not join a large guild, reaching the top of the combat tower would award them enough to enjoy a life of leisure for the rest of their days. Whether it was for fame or wealth, many players chose to challenge the combat tower. Now that Shifeng had constructed his first battle arena, the first stage of his project was complete. Next, he needed to scale up this project. However, it was particularly difficult to ramp up such a large-scale project. Furthermore, the cost of constructing a building that stood over 100 stories tall was even enough to drive super guilds insane, following which, Shifeng used a return scroll and teleported to White River City, intending to search for management NPCs. Meanwhile, shortly after the battle arena was complete, it became the focal point of Stone Forest. Isn't this a battle arena? Why has Zero Wing constructed a battle arena here? Are you a fool? Don't you know that PvP is not allowed in player towns? Now that the town's mana density is so high, it would be a waste not to spar. I wonder when the arena will open to the public? I want to try it out. Hopefully, it won't be too expensive. Oh, the town's players discussed the battle arena excitedly. To players who had experienced the trial tower, they knew that the denser the environmental mana was, the stronger they would be in a fight. They would be able to improve their techniques faster. After all, not everyone possessed extraordinary concentration. A mana-rich environment could help players maintain a high degree of concentration only. The cost of using the Divine Colosseum's trial tower was too high. Each challenge costs 1 magic crystal. Even elite players could not afford such an expenditure. However, it was a different story for a player-constructed battle arena. As the establishment was intended for public use, the fees wouldn't be as high as the trial tower. Moreover, unlike the trial tower, players could conduct PvP matches with other players in the battle arena. Their development in the battle arena might not be any slower than in the trial tower. For a time, news about Stone Forest Town's battle arena gradually spread throughout Star Moon Kingdom. Players who had not been particularly interested in Stone Forest Town began to change their minds. There were all sorts of players in God's domain. Some loved adventuring, some loved fighting, some loved leveling up, and some only had money on their minds. However, all of these players shared one common interest: combat standards. Even expert players found it difficult to endure the Divine Colosseum's prices. Generally, only guild players with the support of their guilds could afford to play there. As for NPC cities' underground arenas, while one could gain some combat experience from fighting there, fighting for long periods would easily cause one to lose focus. When that happened, players needed to take a break and rest. The ample mana state just so happened to make up for this flaw. There is no stopping Zero Wing now. How great would it be if I were a member of Zero Wing? If that were the case, traveling to the battle arena would be more convenient. Oh! Suddenly, more and more players wanted to travel to Stone Forest Town. Seeing this, the several major companies that had broken off their discussions with Zero Wing regretted their decision even more when they heard the news. These companies immediately sent new representatives to contact Aqua Rose, claiming that the previous representatives had declined Zero Wing's offer without the company's consent and had thus been fired. They also expressed their wishes to re-enter negotiations with Zero Wing. These companies had looked down on Zero Wing with contempt, thinking that Blackwater's victory over the guild was certain. However, even now Blackwater couldn't touch Zero Wing. The most it could do was whittle Zero Wing down. However, now that Zero Wing had a gold mine like Stone Forest Town, it was practically impossible for Blackwater to weaken Zero Wing with its minor harassments. As everyone discussed Stone Forest Town, Shifeng finally returned to White River City. Chapter 1034. Crimson Emperor. Undershore Chapter 1034, Crimson Emperor. Upon returning to White River City, Shifeng discovered that the number of players teleporting into the city had increased, particularly the members of other guilds all around. He could see guild players. Moreover, they were extraordinarily high-leveled, with the lowest being level 39 and the team leaders being level 40 experts at the very least. This situation confused Shifeng slightly. However, he quickly shook the thought out of his head. Right now, hiring NPC managers for the battle arena had utmost importance. To avoid attention, he took an advanced horse carriage to the Adventurers Association shortly after Shifeng left the teleportation hall. A team of 20 players appeared inside. These players each wore an emblem shaped like a crimson flame. The lowest leveled player among them was level 40. The equipment they wore also radiated the glowing effects unique to dark gold equipment. The white-haired man standing at the head of the group was even a level 41 guardian knight, whose appearance suggested that he had experienced the vicissitudes of life. The man carried a diamond-shaped shield with a dragon printed on it slung on his back, and a blood-red longsword inserted inside the shield. Despite this longsword clearly being a one-handed sword, the width of its guard was wider than the man's shoulders, while the length of its hilt matched a two-handed sword's. Combined with the blade, the sword was nearly as tall as he was seen from afar. The man appeared to wield a bloody cross. As he stood in the spacious teleportation hall, he was extremely conspicuous yet, despite the eye-catching composition of this team of 20, everyone who saw this team would almost immediately shift their gazes away, not daring to take a second look. The reason for such a reaction was these players' emblem, which indicated they belonged to the Dark Knight Empire's veteran super first-rate guild, Crimson Emperor. Crimson Emperor was also the ruler of the Dark Knight Empire. No guild in the entire empire dared to make an enemy of it. The Guardian Knight leading the team was even head and shoulders above his team members. He was Crimson Emperor's top 5 Guardian Knight, Cuttlefish, also known as the Iron Wall, and someone who had witnessed Crimson Emperor's gradual growth from an ordinary guild into the super first-rate guild it was today. At this time, a middle-aged man on the team looked towards the leading Guardian Knight and asked, "Uncle Cuttlefish, we were in the middle of raiding a Hell Mode large-scale team dungeon. Why did you suddenly call us to come all the way over here?" "I've also just received a notice about this from the guild. It seems that some ancient ruins were found at the Twin Towers Kingdom. Currently, all guilds that have received news about it have already dispatched teams. Crimson Emperor naturally cannot let this opportunity pass either," Cuttlefish replied. Although he was already an old man in his 60s, his voice was just like a young man's, filled with energy. "Ancient ruins?" An elegant and slim female elementalist asked curiously. "Is there something special about those ruins? Is there really a need for us main force members to take action as well?" "That's right. The ancient ruins discovered are like a huge maze. It is massive inside, however, only teams of 20 are allowed. After entering, teams are immediately teleported to an area with monsters that have a chance of dropping a kind of slate fragment. Those who complete a set can exchange for a mount inside the maze. Based on what we know so far, there are even mysterious iron mounts available for exchange. Moreover, this was only in the outer area. Currently, the various guilds are frantically fighting over the monsters inside. It is very difficult to enter the ancient ruins. The requirement for personal strength is extremely high. For efficiency's sake, the guild leader is sending us to pioneer the way," Cuttlefish explained. Everyone else on the team immediately gaped in shock upon hearing this. The importance of mounts to a guild went without saying. Just the number of bronze mounts Crimson Emperor obtained was not even enough for the guild's internal experts, much less mysterious iron mounts. Yet now they could obtain mysterious iron mounts just by grinding in the outer area of some ancient ruins. Naturally, the upper echelons would freak out over this opportunity. However, before we head to the ruins, we need to establish a stronghold in White River City. So, Poisoned, you'll be responsible for visiting Zero Wing's residents and negotiating with them. Based on our investigations, Zero Wing has purchased the several plots of land around the teleportation house. Tell them that Crimson Emperor is interested in purchasing one. As for everyone else, split up and purchase some potions and scrolls," Cuttlefish instructed Uncle Cuttlefish. "Zero Wing is just an upstart guild. Is there a need for Poison to make a special trip there? We are Crimson Emperor. If we want to buy a worthless plot of land, won't it be a done deal so long as we say the word?" A level 40 assassin asked in a somewhat displeased tone. Crimson Emperor was a veteran super first-rate guild. Nobody in the virtual gaming world did not know about it. The various guilds in the Dark Knight Empire also feared it greatly. Now their guild simply wanted to purchase a worthless plot of land. Yet they, members of Crimson Emperor's main force, were actually sent to handle the negotiations. This was making a mountain out of a molehill. If things could really be settled with just a word, I wouldn't have poisoned head over either. Cuttlefish could not help but smile bitterly. Alright, enough. Poisoned, you head over and negotiate with Zero Wing. Make sure to pay attention to your attitude when negotiating with them. If they really won't sell, then there's no need to force the matter. God's Domain is unlike any other virtual reality game that has existed in the past. I believe that you guys have felt it as well. The waters in this game are much deeper than they appear to be. There is naturally a reason for Zero Wing being able to become Star Moon Kingdom's #1 guild. The female elementalist named Poison Wine silently nodded her head. Inwardly, though, she too felt that Cuttlefish was making too much of Zero Wing. Inside the Adventurers Association, Shifeng directly switched to his Spirit Slayer title and walked up to the front counter. Upon seeing Shifeng, the blonde receptionist with green eyes immediately received him with great respect. Lord Spirit Slayer, how may I be of service to you today? The NPC receptionist asked respectfully. I wish to hire some advanced managers. Shifeng replied, alright then. Please follow me to the VIP room on the second floor. We'll bring the related documents over to you right away. The NPC receptionist bowed before leading Shifeng up to the second floor. This scene immediately stupefied the players who had come to the establishment to receive quests. Who is that person? He actually got the receptionist beauty to escort him. Even a viscount of the city doesn't get to enjoy such treatment. That person is surely a top-tier expert. It would be great if I could get to know him. The players inside the main hall watched Shifeng enviously as he walked upstairs. Shortly after Shifeng arrived at the VIP room on the second floor, the NPC receptionist handed a file to him. The 4-star treatment really is fantastic. After taking just a glance at the first page of the file, Shifeng was shocked. In God's Domain, players who wanted to hire advanced NPCs could do so only through the Adventurers Association. However, there were differences between advanced NPCs, with some possessing higher intelligence and some lower. The higher the intelligence an NPC possessed, the more human-like they would be. NPC managers with higher intelligence would be able to manage their tasks more effectively. Some NPCs even possessed management skills that were superior to players. They were also more professional. Take Anna, for example. Her intelligence was truly extreme. She could easily manage the entire Starstreak trading firm all by herself. However, NPC managers on Anna's level could be encountered only with luck. Shifeng had chanced upon Anna due entirely to a quest. Normally, encountering such an NPC was impossible. Generally, NPCs with more than 50 wisdom could already serve as considerably good managers, while NPCs whose wisdom reached 60 points were quite remarkable already. As for NPCs with 70 wisdom, only Tier 2 mages could achieve that standard. In the past, among the managers Shifeng had met, even the one with the highest wisdom had only 73 points in the attribute. Moreover, that NPC had already been considerably advanced in age. Even so, Shifeng had been quite excited when he found that old man. Back then, the old man had been able to manage an auction house single-handedly with perfect order. Now, however, among the 30 NPCs listed on the first page, Shifeng could see more than 10 with over 60 wisdom. Among them, there was even one with 71 wisdom, and this was only the first page. The file the NPC receptionist had handed him had over 100 pages. Chapter 1035 Times have changed. Chapter 1035 Times have changed. Before Shifeng realized it, he had already spent half an hour inside the serene and elegant lounge, reading through the files. The more he read, the more shocked he felt. High wisdom NPCs, which were usually difficult to encounter, were now available to him in the thousands. Shifeng had even found an NPC with 80 wisdom. If not for the main god system stipulating that NPCs hired from the Adventurers Association could not be made into players' personal guards, Shifeng would very much have considered taking all these NPCs back with him to form an army of personal guards. I'll choose these 10. Then, after Shifeng was done going through the name list, he selected the names of 10 advanced NPCs. 9 had over 70 wisdom, while 1 had 82 wisdom. In God's Domain, An 82 Wisdom NPC's intelligence was already equivalent to that of a Tier 3 NPC. Although Shifeng still wished to hire more, he had already reached his hiring limit. A small-sized town could hire at most 10 advanced NPCs. Moreover, hiring advanced NPCs was not a simple task. Unlike ordinary NPCs, which could be hired without limit and would only cost 2 gold coins a month in wages, one had to satisfy not only the salary demanded by these NPCs but also their conditions. Just the conditions of the 82 Wisdom NPC Shifeng had pointed out could choke an ordinary guild to death. This was because said NPC actually demanded a salary of 10 gold coins per day. Shifeng also needed to pay a 1-month deposit in advance. In addition, the shop the NPC managed had to have at least 500 other workers to an ordinary shop. Having around 20 NPCs managing it would already be more than enough. One could run more than a dozen shops with 500 NPCs. Fulfilling this condition would be impossible for a single, ordinary shop. Fortunately, Shifeng was running a large-scale battle arena. He needed to hire a lot of ordinary NPCs to run the establishment. Otherwise, there would be no way to cope with the large number of players visiting the arena every day. After Shifeng confirmed his choices, the NPC beauty beside him happily tallied the bill and very quickly provided him with a figure, saying, "Lord Spirit Slayer, you have chosen to hire 10 advanced managers and 500 normal managers. You will need to pay a 1-month deposit for all of them. The total is 4,000 gold. Once you complete the payment, we will have them sent to Stone Forest Town within an hour. May I know if Lord Spirit Slayer has any other requests?" "That will be all." Shifeng nodded. He then paid the 4,000 gold deposit, his heart feeling a slight sting. The average level of players had risen considerably by now, and the money they could earn was much higher than before. However, copper coins still possess quite a significant purchasing power, not to mention gold coins. Most likely, there was not a single guild in the entire God's domain that was as generous as himself, directly spending 4,000 gold to hire NPCs to manage just a single establishment. However, Shifeng knew that this was a necessary expenditure. It was simply impossible for players to keep up with the management of a battle arena. After Shifeng was done hiring the NPCs, he checked the time. Seeing as there was not much time left before his meeting with the representatives of those major companies, he promptly left the Adventurers Association and took an advanced horse carriage to the Candlelight Trading Firm. Inside the VIP room on the Candlelight Trading Firm's 7th floor, the representatives of the various major companies had already been waiting here for quite some time now. However, none of them showed any signs of indignation. On the contrary, expressions of shock filled their faces. At this point, White River City was the most populous city in Star Moon Kingdom. Meanwhile, the Candlelight Trading Firm was situated in the central business district of White River City. Aside from NPC-run establishments, the Candlelight Trading Firm's building was the tallest one in this area. From the top floor of the building, their view of the city streets was unobstructed. They felt as if they were kings overlooking the entire city. However, this unique scenery was still only secondary when compared to the report they had just received. During this period, the number of players residing in Stone Forest Town had already hit the 500,000 mark. In the future, that number was sure to double. A player population of 1 million was equivalent to the population of a major NPC city. If they could set up a virtual store in this bustling town, said store would definitely have no lack of customers. The only problem was that Stone Forest Town was too small. If the town were a medium-sized town, then that would be perfect. However, Stone Forest Town's protection period had ended just recently. The town was only beginning to attract NPCs. It would still take a considerable amount of time to get promoted. Furthermore, Zero Wing was simply asking for too much money. With 1 billion credits, these major companies could establish a large guild of their own or invest into a second-rate guild. With the latter option, they could even obtain a considerable number of shares. By cooperating with Zero Wing, however, they would only get priority in investing into a town. They would only receive a guarantee that they could directly rent a golden land in one of the towns Zero Wing captured. The rent of these lands would be gradually deducted from this 1 billion deposit. This condition was truly a little outrageous. Of course, after they signed the agreement, if they did not wish to continue renting land from Zero Wing, they could get back their remaining deposit after half a year. However, the representatives of the various major companies still intended to negotiate this price. After all, the current situation in Star Moon Kingdom was not particularly stable. There was also the Blackwater Guild persistently plotting against Zero Wing. Hence, they intended to use this opportunity to reduce the price just as everyone was pondering how they should go about negotiating with Zero Wing. The doors to the lounge suddenly opened. A woman with an extraordinary figure walked into the room. Although she had hidden her face with a black cloak, judging from her graceful figure, her countenance was no doubt heavenly as well. Could this beauty be trying to cooperate with Zero Wing as well? Everyone in the room immediately started quietly discussing this beauty's identity among themselves. However, they very quickly discovered that this woman's seat was right next to the seat of honor. One could just imagine how much importance Zero Wing placed on this peerless beauty. Meanwhile, this peerless beauty was none other than Phoenix Rain. When Phoenix Rain entered the room, she too was momentarily surprised. She had never imagined that there would be so many companies interested in cooperating with Zero Wing. Moreover, these companies all possessed extraordinary backgrounds that rivaled even Aqua Rose's Sun and Moon group. After she entered, she also discovered that Aqua Rose had become significantly stronger. Although the Cursemancer had hidden her level, the aura she radiated was indubitable. In addition, Violet Cloud, who stood beside Aqua Rose, was even more amazing. Phoenix Rain herself felt a significant amount of danger coming from the young lady. As for Alluring Summer, on the other side of Aqua Rose, she too was relatively powerful. A level 41 elementalist could easily rank at the top of any guild. Moreover, Alluring Summer looked to be rather young, so she should still have great potential for growth. Is this really the Zero Wing I know? After Phoenix Rain observed Violet Cloud further, she suddenly noticed that the young lady's every motion looked very natural, and this discovery shocked her greatly. She had seen Violet Cloud fighting at the Dark Arena before. Although the young lady had not moved much at that time, Phoenix Rain could still tell that Violet Cloud had yet to reach the refinement realm. Nevertheless, after just a short time, Violet Cloud had gone directly from the half-step refinement realm into the refinement realm. Violet Cloud was clearly only a teenager, yet she had actually managed to reach the refinement realm at such a young age. If she were in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, she would definitely be considered one of the pavilion's top geniuses and nurtured heavily. After all, even a genius like Blue Phoenix had not reached the refinement realm at Violet Cloud's age. Shortly after Phoenix Rain took her seat, Shifeng entered through the doors. Hellscythe for Hellscythe. Chapter 1036, Zero Wings Foundations. Chapter 1036 Zero Wings Foundations. As soon as Shifeng set foot inside the room, everyone there automatically shifted their gaze towards him. Currently, Shifeng had already disguised himself as Black Flame using the demon mask. At this moment, he was dressed in pitch-black armor and wore a black cloak. Two dazzling blood-red swords hung from his waist, glowing a faint red. The aura his body radiated resembled that of an unsheathed sword, sharp and dangerous. The feeling he gave off was as if it wasn't a human walking into the room but a demon that had just escaped the abyss. The atmosphere in the lounge instantly grew heavy upon his appearance. When Shifeng's gaze swept over the representatives of the various major companies, they instinctively lowered their heads, due to the mental oppression they felt, none of them daring to make eye contact. Zero Wings Guild leader Black Flame? Isn't he a little too strong? Alluring Summer could not help but gasp upon seeing Shifeng. He's practically a monster. Haven't I already told you this before? Our guild leader is very strong, Aqua Rose said somewhat pridefully. As long as you develop yourself in Zero Wing, it is only a matter of time before you achieve that dream of yours. At this moment, Phoenix Rain's eyes had also widened in shock as she looked at Shifeng slowly walking over to her. Just how much has he improved again? During her last encounter with Shifeng, the latter only gave her the feeling of a sheathed sword. Now, however, his aura was entirely different. It was utterly overpowering, impressing on others the presence of a steamroller. Rather than calling him a player, he was practically a humanoid. Lord Shifeng did not pay much attention to Phoenix Rain's shocked reaction. He had on the level 50 fine gold ranked magic light set equipment. His basic attributes were far superior to those using level 40 or level 45 dark gold equipment. After all, level 50 equipment was meant for tier 2 players. Phoenix Rain was naturally no match for him in terms of attributes. Not to mention, he also wielded a fragmented legendary item and multiple epic weapons and equipment. Strength-wise, he had long since surpassed Lord-ranked monsters of the same level. Hence, it was only normal for Phoenix Rain to feel a massive sense of oppression when he did not suppress his aura. However, Shifeng's grandiose entrance had made the various company representatives lose their composure. Now they were no longer as confident as before. After taking his seat, Shifeng took another look at everyone present before saying straightforwardly, "Since you all wish to cooperate with Zero Wing, I believe you should have already read the agreement given to you, correct? If you have any problems, ask away. However, take note that Zero Wing will not make any changes to the conditions of cooperation, no matter what." Guild Leader Black Flame. Although Stone Forest Town indeed has excellent prospects, the conditions you require are simply excessive. You could even say that they are far above Stone Forest Town's potential value. Moreover, 1 billion is no small number. If we invest that kind of money into a second-rate guild, we can take control of a significant portion of said guild's shares. Hence, after a discussion among ourselves, we believe that 100 million credits should be a more suitable amount. This way we'll have a much better time cooperating with each other in the future. After all, the current Stone Forest Town is only that big. Its value is extremely limited. There won't be a single company that will agree to your price of 1 billion. We hope that Guild Leader Black Flame can reconsider this matter. Our companies are sincerely trying to cooperate with Zero Wing. Oh, the representatives of the 20 major companies all expressed their reluctance to pay such a high deposit. Moreover, they also firmly believe that no company would foolishly agree to this condition. However, in order to get a head start in occupying the virtual market, their companies were still willing to pay a certain price. It seems you all are operating under a misconception. Zero Wing's offer of a 1 billion deposit is only the threshold for cooperation. In addition, Zero Wing is providing only 10 slots. This doesn't mean that anyone with 1 billion credits will qualify for this offer. Shifeng then chuckled and added, "If you are dissatisfied with this offer, Zero Wing won't try to force you into accepting it." Before everyone could refute his words, Shifeng took out an old book from his bag and placed it on the table. Staring at the book on the table, everyone was greatly confused at Shifeng's intentions. They then clicked to check the book's information. Magic Tower design. Could this be? Phoenix Rain immediately thought of the tower in Stone Forest Town upon seeing the name of this book. That's right. Just like you've surmised, the tower constructed in Stone Forest Town is indeed a magic tower. It is also the cause of Stone Forest Town's mana density increase. Shifeng explained, smiling. I believe you all should have already seen for yourselves the effects of the magic tower, correct? Now, do you still think this 1 billion threshold is a little too high? Immediately, everyone in the room fell silent. Shock plastered over their faces as they looked at the magic tower design. A hint of fanaticism gleamed in their eyes. Everyone had attributed the change in Stone Forest Town to the newly constructed tower. Hence, the people from the various large guilds as well as those from companies and corporations had immediately launched investigations into the tower. They all sought to obtain a magic tower for themselves. Unfortunately, they could not find any information regarding the magic tower whatsoever. They only knew that Zero Wing had built the tower. There were also rumors floating about that the magic tower might be a one-time use quest reward. Hence, Zero Wing had chosen to set up the tower at Stone Forest Town, using the opportunity to raise the town's value. However, they never imagined that players could actually build this thing. If Zero Wing could truly build as many magic towers as it wished and only needed to pay the production cost, then the guild's potential was indeed immense in the future. As long as the guild captured a town, it could directly construct a magic tower in it, and use the higher mana density in the town to attract large numbers of players. With this, Zero Wing would have another brand new Stone Forest Town. As for Stone Forest Town being too small, that would no longer pose a problem, either at that time. Even obtaining a significant portion of the virtual market share would not be a dream for their companies. No wonder he's so confident. At this moment, Phoenix Rain was eyeing the magic tower design enviously. At the same time, she also felt fortunate that she had made this trip here with the magic tower. Trying to gather players and earning money would both be extremely easy to accomplish. Standing beside Shifeng, Aqua Rose noticed the unflinching gazes of the various company representatives as well as their expressions, which stated that they would become Zero Wing's collaborator, no matter what. She nearly let out a laugh although Shifeng had revealed the magic tower design. All everyone could see was the item's name. They could not open the book and view its actual contents. In the end, everyone had mistakenly believed that one could construct an unlimited number of magic towers with the design, and did not know about the magic tower design's limitations. Of course, this could not be considered as Zero Wing being deceitful. This was simply a beautiful misunderstanding under the fanatic gazes of everyone. Shifeng stored the magic tower design. Smiling, he said, "You've seen the item for yourselves. As for the qualifications for cooperation, 1 billion is the minimum requirement. Or to put it more precisely, 1 billion will only get you a plot of golden land in a town. Also, Zero Wing doesn't necessarily need 10 collaborators. If none of you have any problems, let's start the auction for the first slot." Chapter 1037, Insane Woman. Hellscythe _ Vampire Cat. Chapter 1037, Insane Woman. Shifeng's words caused another commotion in the room. None of the representatives had expected him to have such intentions from the very beginning. This sudden announcement truly caught them by surprise. The various company representatives, who were originally sitting close together, immediately started eyeing the people next to them, a wary expression appearing on their faces. At the same time, they were also secretly contacting the directors of their companies, hoping to get a quick reply from them. Nobody present was a fool. They knew just how much was at stake here. Just the value of a single town with a magic tower could practically rival that of 8 player-owned towns. Moreover, capturing 8 towns was easier said than done. Even if one managed to seize so many towns, the investments needed to develop these towns were not something an ordinary large guild could support. Most likely, only entities like super guilds would be able to operate 8 towns simultaneously at this stage of the game. However, buying a plot of land in the towns owned by super guilds was nigh impossible for their companies. That was no longer a problem that could be solved with enough money. Super guilds operated differently from ordinary large guilds. They were playing virtual reality games with the intention of monopolizing a large share of the virtual industry, and were more than capable of doing so. Hence, why would they want to split their profits with someone else? On the other hand, Zero Wing only needed to capture 1 town to gain the economic benefits of 8 towns. If their companies could gain priority in investing in Zero Wing's towns, they might be able to establish themselves in God's domain's virtual industry. How could they possibly let this opportunity get away? Seeing Shifeng remaining silent for some time after his announcement, Aqua Rose could not help but ask softly, "Guild leader, are you still not going to start the auction?" "Wait a little. There's no need to rush this matter. We'll let them digest this information first. When the time comes, they'll compete with even greater ferocity," Shifeng replied, smiling as he looked at the company representatives busy contacting their superiors. Originally, this matter of cooperation had been relatively urgent. He had even made plans to risk exposing the city building order just to gather enough funds to purchase Ouroboros's training center. The existence of a training center was simply too important to a guild. This relevance was akin to that of the current dojos. The experts nurtured in dojos would go on to participate in all sorts of competitions. Training centers were similar in this respect, where the experts nurtured in training centers would go on to participate in all sorts of virtual competitions. The only difference was that virtual competitions possess much greater influence and competitiveness. Moreover, if Shifeng had his own training center, he could do things much more conveniently. He would have less to worry about in other matters. Most importantly, he could recruit and nurture members en masse rather than in limited numbers. He could also attract many more people to Zero Wing. This was also one of the reasons why super guilds would never have a lack of recruits each year. After all, nobody would wish to spend their entire life fighting for a half-dead guild that did not even have a proper workplace in the real world. Due to this reason, second- and third-rate guilds would often be a flash in the pan in the virtual gaming world, while first-rate guilds and above remained as steady as a mountain in the industry. After Shifeng waited for a short while, the various company representatives finally completed their tasks. They then turned to look at Shifeng, their eyes filled with appreciation for his patience. "It seems you all have prepared yourselves already. Let's begin then," Shifeng said after getting silent confirmation from everyone present. The starting bid for the first cooperation spot is priced at 1 billion credits. Every increment must be no less than 10 million. 1 billion 20 million. 1 billion 30 million. 1 billion 40 million. Oh! At this moment, the various company representatives no longer hesitated as they began frantically calling out bids one after another. There were only 10 slots available. Even in the best-case scenario, only 10 companies could cooperate with Zero Wing. Meanwhile, there were 20 companies present. If some companies were slightly greedy and were willing to pay the price and gamble on Zero Wing's future, a single company might purchase 2 or even 3 slots. After all, however small a town was, there should still be no problem if it had 2 or 3 of the same virtual stores. The stores should not affect each other too greatly. Most importantly, the money they invested could still be taken back. They were merely placing a deposit for renting lands right now. Moreover, judging by the popularity of God's domain, they could already tell what the future of the virtual industry would look like. Most likely, it would be even more profitable than the real estate industry. Hence, the various companies intended to obtain as many cooperation slots as they could right now very quickly. The first cooperation slot's price had risen to 1,200,000,000. Moreover, the bidders still showed no signs of stopping. Aqua, your guild leader is simply too good at doing business. He's practically robbing them at this point, Alluring Summer said, smacking her lips. This was not her first time seeing such large transactions taking place. After all, just the construction of a single 5-star hotel in the real world cost nearly 10 billion credits. It was even more expensive for 6- and 7-star hotels. However, this was definitely her first time seeing a virtual store selling for such a high price. This is nothing. Those who want to cooperate with us in the future will have to pay an even higher price, Aqua Rose said, unfazed by this situation. Although the towns in God's domain were good, they were a far cry from being comparable to a city, particularly the first player-owned city in God's domain. If not for the fact that they could not publicize the matter of the city building order yet, these companies wouldn't even have the qualifications to negotiate with Zero Wing. During the brief moment Aqua Rose was chatting with Alluring Summer, the price for the cooperation slot had hit 1,300,000,000. However, as the bids continued increasing and were approaching 1,500,000,000, the number of people calling out offers started dwindling. At this moment, a clear voice resounded throughout the lounge. 2 billion. Everyone instantly turned to look at the bidder in shock. This person was none other than Phoenix Rain. This woman has lost her mind. She actually bid 2 billion. Who is she? Everyone was stunned by Phoenix Rain's bid. Although they also had that kind of money, the more they could save, the better. Is there anyone willing to place a higher bid? Shifeng asked for confirmation as he swept a glance at everyone present. He was not particularly surprised by Phoenix Rain's bid. After all, she was someone capable of obtaining a battle team slot for the Dark Arena. How could her origins be ordinary? After Shifeng sought confirmation 3 times, he sent the first official contract to Phoenix Rain. Afterwards, she simply needed to place her signature on it. When all the representatives present laid eyes on the contract, envy surfaced on their faces. They then made preparations to bid for the second contract. However, as soon as Shifeng announced the bid for the second contract, Phoenix Rain again said softly, 2 billion. Silence fell once more. The representatives all felt hatred and frustration towards Phoenix Rain's actions. What the hell is with this woman? She is simply insane. There are 10 slots available. I refuse to believe she can take down a third one. Everyone initially thought that Phoenix Rain would hit her limit after purchasing a single slot for 2 billion. They never imagined that she would repeat her feat. However, in their opinion, Phoenix Rain should have run through the funds she had on hand after spending 4 billion. She should no longer be a threat in the following bids. Unfortunately, reality proved to be far crueler than these representatives thought. Without the slightest hesitation, Phoenix Rain bought 7 slots in succession, each for 2 billion credits. Her actions thoroughly frightened all the company representatives. They even started to suspect that Phoenix Rain was merely putting on an act for Zero Wing right now. However, just as everyone was thinking this, Phoenix Rain suddenly opened her mouth and said, Guild Leader Black Flame, there's no need to continue this auction. I want all the remaining slots. I hope that the two of us can sit down and discuss the matter of cooperation further instead of continuing to waste time here. Chapter 1038, Town of Beginnings. Hellscythe _ Vampire Cat. Chapter 1038, Town of Beginnings. Although Phoenix Rain did not speak loudly, everyone was still dumbfounded by her words. As for the matter of Phoenix Rain being Zero Wing's puppet, they had long since flung that idea out of their minds. Is this the background of a super first-rate guild? Aqua Rose was greatly shocked as she looked at Phoenix Rain's calm and composed demeanor. Although she had known that a very wide gap separated first-rate guilds and super first-rate guilds in terms of overall strength, number of experts and financial strength, she never imagined that the disparity was this massive. Phoenix Rain was actually capable of purchasing all 10 slots as if she was shopping for vegetables at the market. Just as the various company representatives were about to refute Phoenix Rain's words, Shifeng got the jump on them, saying, Since you are going to buy the remaining slots, we can naturally proceed with the discussions. Guild Leader Black Flame, you shouldn't make such a hasty decision. That's right. There are still 3 more slots left. How would you know if we can't outcompete this lady? The other companies immediately grew anxious. Previously, they had intended to wait until Phoenix Rain had exhausted her funds in order to purchase a slot for themselves as cheaply as possible. They never expected something like this to happen halfway through the auction. Can choose to give up if any of you can offer more than 4 billion for any of the 3 remaining slots. Phoenix Rain said. The entire venue fell silent once more. The various company representatives all gnashed their teeth in anger as they looked at Phoenix Rain. They could not help but admit that Phoenix Rain was simply too accurate in her calculations. Although the various companies present were willing to pay a huge price to cooperate with Zero Wing, a 4 billion deposit was beyond their budget. Moreover, nobody could tell what kind of future awaited Zero Wing. If things went sour, all that money would be frozen for half a year. It was too great a risk altogether. A lunatic. This woman really is a lunatic. If the Blackwater Guild topples Zero Wing, I'd like to see just how she salvages the situation. At this point, the only thing the various company representatives could do was stand up and leave in a huff. As for Shifeng, he was inwardly ecstatic. He had never imagined that Phoenix Rain was actually this wealthy. With this, Ouroboros's training center was practically in the bag. He could even start the second phase of his plan, which was the construction in other cities of training centers that were open to the public, in the hopes of attracting players to go there and improve themselves. With this, he could earn money and recruit more newcomers with great potential into his guild. This was a business model that many major guilds adopted in the later stages of God's Domain. This method had uncovered many top-tier experts in the past. Among them, the most famous one would be the Tier 6 Berserker god, Half Madness. Initially, Half Madness had only been an unknown, ordinary player. However, one day, he went to a training center run by the Super Guild Battle Wolves to play around, and the instructors there discovered that he had great potential. In the end, Battle Wolves recruited him, and everything else was history. His strength improved rapidly by leaps and bounds, and he eventually became one of Battle Wolves' mainstays. If Zero Wing could construct such God's Domain training centers in various major cities in the real world early on, it could snatch some high-potential players for itself rather than let super guilds monopolize all the good stuff. Guild leader Black Flame, I've already signed the contracts. Now that all the outsiders are gone, isn't it about time we discuss the matter of cooperation? Phoenix Rain asked, smiling as she looked at Shifeng truthfully. She had not expected to spend so much money on this visit originally. She had only thought that Stone Forest Town had potential for development and was planning to invest in the town. Doing so would also help the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion establish a foundation in the local industry. However, the Magic Tower was frankly too tempting. Hence, she had invested practically all the funds she had on hand right now into Zero Wing. As the manager of a guild, she knew full well just how difficult it was to develop a town. Currently, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion controlled 5 towns in total. However, none of them were particularly attractive to players. At best, players used them as a rest stop or a temporary base to save up on travel time to high-level maps. Once the protection period of these towns ended, their expenditures would definitely increase. At that time, not to mention making a profit, it would be great if the towns did not incur a deficit. If one were to compare economic benefits, all 5 of the towns combined did not even equal 1/10 of Stone Forest Town. However, if these towns also had a magic tower, players would no longer treat them as just a simple rest stop. Instead, the towns would become a mecca for players who wanted to improve their strength. Seeing as Phoenix Pavilion Master has spent so much money, I believe that your goal isn't just gaining priority in investing in Zero Wing's towns. Instead, it should be the magic tower, correct? Shifeng said. That's right. I am indeed doing this for the magic tower. As long as you can construct a magic tower in a town I manage, I can give you 40% of the town's profits. How about it? Phoenix Rain said and nodded, her words replete with temptation. The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion was a super first-rate guild. Be it the ability to capture a town or to develop one, there was no comparison. Meanwhile, Shifeng only needed to construct a single magic tower in order to receive 40% of one town's profits. This offer would tempt anyone. I want 50%. I will also help you construct only one magic tower. Moreover, the location of the town you choose must not be in any of Star Moon Kingdom's neighboring countries, Shifeng said after giving the matter some thought. He could build only 4 more magic towers right now. Meanwhile, he needed at least 3 to protect a city. Hence, the most he could spare was 1 magic tower if possible. He was more than willing to construct a few more towers for Phoenix Rain. After all, that was free money they were talking about. Moreover, the magic tower design was not unique. It was only a matter of time before other players obtained the design for it. Once the various guilds all possessed the design, the tower would no longer be valuable. Hence, he had to earn as much money off it as possible right now. As for nurturing competitors, this was simply an unnecessary worry. God's domain was just too massive. There were also countless people playing the game. On the other hand, how many players could a single town possibly contain? Or even a single city? If he kept the magic tower for himself, the most he could use it for right now was as a decoration. Rather than do so, it would be much better if he converted the tower into sustained revenue. Moreover, it was much harder to operate a city than a town. The current Zero Wing would barely be able to afford the manpower and resources required. This was also the reason why he was mass recruiting members. Once he built his city, he would not have any energy to spare for managing any additional towns. Alright then. However, I have another condition. You need to get it done within 3 days. Previously, Phoenix Rain still wanted to renegotiate. However, seeing Shifeng's determined demeanor, she knew that that was not going to happen. However, at the very least, she had secured one magic tower for herself, achieving her initial goal. That won't be a problem. Send the town's coordinates to me. When the time comes, I'll send some people over to build it. Shifeng did not mind this condition. Constructing a magic tower took only half a day, after which, he would have one more source of income. Then he also would not have to worry about the construction fees for his city. After the two of them signed a contract reflecting their agreement, Phoenix Rain sent a set of coordinates to Shifeng. Savage Wildland, Town of Beginnings. What? You've actually discovered the Savage Wildland? Shifeng was momentarily surprised upon seeing the coordinates. Chapter 1039. Humanity's Origins. Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin. Chapter 1039. Humanity's Origins. Shifeng's reaction astonished Phoenix Rain. The Savage Wildland was a massive, mysterious island discovered by one of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's old monsters while he had been working on an epic quest. The pavilion had investigated the island in depth, and they only uncovered part of the island's secrets after much difficulty. He hadn't expected Shifeng to react as if he knew the Savage Wildland's secrets when she had sent him the location. Do you know about the Savage Wildland? Phoenix Rain asked curiously. Only after browsing the library in the Apocalypse Empire's imperial capital had the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion found some information about the Savage Wildland. However, the information was very vague. The only thing it mentioned was that the Savage Wildland was the birthplace of humans, which is why the town on that massive island had been named the Town of Beginnings. Even the weakest monsters on the island were level 40. Moreover, the monsters exhibited considerably high combat standards. Even guild elite players could not solo the area's elite monsters of the same level. They needed to form groups of 3 to take one down. Furthermore, it was very easy to come across special elite and chieftain ranked monsters. These monsters mostly moved in groups, making it considerably difficult to level up. This also made it difficult to attract players to the Town of Beginnings. Yet, the Town of Beginnings was too important to her to utilize the town's true function. It needed to be promoted to a medium-sized town. She had been incredibly worried about this now that she had the magic tower, though attracting players would be much easier. Yes, I've read about it in a book. I have heard it's humanity's birthplace. Shifeng nodded, though he did not reveal the frightening secret the Savage Wildland hid in the past. When the Savage Wildland had first appeared, it had not attracted any attention whatsoever. First, it was simply too difficult to level up there. Rather than relying on the monsters, one would be better off grinding the useless monsters in low-resource areas. Moreover, the Savage Wildland's monsters were quite stingy. How stingy? Even after killing over 100 monsters, they wouldn't drop garbage or a single material item. One could only obtain a handful of copper coins or cheap materials by killing chieftain-ranked monsters or above. As for obtaining weapons and equipment, that was a pipe dream. Yet nobody had imagined that this stingy island was actually a transit point connecting to other worlds. In the island's deeper regions, one sometimes came across spatial cracks that allowed players to explore other worlds. These spatial cracks were like random dungeons. However, one had to be lucky to find one. Meanwhile, these spatial cracks were only one of the Savage Wildland's benefits. The true value of the Savage Wildland was the Otherworld transfer gate in the heart of the island. Players were only required to pay some magic crystals to utilize this gate. Unfortunately, Players could only use the gate once per week due to this. A large number of players had swarmed the Savage Wildland in the past. However, back then, the Savage Wildland had already fallen under the Super Guild Pantheon's control. Anyone who wished to utilize the transfer gate had been required to pay an exorbitant fee. Despite the many other Super Guilds' complaints, none of them had been able to do anything about it as the Pantheon ruled over the Town of Beginnings. The other Super Guilds could only watch as Pantheon regulated the area and collected massive amounts of money. Hence, the fact that the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion had taken the Town of Beginnings had truly surprised Shifeng initially. Shifeng had thought of searching for the Savage Wildland in this life. However, activating the island had many conditions. He also did not know which conditions he would need to trigger. Hence, he had no choice but to leave the island alone for now. He had never expected this opportunity to present itself. An Otherworld could effectively train players and help them improve their techniques. Clearing an Otherworld also granted bountiful rewards. This was the reason why transfer tools to Otherworlds were so precious and expensive. If he could take control of the transfer gate to an Otherworld, it would undoubtedly provide a special training location for Zero Wings members. Guild leader Black Flame is quite knowledgeable. The pavilion has searched high and low for this information. If I had known earlier, I could have just asked you. Phoenix Rain could not help but sigh. She had mobilized all of the guild's power to learn about the Savage Wildland. Only after a 2-day search had they found anything. Phoenix Pavilion Master, you think too highly of me. I just like to read books about God's Domain's history in my free time. Shifeng said, laughing. It seems I'll have to read about God's Domain's history more often. Then, Phoenix Rain replied, smiling. She felt that Shifeng's habit of reading books was a wise one, particularly books related to God's Domain's history. If she did so as well, she might learn something that could come in handy in the future. Following which, Phoenix Rain said her goodbyes and returned to gather the funds she owed. As for Shifeng, he immediately notified Gentle Snow about purchasing Ouroboros's training center, having her make the necessary arrangements. After Shifeng finished assigning the necessary tasks, he secretly traveled to the teleportation hall, intending to make a trip to the Savage Wildland. The Savage Wildland wasn't currently valuable because the Town of Beginnings wasn't yet a medium-sized town. It couldn't yet activate its repellent magic array. The Savage Wildland's monsters were extremely concentrated. It was very difficult to reach the heart of the island. However, once the repellent magic array was active, the area's monsters would spread out generally. Monsters in the Wildland's outer region ranged between level 40 and level 70, while the inner region had monsters ranging between level 70 and level 100. As for the island's core, monsters around level 100 to level 120 called it home. Moreover, due to the high concentration of monsters, players could only reach the island's heart after clearing the monsters in their way. However, once the repellent magic array activated, as long as players were careful, they could enter the island's inner region without trouble. There, players could randomly encounter spatial cracks that allowed them to enter Otherworlds to build their strength. Hence, once the Town of Beginnings became a medium-sized town, the town's popularity would experience a qualitative change. Despite the closest NPC town in the Apocalypse Empire being nearly 20 hours away from the Town of Beginnings, countless players still made the journey. Stone Forest Town was nothing in comparison now that Shifeng knew that the Savage Wildland was active. He couldn't let this opportunity get away. Others might not be able to reach the Savage Wildland's core, but he could. He had the 7 Luminaries ring. He could use space movement to travel directly there. Only, if he accidentally came across monsters over level 100 in the core region, it was highly likely that he would die. However, Shifeng was willing to take the risk as long as he could set coordinates for a teleportation magic array in the core region. Zero Wings members could just teleport there in the future, easily entering an Otherworld to improve their strength, with one Otherworld transfer gate serving as Zero Wings training grounds. In addition to the special training in the training center, what guild could possibly compete with Zero Wings' development speed? Chapter 1040 Maritime Business. Hellscythe _ Fluffy Goblin. Chapter 1040 Maritime Business. Starmoon City. Blackwater's Guild residence. Currently 3 people, 2 men and 1 woman, sat inside the guild leader's luxurious office. Among them, 1 man was Blackwater's guild leader, Abandoned Wave, while the woman was Qin Muyun, who had been tasked with managing Blackwater's affairs in the Black Dragon Empire. However, these 2 VIPs of the Blackwater Guild had their eyes locked on the man before them. The man wore a black cloak and had tightly wrapped bandages around most of his face, preventing others from seeing his appearance or level. Moreover, he felt as if he were an illusion, as if the man would vanish if one did not pay him careful attention. Yuri sang that Zero Wing can construct as many of those magic towers as they want? Abandoned Wave asked, his brows raised in suspicion. He found this information somewhat hard to believe. Everyone throughout Star Moon Kingdom had likely discovered how powerful the magic tower's effects were in Stone Forest Town. The magic tower was precisely the reason that players had overcrowded the town. When Abandoned Wave saw the number of players traveling to and from Stone Forest Town, he could not help his jealousy. After all these players were walking sacks of coins. Although the Blackwater Corporation was wealthy, its coin income was very limited. With just the income of Stone Forest Town, it was no impossible for Blackwater to wear down Zero Wing. If what the bandaged man had said was indeed true, once Zero Wing captured another 1 or 2 towns, Blackwater would not be able to compete with the guild's financial strength. I can assure you that this news is true. Moreover, Zero Wing has found a powerful financial backer. I'm afraid that within this short period, Zero Wing's strength will rise explosively once more, the bandaged man declared confidently. If we don't get rid of Zero Wing soon, we will have endless trouble in the future. I understand. I'll send some men to help Heaven's Burial with the sealing magic array's construction immediately. But how are preparations coming along? Abandoned Wave understood that this matter could no longer be delayed. If they did not remove Zero Wing soon, it would become increasingly harder to defeat the guild in the future. Moreover, young Master Jing had grown somewhat impatient and instructed him to conclude the matter swiftly. Otherwise, Blackwater would soon have another guild leader. It won't take too long. A day at most. Even if the guild dispatches every player it has, nothing will save Zero Wing when the time comes. The bandaged man laughed coldly. However, once this matter has been resolved, don't forget about our agreement. You are aware of the consequences should you forget. Rest assured, I am always a man of my word. When it is time, I'll give you what we agreed upon, Abandoned Wave said. Hearing the bandaged man's tone, Abandoned Wave's confidence grew. The main force attacking Stone Forest Town this time would not be from Blackwater or Heaven's Burial at all. Rather, it would be this bandaged man before him. Guild leader, Big Sister Ling just sent a message stating that the situation with Pantheon is a done deal. Now we only need to decide a date for the operation. Qin Muyun suddenly reported. Abandoned Wave grew ecstatic upon hearing this. Good. Muyun, lead a team to assist Heaven's Burial right away. Once the magic array is complete, we'll attack Stone Forest Town. Although capturing Stone Forest Town was already in the bag, Pantheon's help would be icing on the cake, depriving Zero Wing of every last shred of hope. Apocalypse Empire, Imperial Capital's teleportation hall. As soon as Shifeng arrived in the Apocalypse Empire's capital, he discovered a crowd of players filling the teleportation hall, as they lined up to use the teleportation arrays. It was even more crowded than Stone Forest Town. There sure are a lot of people here. Shifeng could not help but sigh as he surveyed his surroundings. As one of the most ancient empires still in existence in God's domain, the Apocalypse Empire had a lot of players. Ordinary empires simply could not compete. The quality of the players in the teleportation hall made this clear. Among the players lining up, many were high-level independent players. Currently, God's domain's mainstream players were only level 35. However, most of the independent players here were level 37 or above, with some already at level 40. Even the Black Dragon Empire paled in comparison to the Apocalypse Empire's prosperity. However, this was also the reason that 3 major powers contested over the Apocalypse Empire, with 2 being super first-rate guilds while the third was a super guild. Of the 2 super first-rate guilds, one was the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, and the other was the Miracle Guild. Battle Wolves was the super guild. Due to these 3 major powers, even first-rate guilds were forced to watch from the sidelines. With the Apocalypse Empire's massive population, whichever guild managed to take control of the empire would enjoy an explosive development speed. After all, only with more people could a guild easily recruit talented players. Even now, the 3 major powers fought each other constantly, dispatching many of their elite and expert members to the Apocalypse Empire to develop. The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's choice representative to preside over the struggle for the Empire was none other than Phoenix Rain. This time, Phoenix Rain had resolved to bet all of her cards on Zero Wing's cooperation. Shifeng had to admit that Phoenix Rain had bet correctly. If the Town of Beginnings had a magic tower, not only could she rake in a fortune, but she could also hasten the town's promotion to a medium-sized town. The Town of Beginnings would become the cornerstone that would allow the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion to take over the Apocalypse Empire. Compared to the potential profits, the initial cost was nothing. Unfortunately, while focusing on a narrow goal, Phoenix Rain had neglected an even greater opportunity. Even without taking control of the Town of Beginnings, there was a way to access the Savage Wildlands benefits, following which, Shifeng teleported to Ocean Viewing Town. Ocean Viewing Town was the closest coastal town to the Savage Wildland. However, due to the Wildland's location in the middle of the sea, players generally rented boats for the journey. The sea was far more dangerous than land. Players had to be extremely careful when venturing across the sea. If a player carelessly allowed their boat to be destroyed, they would have to rely on their own strength to swim the rest of the way. Compared to walking, swimming in the ocean was much more taxing on a player's stamina. It was also much slower. After running out of stamina, players would ultimately drown. Due to this, despite Ocean Viewing Town's close proximity to the Savage Wildland, the trip generally took around 20 hours. When Shifeng reached Ocean Viewing Town, he did not immediately rent a boat. Instead, he visited the town hall. In the past, due to the many players rushing to the Savage Wildland, Ocean Viewing Town had also prospered. Eventually, it had even been promoted from a town to a city. The value of the town's lands had risen like crazy. However, trading these lands had not been the most profitable business. The true profits were from boat rentals. Boats were different from ordinary mounts. Although they were another mode of transportation and engineering, players could construct them, their designs were exceedingly rare. Generally, players who wanted a boat of their own would use the designs that came with a shipyard. A shipyard also increased the speed of crafting boats. There were a total of 5 shipyards for sale in Ocean Viewing Town in the past. Those who had purchased these shipyards early had made a fortune when the Savage Wildland became popular. This was because the boats shipyards crafted were unlike the fishing boats that NPCs rented out. Fishing boats were slow and could only carry a few players at a time. The boats also had very low durability, and mishaps occurred easily. Hence, when traveling to the Savage Wildland, players generally rented boats that other players had crafted. With this, the normal 20-hour travel time could be cut in half. Not only could one save a lot of time, but it was also much safer to rent a player-made boat. However, it was not easy to purchase a shipyard in Ocean Viewing Town. The first requirement was a high enough reputation. Without that, the mayor would refuse to sell. The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, which had only recently discovered the Savage Wildland, didn't have enough reputation to purchase one. Even if it realized the value of shipyards, it was simply impossible for the pavilion to collect enough reputation points to become an Ocean Viewing Town baron within this short period. However, Shifeng was different. Upon entering the town hall, Shifeng switched to the city protector title. The title allowed him to enjoy the benefits of a major noble, which was the equivalent of a viscount, in every human town and city. He now qualified to purchase a shipyard in Ocean Viewing Town. Chapter 1041, Medium Shipyard. Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin. Chapter 1041, Medium Shipyard. When Shifeng entered the town hall, there were only a few other players in the building. They were all independent players, not guild players. The lands in God's Domain's NPC cities were very expensive. Generally, only guilds could afford them. It was practically impossible to find a lone player who could afford these lands as well. However, it was a different story for NPC towns. The lands here were many times cheaper. Take Ocean Viewing Town for example. Its normal lands only cost 200 to 300 gold, while the lands around the town center cost 500 to 600 gold. Even the most expensive land, which had an excellent view of the ocean, cost around 900 gold. Generally, expert players of considerable skill could afford these lands after their Tier 2 promotion. In the past, many players who could not afford houses in NPC cities would build their houses on lands in towns with a good view or in prosperous towns, as a port town. Even without access to the Savage Wildland, Ocean Viewing Town's lands were a valuable investment. After all, as players reached higher levels, players would unlock more in-game systems in God's Domain. For example, the Maritime merchant system in God's Domain, one could earn money from other players as well as NPCs. Helping NPC merchants transport their goods was one way to do so, earning a sizable income. If one managed themselves properly, obtaining their own fleet of ships and gaining popularity among NPCs, they could make far more than expert players. This was precisely the reason that port towns had become so popular among independent players. particularly merchant players. In the past, due to such systems, even players who were weak in battle could make a living in God's domain. Sometimes, if one were lucky and encountered some miracle, one could obtain weapons and equipment that even expert players would envy. Currently, independent players capable of purchasing ocean-viewing towns' lands were either merchants with some achievement or representatives from small-scale workshops that planned to invest. When the several cloaked players, who were choosing lands, noticed Shifeng enter the building, they all turned with cautious expressions. They looked at Shifeng as if he had come to steal their prey. Suddenly, an NPC administrator in a suit and tie approached Shifeng. The NPC administrator then asked respectfully, "Lord Protector, how may I serve you today?" "I want to purchase a shipyard," Shifeng said. "All right. Please follow me to the second floor. The information regarding the available shipyards will be brought to you right away." Upon hearing Shifeng's request, the administrator led Shifeng to the second floor's lounge, showing Shifeng as much respect as the town's mayor. The several merchant players who had been wary of Shifeng were stupefied. "Who is that? Why is Administrator Joseph showing so much respect? Is he already a baron in ocean-viewing town? That can't be right. Joseph wouldn't even treat a town's baron like that." To win over Senior Administrator Joseph, they had tried all sorts of methods to raise his favorability of them. They had done so to persuade the Senior Administrator to show them more lands. Yet Senior Administrator Joseph immediately led Shifeng to the second floor. When he arrived the second floor, despite their struggles to become nobles of ocean-viewing town, they still didn't qualify to explore the second floor. These several merchant players could not help but envy Shifeng. Like anywhere else, one needed sufficient reputation to purchase ocean-viewing town's lands. Ordinary nobles had to remain on the first floor and choose from the town's most basic lands. Even then, not all ordinary lands would be available. Only by raising one's favorability with the senior administrator would the latter present more strategically situated lands. Generally, only the town's barons qualified to climb the stairs to the second floor. On the second floor, most of the town's lands were available for purchase. As a baron, one would even receive discounts. Shortly after Shifeng entered the second-floor lounge, Senior Administrator Joseph brought all documents relating to the town's shipyards. "Lord Protector, Ocean Viewing Town has a total of 6 shipyards. Here are the related documents," Joseph said as he carefully placed the documents before Shifeng. He then retreated to the side, not daring to disturb Shifeng in the slightest. 6 shipyards? Weren't there only supposed to be 5? Shifeng was somewhat surprised. He was relatively familiar with Ocean Viewing Town. In the past, he had visited the savage wildland multiple times. He could clearly remember that there had only been 5 shipyards. "Lord Protector, there were only 5 shipyards before. However, due to the Far Ocean trading firm's bad luck and recent shipwreck, the firm had been forced to sell its shipyard to recuperate financially. The firm has asked us to help sell its shipyard. The mayor has stated that if this shipyard has not sold after a month, he will take the shipyard as collateral and issue the Far Ocean trading firm a loan. I have heard that the trading firm recently built this shipyard to produce its new cargo ship," Joseph explained in detail. "New cargo ship?" Shifeng's interest was immediately piqued. Ship designs were almost as rare as fragmented legendary items. Moreover, owning a design was one thing, but producing the ship was another. Constructing a common ship wasn't a big deal. However, for high-quality ships, construction was extremely troublesome. Finding the raw materials alone was costly in both time and money. Most importantly, ship designs were similar to the Magic Tower design, in which both were limited-use items. Usually, one could construct 10 ships from one design. Even after 10 years, high-quality ships had still been considerably rare. God's domain's ocean was expansive. Moreover, many miraculous encounters and treasures were available on the ocean's islands and secret areas. Without a ship of considerable quality, death was likely when exploring the sea. Due to these 2 reasons, players in the past had been very willing to rent, even purchase, high-quality ships, even for an absurd cost. Following which, Shifeng began to browse the document. Shifeng took 10 minutes to look through all of the information. As Joseph had said, the Far Ocean trading firm had researched a new cargo ship. Although the ship was only common rank, it was 15% faster than the other 5 shipyards' cargo ships. Moreover, its carrying capacity and durability were 20% higher. Aside from bronze or higher-ranked cargo ships, this was the best choice for merchant players. The only problem was the price. Although this was a town, a shipyard was different from lands. Even a small shipyard could sell for 10,000 gold. Not to mention a recently built medium shipyard in God's domain. The size of a shipyard determined the types of ship it could construct. Not only could a medium shipyard produce small ships, but it could also construct medium ships. For example, a cargo ship was a medium ship. The Far Ocean trading firm's asking price was 30,000 gold. At this price, Shifeng could purchase 3 plots of golden land in a major city. Chapter 1042, Bronze Speedboat. Hellscythe_FluffyGoblin Chapter 1042 Bronze Speedboat. Shifeng had to admit that the Far Ocean trading firm's price was quite high normally. Medium shipyards only went for 20,000 gold. He could purchase another small shipyard with the additional 10,000 gold. 30,000 gold was almost everything Shifeng had on him. Previously, he had spent quite a bit to deal with the Dark Guilds. Afterward, he had constructed the Magic Tower, the large-scale battle arena, and hired hundreds of NPC managers. The money he earned in the past several days had vanished in an instant. Shifeng had only planned to spend 20,000 gold to buy a medium shipyard, while leaving the remaining 10,000 gold to start the Magic Tower's construction in the Town of Beginnings. Now, his plans had been disrupted. However, even if the price were high, Shifeng steeled himself to make the purchase. He had encountered a golden opportunity this time. Shifeng could clearly remember that in the past, Ocean Viewing Town only had 5 shipyards. A 6th hadn't existed. Moreover, based on Joseph's explanation, this shipyard would be available for 1 month. If a player did not purchase it within the month, this new shipyard would no longer be up for sale. In the past, players had likely missed out on this opportunity. As for the Far Ocean trading firm's recent shipwreck, in Shifeng's opinion, it was very likely due to the activation of the Savage Wildland. After the Savage Wildland activated, the nearby water became far more dangerous. If Shifeng missed this opportunity, he would not have the chance to buy it again. In the past, among the 5 shipyards available, 1 had been a medium shipyard, while the other 4 had been small shipyards. A smart guild would purchase the medium shipyard as soon as possible. This way, not only could it be used to craft small boats, which were a general means of transportation for players, but it could also craft cargo ships to do merchant work. Medium shipyards had far better facilities than their smaller brethren. The production speed medium shipyards was also 30% faster than small shipyards. Moreover, medium shipyards had a higher success rate when manufacturing small ships. With control of Ocean Viewing Town's medium shipyard, one would have control of nearly half of the town's maritime income, much less the Far Ocean trading firm's shipyard, which could produce a new kind of cargo ship. With that shipyard, Shifeng might be able to snag a share of the nearby town's market in addition to Ocean Viewing Town. Asile by the new shipyard. Then, Shifeng said softly after suppressing the excitement in his heart. Hearing this, Joseph quickly and carefully responded, "Lord Protector, as we do not own this shipyard and it has only been consigned to us, the most we can offer is a 5% discount. You will have to pay a total of 28,500 gold." A city protector's status was the equivalent of a major noble's. Even Ocean Viewing Town's mayor had to address Shifeng carefully. Shifeng was not someone a town administrator could afford to provoke. "All right, here's the money." Shifeng was not particularly surprised as he handed over the stated amount. A shipyard was not a land. Normally, a major noble would only receive a 10% discount when purchasing one. He was lucky to receive a 5% discount for a time-sensitive event like this. At the very least, he saved 1,500 gold. That was the equivalent of a poorly attributed epic item. However, he was now broke. He had less than 3,000 gold on his person. Shifeng suddenly felt as if he were drifting further and further away from his 150,000 gold target. A moment later, Senior Administrator Joseph brought Shifeng the deed to the Far Ocean shipyard. After Shifeng verified the information, he rushed to the town's port. He decided to set aside the Far Ocean shipyard's operations until Melancholic Smiles Group returned. Unlike producing weapons and equipment, which only required 1 player, the construction of even a small speedboat required 10 engineers. Medium ships required 30 to 40 engineers. Moreover, the engineers could be no lower than intermediate rank. Otherwise, the success rate would be too low, and would result in losses. It was not easy to operate a shipyard. It was not a problem that could be solved with enough money. One needed a small army of engineers. Moreover, apprentice engineers were utterly useless for this task. To run a medium shipyard smoothly, one needed at least 100 intermediate engineers. If one wanted higher production success rates, it would be best to have at least 10 advanced engineers producing the ship's core components. As for the new cargo ship the Far Ocean Shipyard had researched, it required even more than usual. The one ship required 50 intermediate engineers. In addition, the ship's core required 5 advanced engineers. Intermediate engineers did not qualify to touch the core component. Only after fulfilling these requirements could they manufacture this new cargo ship at the standard speed. Hence, Shifeng planned to wait until Melancholic Smiles Group returned. He needed 5 advanced engineers at the very least to begin the ship's construction. Otherwise, he would have to rely on small speedboats to earn money, wasting away the advantage of the new cargo ship. When he reached Ocean Viewing Town's port, Shifeng discovered many small fishing boats tied to the docks. Players could rent or purchase these boats only. They were somewhat expensive to purchase outright. Ordinary players couldn't afford them, even the crappiest fishing boat, which could only accommodate a maximum of 4 people at a time, sold for 3 gold. A fishing boat that could hold up to 6 players cost 5 gold. As for fishing boats with a small sail, their prices were even more absurd, with the most common selling for 10 gold. However, one had to admit that it was worth every coin. Fishing boats with sails were 10% faster than those without. Moreover, they possessed the passive skill, sail along the wind. Players could increase their speed by another 20% with the wind in their sails. This way, players could escape sea monsters easily, avoiding the risk of losing both their lives and their ship. Renting a boat was far cheaper than purchasing one. One was only required to pay a deposit of half the value of the boat's selling price and a 5% rental fee of once every 3 days. If the boat were damaged, players were only required to cover the repair fees. In the event that the boat was destroyed completely, however, one was required to compensate the owner in full within a fixed time. If one failed to do so, the owner would place a bounty on their head. Moreover, the bounty contract would not expire, only letting the player rest once it was fulfilled. Hence, players were extremely careful with their rentals. At the same time, if they had the money, they would just buy one. Shifeng could already see quite a few small fishing boats sailing across the ocean. These boats all carried a party of players. With a full party, players had a higher chance of surviving while they explored the islands. Players rarely explored the islands by themselves in God's domain. Small islands were like party dungeons. However, there were both good and bad small islands. If players encountered a good island, they might find a treasure chest, instantly making a fortune. If players encountered a bad island, however, they might leave with nothing. Generally, the treasure chests on a small island could range from common to dark gold rank, though the higher-ranked treasure chests had lower probabilities of appearing. Generally, players only found common and bronze treasure chests on small islands. Even so, players could still profit off of them. They were even more profitable than raiding party dungeons or questing. That was why so many independent players were willing to brave the sea after reaching the port. Shifeng did not choose to visit the boat chartering association to rent a boat. Instead, he walked towards the market beside the port. The market offered many items. NPC merchants from many countries had gathered here, offering more than those in typical NPC towns. After multiple twists and turns through the market, Shifeng finally stood before a 2-story building called Doll's Workshop. Hopefully, nobody has triggered the hidden quest yet. Shifeng inwardly prayed as he stepped into Doll's Workshop. In the past, the most famous quest in Ocean Viewing Town had been the chain quest that awarded a bronze speedboat back then. When the player had completed that quest series and received the reward, he had instantly become a target of envy. After all, most players at that time had still been renting fishing boats from NPCs. Even after guilds had purchased a small shipyard, the small ships they produced were only common rank. They could not produce bronze speedboats. After that player obtained the bronze speedboat, he had generously announced the method of triggering and completing said quest on the forums. Unfortunately, that quest was unique. After its completion, no other player could trigger the quest, much less obtain that particular reward. This quest could be triggered in Doll's Workshop. Chapter 1043 Godly Player. Among the many workshops in the port market, Doll's Workshop was not particularly eye-catching. However, it was the oldest workshop in Ocean Viewing Town, and had been created by a Grandmaster engineer. The workshop had existed for over 300 years. Logically, even if it were not famous throughout the Apocalypse Empire, a Grandmaster engineer's workshop should be the most famous in the Ocean Viewing Town. Unfortunately, Its decline due to the workshop's inheritors, worse with each generation, letting the workshop to fall into its current state. At this point, almost nobody remembered Dahl's workshop's past glory. However, the workshop's current owner was quite talented. After inheriting the engineering notes from his predecessors, he had been obsessed with researching the notes to become a master engineer. Meanwhile, the hidden quest was helping the current inheritor of Dahl's workshop, Rodney, become a master engineer. If the player succeeded, they would earn a bronze speedboat in God's domain. The value of a bronze speedboat could rival that of an epic item. A common speedboat could carry up to 2 parties of 6, and it was 20% faster than fishing boats. Moreover, it came with the accelerate skill and braving the winds and waves passive skill. Both were necessary for adventuring on the open ocean. A bronze speedboat could hold a team of 20, and its speed and durability were 15% higher than a common speedboat. A bronze speedboat also possessed offensive capabilities. In terms of life-saving capabilities, the bronze speedboat was multiple times stronger than the common speedboat. The player that had obtained the bronze speedboat had formed a relatively good maritime adventurer group and had ventured into dangerous waters that other players had not dared to explore, becoming quite famous in the Apocalypse Empire. Upon entering Dahl's workshop, Shifeng discovered several other players waiting in the basketball court-sized workshop as well. When Shifeng entered the building, these players turned to him with hostile glares. Sure enough, others have discovered it. Shifeng could not help but sigh. However, after giving it some thought, he found this outcome to be reasonable. Ocean Viewing Town might not be particularly big, but there were quite a few players who traveled here to level. Among them there was no lack of experts. It wasn't surprising that someone had discovered the hidden quest. The independent players inside the workshop were such experts. There were a total of 5 of them, and the lowest leveled among them was level 39, while the highest was a level 40 expert. These 5 people were clearly divided into 2 groups, with a level 40 ranger leading the group of 3, while a level 39 oracle traveled with 1 companion. These players all wore considerably good equipment. Despite being independent players, their equipment was all level 35 secret silver rank or above, with the majority being level 35 fine gold equipment. Their equipment could rank at the peak among independent players. Although 2 expert parties had already accepted the quest, Shifeng paid them no mind. Instead, he approached the level 70 male shopkeeper directly. "Hello. I wish to meet with your shop owner," Shifeng said. Smiling, any player could accept this hidden quest. However, only the player who helped Rodney become a master engineer would receive the final reward. The first step of the quest was to meet with Rodney. However, when Shifeng mentioned his request, the level 40 ranger snorted with amusement. Trying to meet the shop owner from the get-go was a dream. Ordinary people would assume that the male shopkeeper was an ordinary shopkeeper. In reality, however, the shopkeeper was Rodney's apprentice. If players could not get past this apprentice, they would not be allowed to meet Rodney. To meet with Rodney, they had spent 4 days gradually raising their favorability with the apprentice. Only then would the apprentice introduce them to Rodney to help fulfill the latter's wish. The moment the male shopkeeper's eyes touched upon the cloaked Shifeng, he immediately stood up and responded respectfully, "Lord Protector, I'll notify my master right away. Please wait here for a moment." The major noble of a city. Even a true master engineer had to treat someone of such stature with some form of respect, much less an advanced engineer like his master. Rodney what? How can he meet Rodney so easily? The 5 waiting players' jaws dropped before they could react. Hasty footsteps echoed from the second floor. After a short moment, a middle-aged, brawny man with disheveled hair came running down the stairs. "What? Didn't the shopkeeper say that Rodney was very busy? Crap, just who is that? Is he one of those godly players?" The 5 waiting players were stupefied. They had come to Dahl's workshop to meet with Rodney. However, as Rodney had been manufacturing an item when they had arrived, they were forced to wait in the workshop until Rodney was done. Yet after an hour, they saw no sign of the man. On the other hand, Shifeng had only spoken a sentence to summon Rodney. Upon seeing Shifeng, Rodney's serious expression transformed into respect as he said, "Lord Protector, I am Rodney, the owner of this workshop. May I know why my lord has come looking for me? I have heard that you've been trying to get promoted to a master engineer for a while. I have a method that can assist you in transitioning smoothly. May I know if you are interested?" Shifeng was not surprised by Rodney's respectful attitude. The power of an advanced title was no trifling matter. Rodney could not hope to compare to his status. Hence, there was no need to waste time on courtesy. Fawning over the NPC hearing Shifang's suggestion, Rodney's eyes immediately lit up. His excitement was obvious. Lord Protector, if you can help me with my promotion to Master Engineer, I will pay any price, Rodney answered and bowed. Anticipation filling his eyes. Becoming a Master Engineer was his lifelong wish. Moreover, he wanted to revitalize Dahl's workshop with his own hands, following which, Shifang heard the sound of a system notification system. Hidden Quest Master's Dream triggered. Quest content. Help Rodney become a Master Engineer. Rewards unknown. Let's continue our conversation upstairs. Shifang laughed. Although his quest had a different name than the one in the past, the task was the same. My lord, this way please. As soon as Rodney heard this, he led the way. That, Lord Rodney, what about us? The 5 independent players could no longer sit by. Wait there for a while. I have matters to discuss with my lord. Rodney dismissed them. Annoyed, the 5 immediately fell silent, afraid that their quest would be revoked should they anger Rodney. Just who was that? He's impressive, even when accepting a quest. It would be great if I could make his acquaintance. I wonder if this god is accepting apprentices. Although they had accepted plenty of high-ranking quests, this was the first time they saw an NPC beg a player to accept one. After reaching the 2nd floor, Shifang noticed all sorts of precious materials scattered around the hall. There were also plenty of engineering tools about. After taking a seat, Rodney asked anxiously, Lord Protector, may I know what I should do to become a Master Engineer? Chapter 1044. Promotion Condition. Despite Rodney's excitement, Shifang did not hurry to answer the brawny man's question. Rather, he observed the 2nd floor quietly. While there were various precious materials present, the place was considerably shabby. The room's mana density was too low. The environment was nothing like that of a proper workshop. Take Celiura's smithy for example. Although the woman's smithy looked shabby on the outside, numerous magic arrays coated the building's interior, constantly gathering large amounts of mana and keeping the workplace's mana density high. Yet, the 2nd floor hall of Dahl's workshop did not have any magic arrays. The density of the ambient mana in here was the same as the building's exterior. Even a player would have a difficult time gaining the promotion to Master Engineer, not to mention an NPC. Yet, despite working in such an environment, Rodney had eventually become a Master Engineer in the past. Rodney's talent was obvious back then. Aside from relying on the super rare materials players had collected, Rodney had become a Master Engineer because of his excellent engineering tools. These were similar to the hammer and flames forgers used. Despite Rodney's inheritance of Dahl's workshop, his current tools were only bronze rank. Hence, the hidden quest's final phase was to collect a set of mysterious iron engineering tools for him. To put it bluntly, Rodney's promotion to Master Engineer had taken so long despite his great talent because he was too poor. What would the deceased Grandmaster Dahl think if he learned about this? After catching a glimpse of Rodney's financial situation, Shifang shifted his gaze back to Rodney and asked seriously, Your promotion is simple, but before that, may I know if you are interested in consulting for my trading firm? In God's domain, players were allowed to hire lifestyle NPCs in the same way that they were allowed to hire NPC managers to manage their shops. Only, hiring ordinary lifestyle NPCs was not particularly worthwhile. Lifestyle NPCs' production was slower than players. Although they had slightly higher success rates when producing ordinary items which already had considerably high success rates, speed was the focus. With the few items an ordinary lifestyle NPC could produce in a day, the profits wouldn't even come close to covering the employment costs. Hence, when players hired lifestyle NPCs, they usually only hired NPC masters as they could craft rare and valuable products. The income from these products was enough to make up for the NPC's slow production speed. Unfortunately, it was extremely difficult to employ an NPC master. Every NPC master possessed status roughly on par with city's major nobles. For example, when Celiura was a master, even Weissman, White River City's Tier 4 magistrate, had to take her seriously. However, after Celiura became a Grandmaster, her status surpassed Weissman's. Even Star Moon Kingdom's king had to treat Celiura with respect. Because of this, it was extremely difficult to hire an NPC master generally. There were only 2 methods to employ such an NPC. The first method was very direct. Players simply needed to offer conditions that could even tempt NPC masters. However, very few individuals or guilds were capable of this method. The second method was to recruit and invest in a lifestyle NPC who was still at the advanced rank but had the potential to become a master. While this method was much cheaper than the first, luck would determine whether or not the NPC reached the master rank. Since Shifeng already knew Rodney's potential, he could not let this chance slip away. Whether it was manufacturing boats or the bronze engineering locomotive, a master engineer could achieve them with ease. If he had the help of an NPC like this, he could earn all the money he needed whenever he needed. Hearing Shifeng's proposal, Rodney's passionate gaze immediately cooled. Determinedly he said, "Lord Protector, as the inheritor to Dahl's workshop, my only wish is to revitalize this workshop. Please allow me to refuse your offer." "Don't be in such a hurry to refuse. I'm not asking you to join my trading firm. I just want you to help me with producing some items." Shifeng had not expected it to be that easy. Hence he took a step back and loosened his condition. "No matter how I look at it, Dahl's workshop will need a lot of money to grow strong again. I'll pay the normal employment rates even after I help with your promotion." "This," Rodney hesitated. After pondering for some time he said, "If my lord helps me become a master, I will promise to work for my lord for 3 months. How about it?" "All right then. 3 months it is." Shifeng sighed helplessly. He had to admit that Rodney was a tough nut. If he hadn't had the city protector title, Rodney probably wouldn't have even offered 3 months. However, during these 3 months, by on the holy city of Titan, the candlelight trading firm should be able to give birth to a master engineer. With Rodney's help, they could make it through the next few months, following which, Shifeng took out a set of mysterious iron engineering tools and an old design that was as large as a table. He gave Rodney the tools to ensure a high success rate with the new item's production. As for the design, it was the basic mana-gathering magic array. This was something he obtained when he had killed Stone Forest Town's ruler, Saria. When activated, this item would increase the mana density within an area of 30 by 30 yards. However, it had an operating cost of 50 magic crystals per hour, and barely 2 players had enough room to spar within its coverage. Using it to train one's combat techniques regularly was too much of a luxury. Hence, Shifeng had never bothered with it now. However, the magic array was the perfect item to make up for Rodney's poor work environment, following which, Shifeng spent 50 magic crystals to set up a basic mana-gathering magic array in the second-floor hall before using the design to activate the magic array immediately. The floor's mana density began to rise. In a short moment, the mana density surpassed that of the Divine Colosseum's Trial Tower. What a high mana density! Rodney could not help his surprise. This was the first time in his life that he had experienced such dense mana. Even a casual breath cleared his mind. He could maintain his calm and focus like never before. "Try creating something now," Shifeng said as he pointed towards the workstation a short distance away. Before this, Rodney lacked both good tools and a good environment. Now that these deficiencies had been supplemented with Rodney's talent, it was only a matter of time before he became a master engineer. "Thank you, my lord." Rodney repeatedly thanked Shifeng. He then went to his workstation and attempted to create an item. Sure enough, half an hour later, an ecstatic expression brightened Rodney's face. He had successfully created a boat's power source. When Shifeng looked at Rodney's details again, the latter's introduction text had changed from being an advanced engineer to a master engineer. Suddenly, the sound of the quest completion notification reached Shifeng's ear system. Unique quest Master's Dream completed, following which, Shifeng's experience bar increased by 15%, pushing him to 19% of level 44. The awarded EXP surpassed Shifeng's expectations. "Lord Protector, truly, thank you. I finally have the chance to revitalize Dahl's workshop. I don't have much to offer as a show of gratitude, so please, take this ancient speedboat. Lord Dahl crafted this speedboat personally, and it has always been treasured in the workshop. I hope that my lord will accept it." Rodney revealed a palm-sized glass bottle. Inside the bottle was a miniature speedboat, floating on a layer of water. Pulsating magic patterns decorated the speedboat's body. At first glance, it was obvious that the speedboat was extraordinary. Was it supposed to be bronze rank? Shifeng was thunderstruck when he saw this speedboat. He couldn't take his eyes off of it. Chapter 1045 Tyrant of the Seas. What rank is it? Shifeng had seen the awarded bronze speedboat in the past. The speedboat back then had not possessed any magic patterns, yet this one did in Shifeng's memories, Any ship that possessed magic patterns had been at least mysterious iron rank, following which, Shifeng accepted the glass bottle and checked the speedboat's attribute. Swift Dragon Speedboat, secret silver rank, an item created by a Grandmaster engineer. Maximum capacity, 30 people. Durability 500/500. Additional active skill 1 Dragon Cannon. Range 1000 yards. Deals a devastating blow to a radius of 15 yards. Cooldown, 15 seconds. Additional active skill 2 Energy Pulse. Paralyzes all enemies within 50 yards. Cooldown, 1 minute. Additional active skill 3 Accelerate. Instantly increases movement speed by 100% for 20 seconds. Cooldown 2 minutes. Additional active skill 4 Magic Barrier. Envelopes the ship in a magic barrier, granting immunity to all spells and reduces physical damage received by 60% for 10 seconds. Cooldown 30 minutes. Additional passive skill, Braving the Winds and Waves. When sailing with the wind, movement speed increased by 50%. When sailing against the wind, movement speed is unaffected, as expected of a Grandmaster's creation. Shifeng was shocked. He had seen many high-ranking speedboats before. He had even seen fine gold speedboats. However, speedboats of such rank were impossible for ordinary guilds to obtain. Only super guilds had any hope of owning their own. Meanwhile, the Swift Dragon speedboat skills was in no way inferior to fine gold speedboats in the past. The best speedboat Shadow had obtained had only been mysterious iron rank. Compared to the Swift Dragon speedboat, that speedboat was garbage. With this speedboat, even delving into dangerous sea zones could be possible. As Shifeng held the Swift Dragon speedboat, he recalled numerous islands that had been famous in the past. These islands had offered extremely abundant resources. God's Domain's sea was vast. Its islands were like secret locations or super large-scale dungeons that contained countless treasures such as ancient secret lands, treasure chests, super rare materials, and various kinds of ore. Hence, maritime exploration was no less important to the various large guilds than land exploration. However, maritime exploration was different from land exploration. Not only did maritime exploration test players' strength, but it also had stringent hardware requirements. If a player's hardware did not meet those requirements, they would not be qualified to explore dangerous waters. This was because sea monsters were different from the common monsters on land. They were not easy to defeat. Even the weakest sea monster was the equivalent of a chieftain on land. As for their HP, it was multiple times higher than land chieftains. In addition, the water greatly enhanced these sea monsters' combat power. On the other hand, players were restricted and couldn't use their full strength. As a result, even a full party of players had to flee if they encountered a common sea monster of the same level. Fortunately, there were very few sea monsters in normal sea zones. Those players weren't nearly as dangerous. In the more dangerous sea zones, sea monsters were far more common. Parties of ordinary players were guaranteed to lose their lives. At the very least, one needed a bronze speedboat to approach dangerous sea zones. This was also why he had come to Dahl's workshop. Based on Shifeng's knowledge, there was a small island hidden in a dangerous sea zone. The island contained a manatite vein. Moreover, it was a slightly rich vein. When the vein had been discovered, it had caused a commotion throughout the Apocalypse Empire, inciting a war between the Empire's various large guilds. The war then had sent tremors throughout God's Domain. After all, magic crystals were important. Regardless of the era, over 50 guilds had participated in the contest for the manatite vein, with the weakest being third-rate guilds. The war had been between 3 factions led by Battle Wolves, Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, and Miracle. The maritime battle had incurred tremendous losses for all 3, with the death toll reaching the millions. Moreover, these were not the deaths of ordinary players but guild elites. Currently, God's Domain had only launched a short time ago. It was still impossible for current players to reach that island. Hence, before completing the hidden quest, Shifeng had planned to try traveling there. If he succeeded and claimed the manatite vein, the development issues that would plague his future city would vanish. One could not complete a city by simply constructing an empty shell. The money and resources involved in a city's operation were astronomical. Even super guilds could barely afford to run a city, much less the current Zero Wing. The most important resource, of course, was the mana crystal. Unlike the magic tower, whose daily operation only cost 500 magic crystals, the mana tower cost 4,000 magic crystals each day. There were also many other establishments that required magic crystals as a power source. Now that the town's safety had been dealt with, He had to deal with the city's construction and developmental problems. He needed to claim a manatite vein originally. Shifeng had not been particularly confident of reaching the island. Now that he had the Swift Dragon speedboat, however, his confidence grew, following which, Shifeng signed a contract with Rodney, stipulating that Rodney would work for Shifeng for 3 months. The first task he assigned the master engineer was to construct the power source of his shipyard's new cargo ship. After settling his affairs with Rodney, Shifeng left Dahl's workshop and prepared to make a trip to the savage wildland. As soon as Shifeng reached the docks, he discovered many players shouting to form parties for waiting for 2. "We already have a boat ready. The route is guaranteed to be safe. We'll set off once we have 2 powerful level 39 DPS. Requesting companions to rent a boat together. Level 37 cleric looking for a party. Level 39 powerful MT looking for a strong party." Oh, hundreds of players were trying to form parties. The scene was quite lively. Moreover, their requirements were high. This was nothing like White River City's party-forming area. Most of these parties were looking for players level 39 or above. Moreover, members must have secret silver rank equipment or above. Fellow brother, are you looking to sail? Since you are alone, why don't you join our party? Once we reach an island, we'll split the items equally. As Shifeng was walking towards the sea, a level 40 male elementalist suddenly approached and sent him an invitation. Although Shifeng wore a black cloak, he had used the demon mask to adjust his appearance and displayed himself as a level 40 swordsman. Even among this crowd, players who had reached this level were rare. Originally, Shifeng had thought of rejecting the invitation. However, when his eyes landed upon this male elementalist's name, a surprised expression briefly appeared on his face. Hovering Feather. In the past, everyone in the Apocalypse Empire had known this name. He had been known as the Tyrant of the Seas. Although he had only been a Tier 5 Grand Wizard during his peak, even Tier 6 God rank players tried not to provoke him. It had all been due to this man's ownership of 2 legendary items. Tier 6 God rank players had been no match for him, particularly out at sea. Chapter 1046 Ancient Ruins. Shifeng had heard about many of Hovering Feather's miraculous deeds during God's Domain's early stages. Hovering Feather had been an independent player. By relying on his extraordinary strength and luck, he formed a considerably powerful adventurer team. However, for some unknown reason, he had provoked the Super First-Rate Guild, Miracle. As a Super First-Rate Guild and one of the Apocalypse Empire's 3 major powers, it would be a piece of cake to eliminate a single adventurer team. Sure enough, without any suspense, Hovering Feather and his team had been massacred. However, as if he were blessed by heaven, Hovering Feather had obtained a fragmented legendary item while exploring an island. This boosted his strength. In addition to the fact that he was an independent player, making him very difficult to track, even Miracle's experts had not been able to do anything to the man. Despite the guild having dispatched its apex experts numerous times, not only had they allowed Hovering Feather to escape every time, but the latter had also caused some damage. As Hovering Feather had risen to prominence in the Apocalypse Empire, one of his fellow brothers had sold him out and given his coordinates to Miracle. In the end, he had been surrounded, and the guild's experts had killed him. Not only had he lost his fragmented legendary item, but he had also lost nearly half of his equipment, decreasing his strength sharply. He lost the strength to contend with Miracle. As for the brother that had betrayed him, he had joined Miracle officially and became one of its core members. On the other hand, Hovering Feather's life in God's Domain had hit rock bottom. Everyone had assumed that Hovering Feather had been finished. However, sometime later, the Elementalist had appeared in the public eye once again. Moreover, his strength had undergone an earth-shattering transformation, as he managed to defeat over a dozen apex experts from Miracle in a row, instantly becoming famous throughout God's Domain. This incident had enraged Miracle. In response, the guild had dispatched a party led personally by an old monster to annihilate Hovering Feather. Yet no one had expected Hovering Feather to survive and escape from the old monster's pursuit. However, this incident was precisely the reason that everyone had learned about Hovering Feather's secret. It turned out that, while the Elementalist had hidden from the public eye, he had come across a legendary item. It was this legendary item that had allowed Hovering Feather to escape the old monster. Afterward, Hovering Feather had learned how to play wisely. He would not ashore unless absolutely necessary, practically living out his time in God's Domain out at sea. The sea was both vast and extremely dangerous. Even Miracle could not reach the Elementalist sometime later. The Battle Wolves took a fancy on Hovering Feather's potential and extended an olive branch. To exact his revenge on Miracle, Hovering Feather agreed to join Battle Wolves and became one of the Super Guild's mainstays. In the end, he had harassed and caused Miracle plenty of trouble during the Guild's maritime exploration. Many independent players had lauded Hovering Feather's exploits as classics in God's Domain. Shifeng then glanced at the 4 players watching Hovering Feather from a distance. Among these 4 players, the lowest leveled was a level 38 Oracle, while the other 3 were all level 39 players. Including a level 40 Elementalist like Hovering Feather, the party was quite strong. Which island are you guys heading to? Shifeng asked. Based on the previous timeline, Hovering Feather should only be starting to form his adventurer team right about now. Although it was somewhat difficult to rope him into Zero Wing, there was no harm in getting acquainted. If his route happened to pass by Hovering Feather's destination, he could let the Elementalist party tag along. Our destination is the distant Golden Sands Archipelago. Although the way there is somewhat dangerous, very few players have headed that way. The resources are still abundant. Even if we don't find treasure chests or special party dungeons, we can harvest quite a lot of materials for money. As for the route to the archipelago, our party already has a safe route from the secret pavilion. As long as we are careful, nothing will happen on our way. Hovering Feather explained quickly when he noticed Shifeng's interest, the Golden Sands Archipelago. Surprise flashed in Shifeng's eyes as he looked at Hovering Feather. Shifeng had visited the Golden Sands Archipelago in the past. The archipelago was a medium-sized island and only a short distance away from the savage wildland. The archipelago was also very close to a dangerous sea zone. With players' current standards, the trip was very risky. However, Hovering Feather's achievements in the past had most likely been closely related to this risk-taking behavior. Had he played God's Domain like other ordinary players and only operated around the islands close to Ocean Viewing Town, he'd have to be absurdly lucky to achieve any notable feats. Risk and opportunity came hand in hand when exploring the sea. Meanwhile, the Golden Sands Archipelago included considerably resource-rich islands. The most famous were the ancient ruins in the archipelago's core. There was a mysterious merchant inside these ancient ruins. Every week, this merchant would sell rare items. If one were lucky, they might even find the merchant while he had epic items for sale. However, the only form of currency this merchant accepted was magic crystals. Moreover, the conversion rate was not even half of the market price, making the exchange not worthwhile. Although the merchant sometimes sold items that were worth the harsh prices, Shifeng had planned to make a trip to the Golden Sands Archipelago after he finished constructing the magic tower. However, making a trip to the archipelago before heading to the savage wildland wouldn't be a bad idea. Either I can tag along with you. However, after we arrive at the location, I want to go off on my own. Will that be alright? Shifeng asked after giving the matter some thought. Hovering Feather nodded and said, I have no issues with it. In reality, reaching the destination safely by working together was the purpose of forming parties before a voyage. As for whether the party disbanded or not afterward, that was not important. After all, players could simply use the return scroll to teleport back to town, following which, Hovering Feather led Shifeng to convene with his other party members and introduced everyone. Currently, Shifeng did nothing to disguise his name. He simply used his ID of Yifeng. His name might be famous in Star Moon Kingdom, but in the Apocalypse Empire, no one knew it, aside from the major powers experts or first-rate guild's upper echelons. Hence, Shifeng did not bother to mask his name. Leader, you really are impressive. You even convinced a level 40 expert to join us. With this, we'll be much safer out at sea. A female oracle sporting a ponytail joyfully praised the man. The other 3 members also welcomed Shifeng's participation among the players forming parties on the docks. The majority consisted of level 39 players, while level 40 players were extremely rare. Once players reached level 40, they could equip level 40 equipment. In terms of basic attributes, level 39 players were inferior to level 40 players by a large margin. If a party had a level 40 player, it would increase the party's overall strength significantly. With 2 level 40 players, even if they encountered a common sea monster, they could buy enough time to escape. With this, their party would have a much higher chance. The Golden Sands Archipelago alive. Since everyone's here, let's rent a boat. I suggest we rent a fishing boat with sails. We encountered a sea monster the last time went out on a boat without a sail. If not for our scapegoat, we would have shipwrecked. If we choose a smaller boat this time with my current reputation, we should be able to rent a boat for 4 gold. Since you're as willing to sail with us, Brother Yifeng, you don't need to pay for the deposit or rental fee. Hovering Feather said nobody in the party had any issues with Hovering Feather's proposal. In Ocean Viewing Town, those who reached level 40 were extremely powerful experts. Normally, convincing such an expert to join their party was nearly impossible. How could they possibly ask Shifeng to pay for the boat rental as well? As Hovering Feather was about to rent a boat, Shifeng stopped him and said, "Please wait a minute. I have a boat, so we don't need to waste money renting one." Chapter 1047 Empire's Focus. You have a boat? Hovering Feather asked, slightly surprised. Like mounts, boats were considered luxury items currently. An independent expert would be lucky if they had 1 or 2 gold coins on them. The better equipment an expert wore, the more costly their repair fees would be. Naturally, their expenditures were higher than other players as well. Moreover, there were concerns such as potions and scrolls. In the end, it wasn't easy to save a lot of money. Hence, in Ocean Viewing Town, despite some players having reached level 40, they could not afford to buy a common mount. Hovering Feather had wanted to form an adventurer team for a while now. He had also been quite lucky recently, having found several treasure chests in a row. After selling his harvest, he had quite a bit of spare money on hand, so he planned to splurge a little today and rent a fishing boat with sails. He had never imagined that Shifeng was rich enough to own his own boat. Leader, you've really found us an expert. We got really lucky this time. I wonder when our adventurer team will have our own boat? If we had one, we could reduce our costs when we go adventuring. The party members turned to Shifeng enviously. Following which, under Shifeng's lead, the party reached a slightly less populated section of the portus. Everyone wondered why Shifeng had moved them so far away. Shifeng retrieved the glass bottle containing the Swift Dragon Speedboat from his bag. He then began to chant an incantation to release the speedboat. A dark mist began to flow out of the glass bottle. Hovering Feather and the others' eyes nearly fell from their sockets as they watched. Generally, the mist from glass bottles holding ordinary fishing boats only expanded to about 10 yards. Even if it were a slightly larger fishing boat, the mist would at most expand 20 yards, yet the mist from Shifeng's bottle stretched out over a full 40 yards. That was double the size of Ocean Viewing Town's best fishing boat. I'm not seeing things, right? This is a speedboat. It looks so cool. Look at the ship's bow. It even has a cannon. Crap, the entire ship's covered in magic patterns. That's not right. Even the high-ranking speedboats I saw NPCs use didn't have magic patterns. Hovering Feather and the others were captivated by the Swift Dragon Speedboat's elegance. Let's go. Shifeng was quite satisfied with his speedboat. The Swift Dragon Speedboat had a streamlined appearance. Faint lights also circled its hull. It was the most elegant speedboat Shifeng had ever seen. Moreover, its engine was made of 2 parts. Without the engine, it relied on the wind in its sails. If he were not satisfied with the boat's speed, he could use magic crystals as a power source to gain more speed. However, this mode cost 1 magic crystal per 10 minutes, which was the equivalent of 25 silver every 10 minutes. That was practically a day's income for an ordinary expert. When Shifeng finished admiring his speedboat, he led the party to the boat's deck. As Shifeng released the Swift Dragon Speedboat, the distant passers-by were stupefied. What kind of boat is that? Could some Super Guild's expert team have come to our Ocean Viewing Town? That boat looks amazing. I wonder which Apex Adventurer team that is. I have to join them. Swiftly, word of the Swift Dragon Speedboat caused a commotion throughout Ocean Viewing Town. Upon hearing this news, members of the various adventurer teams and guilds began to ask around for information on the speedboat. When players began to approach to take a closer look, Shifeng activated the vessel. The magic patterns around the boat's hull emitted a light blue glow. As if a sharp sword had pierced the seawater, it parted away from the speedboat. Following which, the Swift Dragon Speedboat began to move as a gust of wind blew by. Compared to the Swift Dragon Speedboat's movement speed, the fishing boats with sails looked like snails. In the blink of an eye, the secret silver speedboat passed these fishing boats, no slower than bronze mounts on land. Rapidly, the Swift Dragon Speedboat grew smaller in everyone's view before disappearing as if it had never graced Ocean Viewing Town. Ascended a little too fast. My eyes aren't playing tricks on me, right? How can a boat be that fast? Don't tell me we've encountered the legendary ghost ship? That shouldn't be it. I saw a few players boarding the ship a moment ago. It must be a speedboat that some god-ranked experts own. I wish I had a speedboat. I'd buy one even if I had to go bankrupt. With your pocket change, you can't afford that boat's rudder, much less the entire thing. The players on the docks gaped as they watched the Swift Dragon speedboat disappear, shuddering with an indescribable excitement at the same time. News of the Swift Dragon speedboat had spread to the ears of the various large guilds' upper echelons in the Apocalypse Empire. A high-ranking speedboat? Find a way to contact the owner immediately. Our guild must have that speedboat. Almost every upper echelon of the various guilds gave out the command to find the speedboat's owner. The resources on God's Domain's islands and sea were far more abundant on land. However, exploring the ocean was too difficult. This difficulty wasn't due to players' lack of strength, but their ship's lack of strength. Fishing boats couldn't contend with sea monsters. It was even more impossible to rely on fishing boats to plunder treasures in dangerous sea zones. However, it would be a different story if their guilds had a high-ranking speedboat. If they formed a team of experts to explore with said speedboat, their harvest could be even greater than raiding large-scale team dungeons. Unlike islands, large-scale team dungeons had a cooldown once they were raided. Moreover, players needed far more time to explore and raid large-scale team dungeons. Now that income from dungeons had hit a bottleneck, the Apocalypse Empire's various large guilds needed to transition their development towards the sea. Big Sis Rain, news just came in. It seems that a high-ranking speedboat has been sighted in Ocean Viewing Town. Moreover, it seems that the speedboat is of an even higher rank than NPCs. Upon receiving this news, Blue Phoenix contacted Phoenix Rain immediately. She also forwarded the images and videos of the Swift Dragon speedboat. Upon seeing the video, Phoenix Rain's expression turned serious due to the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion ownership of the Town of Beginnings. The pavilion had begun placing greater importance on maritime exploration. Phoenix Rain had seen plenty of speedboats on the ocean. However, those speedboats were nowhere near as fast as this Blue. Begin an investigation on that boat immediately. While you're at it, spread word that the pavilion is willing to purchase that speedboat for a high price. Phoenix Rain commanded, "I'll get it done right away." Blue Phoenix nodded repeatedly. Interesting. If Miracle has this speedboat, we can complete our quest in that dangerous sea zone. Send someone to Ocean Viewing Town. Find a way to get that speedboat. Use whatever means necessary. A man in his 50s growled, although this man was already in his 50s and looked as if he had survived many of life's vicissitudes. His body radiated a frightening aura that caused the level 40 Apex experts around him to shudder involuntarily. These experts lowered their heads, not daring to make eye contact. "Vice Guild Leader, please rest assured. We will complete this task," the several Apex experts declared. While Shifeng sailed towards the Golden Sands archipelago, without his knowledge, he had become a focus in the Apocalypse Empire. Practically every guild in the Empire discussed his Swift Dragon speedboat. The Swift Dragon speedboat really is fast. This should have been close to a 20-hour journey. Now we can reach the archipelago in 5 hours. I wonder how fast this boat moves if I spin magic crystals? Shock-filled Shifeng's heard as he watched the outline of the Golden Sands archipelago appear on the horizon. Chapter 1048. Expanding into the Apocalypse Empire. Hellscythe_VampireCat Chapter 1048. Expanding into the Apocalypse Empire. So fast. Hovering Feather could not help but rub his eyes as he looked at the massive mountain range in the distance. He found it hard to believe what he was seeing was true, although he could tell from the strong winds pushing against his face that the Swift Dragon speedboat was moving rapidly. He never imagined that the speedboat would actually be this fast. It was definitely much faster than the fishing boats they had used before. Time was money. This was a saying that the gnomes of God's Domain loved saying the most. This saying was perfectly appropriate for adventurer teams like theirs, which made a living on the seas. Ordinary players might not understand this, but as a veteran player who frequently fought on the seas, Hovering Feather was quite aware of the terrifying consequences this sort of time savings could bring. Many islands possessed extremely abundant resources. Even the high-resource maps on dry land could not compare. However, they had a very severe drawback. The journey to these islands was simply too time-consuming. Generally, players could remain in God's Domain for only 30 hours or so and use the rest of the time for work, studies, and such activities in the real world. On land, Guild players might need only 5 or 6 hours to travel to a high-resource map to level up. Afterwards, they would have over 20 hours to spend grinding at the map before having to return to a city to rest. On the other hand, Maritime players usually spent around 20 hours just searching for a high-resource island, leaving only 10 hours to grind monsters yet. Despite this gap in actual grinding time, Maritime players still managed to keep up with Guild players' levels. One could see just how effective it was to level up on high-resource islands. Meanwhile, players could also come across rare materials and good weapons and equipment more readily on high-resource islands. If one's travel time at sea got shortened to around 5 hours only, they could spend over 20 hours grinding on a high-resource island. With this, their leveling speed would be 2 or 3 times faster than that of players grinding at high-resource maps on land, 2 to 3 times the leveling speed of Guild players. Just thinking about it excited Hovering Feather. At that time, it would be child's play to overtake the leveling maniacs on the Apocalypse Empire's ranking list. For now, though, he merely fantasized about this situation. An item like the Swift Dragon Speedboat was simply too rare. It was not an item he could get his hands on. Just who is he? Hovering Feather could not help turning to look at Shifeng and gulping at this moment. Even if he was a fool, he could tell that his party had encountered a true expert. Otherwise, how could Shifeng possibly possess such a powerful speedboat? Hovering Feather wasn't the only one who realized this problem. The other members of his party had likewise come to a similar appreciation. So this is a real expert. I've always thought that such experts were arrogant and aloof bastards. I never thought that experts were actually such approachable people. I wonder if he has a girlfriend already. I want to introduce him to my younger sister. What? You have a younger sister? Why don't I know about this? What kind of friend are you? We've known each other for so long, yet you didn't even introduce her to a handsome man like myself. Scram. Although she isn't related to me by blood, I can't possibly push her into a pit of fire. Alright, enough. Be serious. The expert is walking over. Only after Hovering Feather interrupted their hushed discussion did everyone notice that Shifeng had already walked over to them at this moment. When they looked at Shifeng again, they suddenly felt that Shifeng's figure seemed bigger than before. They also felt a heavy pressure bearing down on their bodies. We've arrived. I had a very good time chatting with you all during the journey. However, I still have some matters I need to attend to, so let's part ways here, Shifeng said. He could not help but smile as he looked at everyone suddenly taking a cautious attitude towards him on their way here. They had not encountered any danger. Even when they met with sea monsters, it took very little effort to shake off the monsters with the Swift Dragon Speedboat speed. Hence, during their 5-hour journey, they had mainly been chatting and joking with each other through their conversations. Shifeng had also learned much about the Apocalypse Empire. The information that interested him the most was the Empire's maritime situation in the past. As he mainly operated around Star Moon Kingdom, he did not know much about the Apocalypse Empire, particularly the Empire's current state of affairs. The Apocalypse Empire was a coastal country. Its development path was slightly different from Star Moon Kingdom's, which mainly focused on land. This divergence was considerably beneficial during the mid-late stage of God's Domain. After the game entered its mid-late stage, the competition on land became increasingly intense. The reason for this was the sheer scarcity of high-level maps. Moreover, high-level maps were usually located at the borders between countries, prompting the guilds of various countries to wage war for resources. With so many guilds fighting over a limited number of maps, one could just imagine how little resources each guild could obtain. However, it was a different story for the sea. There were far more islands than there were players and guilds to occupy and harvest them. For coastal countries that had long since developed their maritime power, gaining a large amount of resources and continuously improving their own guilds did not take much effort. As for guilds that realized this only then, how could they possibly contend against these coastal guilds? Hence, it was extremely important for Zero Wing to develop its strength at sea. However, developing a guild's maritime power was not an easy task. This endeavor required massive amounts of resources and manpower. At the same time, said guild also needed to have territory along the coast. The Apocalypse Empire had a total of 26 NPC coastal towns and cities. Of these, 3 were cities, while the remaining 23 were towns. Ocean Viewing Town was the most inconspicuous one. The 3 major powers of the Empire had already claimed the 3 coastal cities, leaving no room for other guilds to intervene. Fortunately, These three major powers did not pay much attention to the 23 coastal towns. Although other large guilds were contesting for control over these towns, it was not entirely impossible for Zero Wing to try and get a share of the pie from Hovering Feather and his party members' conversations. Shi Feng had found out that 6 of the 23 towns remained ownerless. Hence, he decided to have Immortal Light, Zero Wing's subordinate guild, come and develop at these towns in any case. Sind Heart, the guild leader of Immortal Light, had yet to decide where he would develop his guild next. Hence, he might as well serve as Zero Wing's spearhead if Zero Wing abruptly expanded its influence into these towns. It would no doubt attract the attention of the three major powers. In that case, even before Zero Wing could start developing, it would have already been squeezed to death. However, Immortal Light was different. It was a small guild that was not even considered a third-rate guild. None of the local large guilds would pay attention to it if it expanded into these towns. As for the three major powers, Immortal Light's existence was no different from heir to them with Zero Wing's current foundations. It was definitely possible to let Immortal Light take advantage of the situation if Immortal Light could establish its roots at these coastal towns. Its presence would be of great help to Zero Wing's development in the future afterwards. Shi Feng added Hovering Feather and the others as friends. He also mentioned to them that he was willing to purchase any rare materials the party found for a high price. He was even willing to exchange using high-quality weapons and equipment. This offer fanned Hovering Feather's gratitude towards him. To independent players like them, the most difficult things to obtain were high-quality weapons and equipment. If they had these things, their adventurer team would have a much easier time developing in the future. After parting ways with Hovering Feather's party, Shi Feng found a deserted location and used the 7 Luminaries Ring space movement. In the blink of an eye, he arrived before a small cabin beside a lake. This mundane cabin was none other than the most famous Golden Sands exchange shop. Located in ancient ruins in the Golden Sands archipelago's core area in the past, this place had been crowded with players. Practically every large guild in the Apocalypse Empire would send people over daily to snatch up any rare items in the exchange shop as soon as they appeared. Now, however, there was nobody here to compete with Shi Feng over these rare items. He could take his sweet time making his picks just as Shi Feng's hand grasped the handlebar and was about to push the cabin's door open. The sound of a system notification entered his ear system. Congratulations! You are the first person to have discovered the Golden Sands exchange shop. Do you wish to pay 10,000 magic crystals to become a member of the exchange shop? Chapter 1049. Popular Battle Arena. Hellscythe_VampireCat Chapter 1049. Popular Battle Arena. Become a member? Shi Feng's eyes immediately lit up with joy when he received this notification. The exchange shop operated by its mysterious merchant had 2 modes of exchange. One mode was available to all players. The other mode was limited to members of the exchange shop. In the past, Shi Feng had yearned to become a member of the shop. Unfortunately, obtaining membership was not that easy. Based on his understanding, there were 2 ways to become a member of the exchange shop. The first one was very normal, and that was to achieve a certain number of transactions and trade volume with the exchange shop. One needed to make 30 consecutive transactions with the shop as well as attain a total trade volume of 5 million magic crystals. The number of transactions was not calculated based on the number of exchanges made, but on the number of times the Golden Sands exchange shop refreshed its stock. The exchange shop would only refresh its stock of rare items once a week. In other words, one needed to visit the shop for 30 weeks in a row and make a huge purchase every week. If one were to stop even once midway, their count would have to start all over again. However, the number of transactions was only secondary. The key point was that the required trade volume was ridiculous in reality. Even if a player visited the exchange shop 30 times in a row and purchased plenty of items on every visit, they would still have great difficulty achieving the required trade volume. This was true even when they encountered valuable items up for exchange. There also weren't a lot of useful items up for exchange in the shop. Hence, unless one was willing to take a loss and purchase useless items at above market price, it was practically impossible to achieve the required trade volume. Moreover, magic crystals were a strategic resource to guilds. It would be foolish to spend them wastefully. Hence, Shi Feng had never managed to become a shop member in the past. The other method to become a member was through killing the boss monsters inside the ancient ruins, which had a chance of dropping fragments of an ancient stone tablet. If one could complete a set of the fragments and hand it over to the mysterious merchant, One would likewise become a member of the exchange shop only. The drop rate for the tablet fragments was criminally low. In addition, there were very few bosses in the ancient ruins. The time they took to respawn was also very long. It was practically impossible for an ordinary large guild to gather enough fragments to complete a set. Shurfong could still clearly remember that in the past, a single tablet fragment had been worth at least 1,000 gold. Even so, the supply was far from enough to meet the demand. As long as a tablet fragment went up for sale, the various large guilds would buy it almost instantly. So there's also such a benefit for the first person to discover the exchange shop. Luckily, I came here before anyone else did. Shurfong inwardly celebrated. Players who became a member of the Golden Sands exchange shop would enjoy very excellent benefits. The first benefit was that members were allowed to enter the second floor of the exchange shop in exchange for the items. Therefore, the second benefit, members would receive a 20% discount on all items on the first floor. For the third benefit, members would receive a teleportation crystal. In the future, they would no longer need to waste time traveling to the shop. Instead, they could teleport directly to it. Though the crystal had a cooldown of 12 hours, it would still provide great convenience. It could also help players travel quickly to the Golden Sands archipelago, allowing much more time for players to spend on leveling up, following which, Shurfong clicked agree to become a member of the exchange shop system. You do not have the required number of magic crystals. You have 48 hours to collect 10,000 magic crystals. If you are unable to collect them in time, it will be considered as you forfeiting this opportunity. What a short time limit. Shurfong smiled bitterly. Currently, Zero Wing's income for magic crystals was indeed considerable. However, its expenditure of the precious resource was also very high. He had prepared only 3,000 magic crystals for the trip this time. Having no other choice, Shurfong took out the Abyss Pendant and set a teleportation marker in front of the small cabin. He then took out a guild transfer scroll and activated it. Along with a white flash, Shurfong disappeared from the Golden Sands archipelago. Star Moon Kingdom, Stone Forest Town, Zero Wing's residence. Why are there so many players here? Shurfong was surprised by the crowd of members in the main hall. Currently, Zero Wing's residence was extraordinarily lively. Normally, there would only be several hundred guild members lurking around the first floor hall. Now, however, Shurfong could see more than 1,000 present. Today's PvP match was awesome. Since coming into the game, this is the first time I've managed to achieve such a high standard with my techniques. I know, right? If I could spar at the battle arena for a few more hours every day, it won't be long before I can give the Trial Tower's 4th floor a try. At that time, I'll become an elite member of the guild and receive a 20% discount when I visit the battle arena. Forget about it. Didn't you see how many players were crowding into the battle arena today? If not for us being Zero Wing members, we wouldn't get a turn even after queuing up for a day. And you want to fight several times a day? Didn't you notice the looks those independent players were giving us when we entered the combat room? If looks could kill, we would have died multiple times back there. I was just thinking about it. I wonder when our guild will occupy another town? It'd be fine even if the town's surrounding environment is poor. As long as the guild sets up another battle arena there, we would be able to have some fun there too every day. Oh, guild members were chatting merrily in the main hall. When they spoke about the battle arena, their eyes sparkled with excitement. They could not help but wish they could spend more time training there. Unfortunately, there were simply too many players trying to get into the establishment. Hence, the battle arena had limited every player's usage of its combat rooms to no more than 1 hour per day. Moreover, the original price of 1 silver per hour had also risen to 2 silver per hour. Even so, an endless number of players still waited to enter the battle arena. There just was not enough combat rooms to go around. This situation relieved Shurfong. He could not help but admit that the battle arena was worth every coin he spent on it, even without him doing anything. The advanced NPC managers would automatically deal with everything related to the battle arena. For example, the NPC managers would make adjustments to the pricing based on market conditions. Moreover, they would also provide corresponding preferential treatment to Zero Wings members. The NPCs had even set up a membership system for the battle arena. Those who became a member of the arena would enjoy priority entry into the establishment. They would also receive discounts on their expenditures. Meanwhile, in order to become a member of the battle arena, one needed to pay a registration fee of 100 magic crystals, which was non-refundable. If one wanted to get back their magic crystals, they could only do so by buying each crystal back for 20 silver personally. Shifeng felt that the membership fee of 100 magic crystals was a little too steep. However, the NPC managers had obviously done their market research because after they promulgated this rule, over 100 players had promptly registered to become members. At this point, the battle arena already had over 300 members. Just like the treatment that the normal members of Zero Wing received, these arena members had priority in entering combat rooms. At the same time, they also enjoyed a 10% discount when using the establishment services due to this benefit. The number of players trying to join Zero Wing had also exploded currently. Word had already gone around that becoming a member of Zero Wing was equivalent to gaining 100 magic crystals. No other guild could offer this treatment. If one managed to become an elite member, the treatment they received was even more amazing. Not only did they receive a 20% discount, but they also received even greater priority in entering combat rooms. Just as Shifeng stepped out of the residence's main entrance to take a look at today's magic crystal income, a notification came from the system informing him that he had received a message. Seems they're finally unable to continue sitting still. Shifeng's lips curled up into a smile as he read the message. Chapter 1050 Town's Frightening Transformation. Hellscythe_Vampire Cat Chapter 1050 Town's Frightening Transformation. Stone Forest Town. Blue Moon High-Class Bar. As the only high-class bar in Stone Forest Town, the Blue Moon High-Class Bar hardly had any ordinary players patronizing it for entertainment as the prices here were extremely high. Generally, only wealthy elite players would come here occasionally now that Stone Forest Town's player population had skyrocketed. Even the high-class bar was not spared from the traffic increase. However, compared to the ordinary bars in town, the Blue Moon was still a quiet establishment with few customers. Just as the elite players inside the Blue Moon were excitedly discussing the newly opened battle arena in Stone Forest Town, two people, a man and a woman, suddenly entered the high-class bar. The instant these two people appeared, the entire building fell silent. Everyone's eyes focused on this pair of the two. The man was level 41. The equipment he wore actually gave off the glowing effect unique to epic items. A dazzling sight to elite players, however. The more eye-catching one between these two people would still have to be the heavenly beauty standing beside the man. Although the woman wore blood-red armor, the armor itself failed to conceal her perfect and enchanting curves. Just looking at her body could cause one to fall into a reverie. She had a delicate, oval face and beautiful eyes. Every one of her movements also exuded a natural elegance. In addition, she carried a long sword that radiated a golden glow on her back. No one in the room could pull their gaze away from her. Who is that beauty? Why don't we go get acquainted with her? Shoo! Speak softer. To think that you guys actually dare have designs on her. Are you all tired of living? We're just going to make her acquaintance. Is there a need to be so careful? Do you know her? Who is she? Do you not see the guild emblem she is wearing? That's the secret pavilion's emblem. Her name is Purple Jade. She is one of the pavilion's top experts and has been named a peerless genius by the pavilion. I heard that she managed to defeat Sacred Temple's Swordmeister, Ruthless Sky, a few days ago. Apparently, her next challenge is Miracle's Sword Freak, Miracle Dragon. Why is a genius like her here? Who knows? Maybe she's here to experience the battle arena. The players in the hall began discussing Purple Jade, who had suddenly appeared. As for Yuan Tiexin, who stood beside her, he got ignored by everyone. After all, the feat of defeating the Swordmeister Ruthless Sky was simply too amazing. The Sacred Temple was a super guild. Meanwhile, Ruthless Sky was an expert who had been famous for many years now. Practically nobody in the virtual gaming world was unaware of him. Nevertheless, this young and peerless beauty actually defeated such an expert. This news was far more shocking than if Ruthless Sky had lost to some random nobody. After taking a look around the room, Yuan Tiexin could not help but shake his head and chuckle as he said, "There are too many people here. Let's go upstairs." Purple Jade simply gave a silent nod in response. As for the gazes everyone inside the bar was directing at her, she paid no attention to them whatsoever. Or to put it in another way, she had long since learned to treat these players as air. After all, she had become the secret pavilion's most dazzling star the moment she joined the pavilion. Normally, there was not a single moment when she was not under close observation. She had grown used to receiving such gazes long ago. Stone Forest Town really is becoming increasingly amazing. I never thought that even a genius from the secret pavilion would come here. I know, right? Just a while ago, I saw several well-known experts of Star Moon Kingdom inside the battle arena. I'm betting that it won't be long before Stone Forest Town becomes the gathering place of expert players. I've decided. From now on, Stone Forest Town will be my main base of operations. I wonder when Stone Forest Town will sell personal houses? Even if I have to bankrupt myself, I must buy one. Stop dreaming. If Stone Forest Town really starts selling houses right now, those experts would buy them up in an instant. I heard that if you want to obtain a personal house in Stone Forest Town, there is currently only one way to do so, and that is by participating in the Battle Arenas tournament. As long as you rank within the top 5 of the 4th floor tournament, you'll get to enter the 5th floor and receive a personal room. Also, I heard that if you rank within the top 10 on the 5th floor, you'll even receive a personal advanced combat room. You don't need to tell me that. I've long since signed up for that tournament. Only the registration fee is somewhat steep. It actually costs me half a magic crystal. If I can't survive 3 rounds, I won't even get to earn back my registration fee. Hehe. I'm not aiming high. I'll be happy as long as I can survive 5 rounds and earn some money. As for reaching the top 5, I don't even dare think about it. Most likely, only those famous experts in the kingdom will be able to fight for those positions. Players like us have no chance at all. While everyone was raving about the battle arena, Yuan Tiexin, who walked by them, could not help but sigh inwardly when he overheard their conversation. A somber expression on his face compared to ordinary players, he was much more informed about Stone Forest Town's situation currently. Even ordinary players were optimistic about Stone Forest Town's prospects. One could just imagine how much development potential the town had some time ago. Stone Forest Town's value was nothing to the secret pavilion. However, due to the construction of the Magic Tower as well as the increasingly popular battle arena, the town now had an immeasurable future. Even Yuan Tiexin had to admit that. Hence, he and Purple Jade had also come to Stone Forest Town. Despite their having been gone for only a few days, Stone Forest Town had undergone an earth-shaking transformation. Even he had received a fright when he arrived in town just now. Practically all the players roaming the streets were at the standard of elite players. Among them were many level 38 and level 39 experts. At this stage of the game, this was a scene that could only be found in the imperial capitals of empires, yet such a scene had now appeared in a player-owned town. Yuan Tiexin found this situation utterly inconceivable. Yuan Tiexin could already tell that a lot of experts would definitely be gathering at Stone Forest Town in the future. He had to admit that Zero Wing was truly wise to construct the battle arena. Not only could the guild earn magic crystals this way, but this method also allowed the guild to recruit expert players more easily. In addition, the battle arena had attracted many elite players to join Zero Wing. This was practically killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Right now, even the secret pavilion was incapable of such a feat. Uncle Yuan, do you think Zero Wing will really agree to the guild leader's conditions? Purple Jade asked curiously as she looked at Yuan Tiexin. Relax. Since the guild leader has already said so, he naturally is confident, Yuan Tiexin said, chuckling. Moreover, I don't think Zero Wing will refuse the offer either. It is indeed true that Zero Wing has grown a lot stronger. However, its foundations are still too poor. Not to mention, the Blackwater Corporation is fully intent on getting a share of God's domain. It is simply impossible for Zero Wing to continue developing in Star Moon Kingdom. But there are also quite a number of experts in Zero Wing. Previously, I watched Zero Wing's members training at the Battle Tower. Those people have very good potential and strength. As long as they are given some time, it won't be impossible for Zero Wing to make a comeback, Purple Jade said. She could not help but recall Fire Dance, Violet Cloud, and the other members of Zero Wing who had trained in the Secret Pavilion's simulation training system. The speed of their improvement had shocked even someone like herself. In addition, Zero Wing's members possessed extraordinary equipment in God's domain. It still wasn't guaranteed that the Blackwater Guild could do anything to Zero Wing. You're entertaining such thoughts because you still don't know how fearsome the Blackwater Corporation actually is. There is a reason why the corporation can boast its current achievements in the fighting industry. Not to mention, Zero Wing no longer has much time left, Yuan Tiexin said, shaking his head. He could not help pitying Zero Wing. Zero Wing could only blame itself for its bad luck. Of all the countries in God's domain, the Blackwater Corporation just had to choose Star Moon Kingdom to be its staging point. Zero Wing simply had no chance of surviving this predicament. Just as Yuan Tiexin and Purple Jade were conversing, a knock came from the doors of the VIP room. Yuan Tiexin then released the lock on the doors. As the doors opened slowly, a figure that was not particularly tall appeared before Yuan Tiexin's and Purple Jade's eyes. How can this be possible? Yuan Tiexin's eyes widened in shock upon seeing this figure, his expression turning very grim. This figure belonged to none other than Shifeng, whom Yuan Tiexin was familiar with. Only right now, Shifeng was actually level 44. Chapter 1051, Monster Army. Hellscythe_Vampire Cat. Chapter 1051, Monster Army. How is he so high-leveled? Purple Jade's eyes flashed with shock as she stared at Shifeng slowly walking over to them. Currently, even the highest-leveled player in the secret pavilion was only level 42. Moreover, that person was the pavilion's famous leveling maniac, who was also the #1 player on the Fire Wing Empire's ranking list, Sleepless Star. However, aside from Sleepless Star's personal strength, the reason he managed to come out on top in the Fire Wing Empire was the resources the secret pavilion supplied him with. Yet Shifeng, a member of Zero Wing's upper echelon who was frequently busy dealing with guild affairs, had actually managed to reach level 44. This was truly inconceivable. However, rather than Shifeng's level, what surprised Purple Jade the most was the danger she picked up from him. Moreover, her alarm bells rang increasingly louder. The closer Shifeng got to her, what a terrifying monster. Yuan Tiexin was much more experienced than Purple Jade, so he could tell very clearly just how much Shifeng had improved since they last met. Smiling bitterly, he could not help shaking his head as he said, "Jade, it seems it will be impossible for you to test Yifeng's bottom line this time. Right now, he is no longer just strong. His strength is already at an entirely different level from ours." Previously, when Yuan Tiexin had met Shifeng, the latter had contained his aura exceptionally well, proof that the youth's control over his body had already reached a realm of perfection. However, this time, Shifeng failed to contain his aura that well when he moved. What did this mean? The only explanation for this was that Shifeng's power was so strong that even an expert like himself could not adapt to it properly. Hence, he was unable to contain his aura completely. When Purple Jade heard this, disappointment flashed across her eyes. In reality, her purpose in following Yuan Tiexin to Stone Forest Town this time was so that she could spar with Shifeng and hopefully learn some of his techniques. However, if the gap in strength was too wide, Shifeng could easily defeat her even without utilizing any profound techniques. With this, rather than a spar, she would simply be asking for a beating. "Uncle Yuan, may I know why you have come looking for me this time?" Shifeng asked unhurriedly. Truthfully, he already knew why the secret pavilion had come looking for him. With the popularity of Stone Forest Town's battle arena right now, even a transcendental power like the secret pavilion would not be able to sit still and do nothing. Currently, Stone Forest Town's development was still in its early stages. Aside from its geographical advantage, which allowed players to save up on travel time, it did not possess any actual advantage over other towns. This made it very difficult for the town to turn a profit and attract players. Establishing a money-making venture like the battle arena to draw players to the town represented a much more advanced business model. Only, operating a successful battle arena would be very difficult without the magic tower. The secret pavilion wishes to conduct a trade with Zero Wing, Yuan Tiexin said as he retrieved a prepared contract from his bag. He then handed the contract over to Shifeng and said, "The conditions stated inside are definitely what Zero Wing wants the most right now. Meanwhile, what the secret pavilion wants in exchange is the magic tower design." What Zero Wing wants most? Shifeng could not help but take a curious look at the contract. After spending several minutes to scan through the contract, Shifeng realized that it was indeed just a simple trade. In summary, the secret pavilion would provide a kingdom for Zero Wing to develop in so that it could avoid annihilation by the Blackwater Guild. Meanwhile, all Zero Wing needed to do was hand over the magic tower designed to the secret pavilion. The contract had other minor conditions, but that was basically the long and short of it. This is the condition that the secret pavilion is offering? Shifeng asked strangely after he was done reading the contract. Although Zero Wing's foundation was not comparable to the Blackwater Guild's, the current Zero Wing was no trifling opponent. It would not be so easy for Blackwater to remove Zero Wing from Star Moon Kingdom. It was especially true now that Stone Forest Town had the magic tower. Shifeng truly could not understand why the secret pavilion held such an optimistic view of Blackwater's prospects. However, the secret pavilion's information gathering was matchless in the virtual gaming world. Since the pavilion was so assured of Blackwater's victory, it definitely had reasons to believe so. Shifeng just did not know what those reasons were. That's right. This is the condition the secret pavilion is offering. This is a trade that will bring only good and no harm to Zero Wing, Yuan Tiexin said determinedly. I understand what you are thinking. It is impossible for Zero Wing to lose. But what will you think after looking at this? Saying so, Yuan Tiexin sent a few video recordings to Shifeng. Shifeng promptly clicked to view the videos, and he was stunned when the first video started playing. The video had been recorded from the top of a mountain using a magic mirror. Meanwhile, the location displayed was none other than Black Ridge Town, which the video showed as being infested with monsters that were level 50 and above. There were even level 60 and above lords and great lords among them, as well as the one-horned humanoid monsters that Shifeng was extremely familiar with. Only, there was a huge disparity between the numbers of these humanoid monsters shown in the video and the report he received from his subordinates previously. There had only been several hundred humanoid monsters residing in the town. Now, however, there were over 4,000 of them. Moreover, a few of these humanoid monsters had even reached level 60 already, their HPs breaching 30 million, equivalent to a level 60 Great Lord. And there were actually 5 of them. The development speed of these monsters made even Shifeng shudder. Aside from these monsters, Shifeng could also vaguely make out a figure wearing a black cloak. Meanwhile, the next few videos showed a mysterious cloaked person conversing with Blackwater's guild leader, Abandoned Wave. Unfortunately, as the person recording these videos had been too far away, the video did not include the contents of their conversation. However, the appearance of this mysterious person was somewhat similar to the figure wearing a black cloak in Black Ridge Town. Are you trying to say that these monsters are under the Blackwater Guild's control? Shifeng asked Yuan Tiexin. That's right. Although we're not sure what kind of relationship the two possess, those monsters should support Blackwater's overall direction. Moreover, just recently, we've also received news that Blackwater has secretly joined hands with Pantheon. Knowing this, how long do you think Zero Wing will be able to hold on? Moreover, the longer this stalemate lasts, the more disadvantageous it will be for Zero Wing. After all, those monsters are simply developing too quickly, Yuan Tiexin said earnestly. Not to mention Zero Wing, even the secret pavilion might not be able to hold off all those monsters. The common beast-type monsters might be manageable, but those one-horned humanoid monsters were a different story. They possessed not only very high combat standards but also similarly high intelligence. It would already be very troublesome dealing with one of those humanoid monsters at the level 50 Lord standard, let alone a level 60 Great Lord with 5 of these Great Lords leading them. The 4,000-plus humanoid monsters could easily flatten a player town. What was more, there was still the endless horde of beast-type monsters. This was a force that current players simply could not contend with. In addition, the Blackwater Guild had its own forces. Combined with the monster army, Blackwater was practically invincible in Star Moon Kingdom. The only way out for Zero Wing right now was to shift its base of operations to another location. Avoiding a confrontation with Blackwater was the best option. Chapter 1052 War Approaches. Hellscythe _ Vampire Cat. Chapter 1052 War Approaches. Yuan Tiexin had anticipated seeing an expression of fear on Shifeng's face after his explanation. However, even after some time had passed, Shifeng's expression remained unchanged. Aren't you worried about Stone Forest Town's safety? Yuan Tiexin asked. You should know that Black Ridge Town is only a short distance away from Stone Forest Town. If those monsters take action, they need only 10 hours or so to gather at Stone Forest Town's entrance. With the strength of those monsters in addition to Blackwater's various experts, it is impossible for you to hold them off without level 150 guards, using just the defense turrets you've built. I believe you also know that the attacks of those turrets are very easy to see through, and are short range. At long distances, elite players will be able to avoid their attacks. Not to mention, even the most inferior of those monsters possesses the standards of elite players. The turrets will pose practically no danger to those monsters whatsoever. You should understand what those monsters are capable of if Blackwater takes action now. Stone Forest Town has no chance of winning. If Zero Wing sells the magic tower design to our secret pavilion, We can provide you with a kingdom with a very safe environment to develop in. It will be enough to let Zero Wing recover back to its peak within a short time. Right now, the longer you delay your decision, the greater the losses you will suffer hopefully. Zero Wing makes a decision soon. If you wish to negotiate the conditions, contact us at any time. Following which, Yuan Tiexin left the VIP room together with Purple Jade. In Yuan Tiexin's opinion, Shifeng could not make a decision on such an important matter. The youth definitely needed to discuss things with that mysterious guild leader of Zero Wing, Black Flame. Uncle Yuan, has Pantheon really joined hands with Blackwater? Purple Jade could not help but ask. Pantheon was a bona fide super guild. If it had indeed entered into an alliance with Blackwater, Zero Wing would have no chance of victory whatsoever in the upcoming war. Although Zero Wing had a lot of powerful experts for an upstart guild, in front of Pantheon, a guild whose history spanned several decades, that number of experts was not worth mentioning. The war this time would be different from when Zero Wing went up against the Star Alliance's elite army, and the experts of the Flower of Seven Sins. Previously, Zero Wing's weapon of war had caught the Star Alliance's army by surprise. The Star Alliance's elite army had no way at all of defending against it currently. Pantheon could easily annihilate Zero Wing's experts by dispatching any one of its core legions. Moreover, Pantheon's resources were far superior to the Star Alliance's. The Super Guild would have no problem taking out a few weapons of war. In fact, just recently, Pantheon had relied on weapons of war to take down a town heavily protected by the Dark Forces, instantly establishing its position in an empire. Right now, Zero Wing's future was like a mirage that could disappear at any time. This information has already been confirmed. As long as Blackwater starts moving, Pantheon will dispatch 3 of its core legions to support Blackwater. If Zero Wing doesn't come to a decision in time, it will suffer even greater losses later on, Yuan Tiexin said, nodding. Hopefully Zero Wing decides as soon as possible. Oh, it seems I've truly underestimated the Blackwater Corporation. Shifeng revealed a bitter smile as he scrutinized the information from Yuan Tiexin several more times, not to mention the current Blackwater Corporation. Even in the past, despite the corporation having had such a late start in God's domain, it had still managed to develop a super guild within a short time. Moreover, he never imagined that Pantheon would actually stick a hand in Star Moon Kingdom's business with Zero Wing's current state. The guild truly did not possess many means of retaliation. It could only rely on the magic tower to defend Stone Forest Town now. However, defending against so many monsters was impossible with just a single magic tower. Fortunately, the situation was still salvageable. At the very least, he had found out the Blackwater Corporation's trump card in advance. Even if Blackwater decided to take action right this instant, its armies would need over 10 hours to reach Stone Forest Town, following which, Shifeng contacted Melancholic Smile and instructed, Melancholic, have everyone return to the Candlelight Trading Firm right now. I have something that I need you all to do. But, Guild Leader, we still have quite a lot of time remaining. It would be a huge waste if we return now, Melancholic Smile argued. Reluctance written her face. Living in Titan City felt like heaven. Their technical skills improved significantly every day. Advanced lifestyle players also emerged in their group one after another. It would truly be a huge loss to leave the Holy City before their time was up. Relax. You all still have chances to visit there in the future. Hurry up and have everyone return. Shifeng could very much understand what was going through Melancholic Smile's mind. However, they were in a race against time. In any case, he had the evolved Holy City's emblem. There would be many more chances to send players to Titan City. Really. Melancholic Smile immediately revealed an ecstatic expression. All right, I'll notify the others right away. After Shifeng was done dealing with matters on Melancholic Smile's side, he immediately instructed Aqua Rose to begin collecting the building materials needed for the magic tower. As for the necessary funds, he had her sell off the lands near the teleportation house. Although the value of those lands had yet peaked, he had purchased them very cheaply back then. Once they all sold, he should be able to earn over 10,000 gold at the very least. After Shifeng left the Blue Moon high-class bar, he rushed to the battle arena without hesitation, as advanced NPCs were responsible for the entire management of the battle arena right now. The income of the establishment was stored inside the battle arena itself. If he wanted to use the funds, he had to make a personal trip there to collect them. Currently, the battle arena was crowded with players. From afar, Shifeng could see many players surging into the building. Due to this scene, he suspected that had he not made the battle arena large enough back then, the structure might really have burst apart by now. After Shifeng entered the battle arena, he noticed that the establishment's original interior layout and decorations had transformed beyond recognition. The place looked nothing like when he had first constructed it. The splendid scene was reminiscent of the auction house in the kingdom's capital. Many window counters dotted the first-floor hall, with a sweet and beautiful clerk manning each counter. Among these window counters were some specialized ones that catered only to members. Members of the battle arena could simply use these empty counters to register for a combat room, instead of braving the absurdly long lines at the regular counter. Shifeng did not stop on the first floor. Instead, he headed directly to the fifth floor. The fifth floor of the battle arena housed not only combat halls and personal rooms for tournament winners, but also a warehouse and meeting room controlled by the NPC managers. These places were off-limits to outsiders and ordinary NPCs. After entering the warehouse, Shifeng turned towards Cook, the middle-aged man currently taking account inside the warehouse, and asked, "How is the operation of the battle arena coming along?" Cook had 78 points in wisdom. Among the 10 advanced managers Shifeng hired, Cook had the second highest wisdom. In terms of management capabilities, he was superior to even Aqua Rose. For example, he had negotiated the prices for the interior decoration of the battle arena all by himself. In the end, the NPC managed to outfit the battle arena with the most luxurious decorations using the least amount of money in the shortest possible time. If this task had been left to players to handle, they would have needed more than 2 days to achieve similar results. Chapter 1053 Master's Insignia. Hellscythe _ Vampire Cat. Chapter 1053 Master's Insignia. Upon hearing Shifeng's question, Cook immediately took out a list. "Boss, this is all of the battle arena's income and expenditures, as well as the expected future income. With our current income, I recommend constructing an underground floor. This way we will be able to handle more customers." Cook suggested. Shifeng nodded after giving the proposal some thought. "All right, go ahead with it. Buildings in towns could be constructed both upwards and downwards only. The cost of extending a building downwards was much higher than the opposite. Just constructing a single underground floor required 2,000 gold, which was 1,000 gold more expensive than a normal floor. Hence, Shifeng had never considered extending the battle arena downwards. However, the popularity of the battle arena exceeded his expectations. If they constructed a basement floor, they could also make it more spacious than the first-floor hall. With the battle arena's current popularity, it would take only a short time before they earned back their costs, following which, Shifeng passed 2,000 gold to Cook and had him arrange for the construction of an underground floor. Meanwhile, Shifeng himself took a look at the list of accounts Cook had given him. "What? It's been less than a day, yet we've already received so many magic crystals." Shifeng gaped in shock as he looked at the list. Currently, the battle arena already had 416 registered members. Shifeng found this situation truly inconceivable. With the prerequisite registration fee of 100 magic crystals, he had obtained a total of 41,600 magic crystals from the 416 members. He had earned many more magic crystals from the registration fees than he had from Raven. There was also the profit of 539 magic crystals from combat room rentals. If they constructed an underground floor now, there would be additional combat rooms available for players to rent. The battle arena's income at that time would become even more frightening. With this, Shifeng now had an extra 42,139 magic crystals on him. If he invested this amount into the teleportation house, just thinking about it exhilarated him greatly. However, he had no intention of investing that many magic crystals into the teleportation house. After all, he simply had too many things that he needed to spend magic crystals on right now, following which, Shifeng took these magic crystals and directly teleported back to White River City. White River City, Teleportation Hall. The moment Shifeng returned to the city, he could see many teams of guild players, who were all very high-leveled. The players leading these teams were even level 40 experts. Among these guilds were first and second-rate guilds based in other kingdoms and empires. Why would so many large guilds from other kingdoms suddenly run all the way to White River City? Shifeng was stunned as he looked at all the guild players crowding the teleportation hall. Could they be here to take advantage of Zero Wing's predicament? However, Shifeng promptly rejected this thought of his. Currently, the Blackwater Guild was only planning to deal with Zero Wing. It had not actually started taking action yet. As for the matter of the monsters at Black Ridge Town being under Blackwater's control, this was something he had learned from the secret pavilion only because the latter was trying to negotiate with him for cooperation. Hence, it was practically impossible for the large guilds of other countries to have found out about this matter. As for Blackwater's alliance with Pantheon, Pantheon obviously intended to keep this matter a secret. Otherwise, it would have long since caused a huge commotion in Starmoon Kingdom. Leader, I just received news stating that Zero Wing is willing to sell the lands around the teleportation house. Excellent. We'll hurry over there immediately. As long as we obtain a plot of land there, Freedom Wind will be able to dispatch many more members over. Our guild will then gain more opportunities at the ancient ruins over at the Twin Towers Kingdom. A tall level 40 ranger with an erect bearing said, his eyes glowing with excitement at hearing this news. The ranger wore dark gray armor and carried a blue longbow on his back. Without hesitation, the ranger led his 100-man team out of the teleportation hall. Why is Freedom Wind here as well? Shurfeng was astonished when he overheard the conversation of these players. The guild known as Freedom Wind might be foreign to the players of Starmoon Kingdom, but for those residing in the Sacred Hymn Kingdom, near the central region of the continent of God's domain, it was definitely a household name. The reason for the guild's fame was the thrashing it gave the only first-rate guild to settle down in the Sacred Hymn Kingdom, despite being only a second-rate guild. This feat instantly crowned it the overlord of the entire kingdom. This could be considered a legend in God's domain. Many large guilds had even suspected that Freedom Wind possessed a powerful corporation behind it. In fact, as far as Shurfeng knew, Freedom Wind's backers included not only a major corporation, but also a well-known dojo in the real world. The guild could nurture experts rapidly, batch after batch. Even a relatively strong first-rate guild would readily fall to Freedom Wind. However, the Sacred Hymn Kingdom was very far from Starmoon Kingdom. The distance between the two kingdoms was even greater than that between Starmoon Kingdom and the Apocalypse Empire, which made the teleportation fee extraordinarily expensive. Despite that, Freedom Wind had still dispatched a team of 100 players over ancient ruins over at the Twin Towers Kingdom. Shurfeng could not help but silently ponder on the words of Freedom Wind's members. If we're talking about ruins that can attract so many large guilds over, it seems the heaven-worshipping maze has been activated. Then the Twin Towers Kingdom was very close to Starmoon Kingdom. Hence, he was quite knowledgeable about it. There were not many ancient ruins in the Twin Towers Kingdom. In fact, Shurfeng could count them on the fingers of both hands. If he had to name the ruins that current players could explore, then it could only be the heaven-worshipping maze. Since the heaven-worshipping maze was ancient ruins, the drops inside were naturally impressive. Particularly, players could exchange for mounts inside the maze. This was one of the methods for obtaining high-ranking mounts. However, entering the heaven-worshipping maze was not that easy. The maze had a very high requirement for players' individual strength. At the very least, players needed to be capable of clearing the Trial Tower's 6th floor in order to enter the maze. This requirement was impossible for many expert players. In other words, only large guilds could dispatch some players to the maze. As for small guilds, they could only stare at the maze from outside. That's right. There's still the heaven-worshipping maze. An idea popped into Shurfeng's head. The heaven-worshipping maze was divided into 3 layers. The layer with the lowest difficulty was the outer area. Players could obtain tablet fragments, which they could then exchange for high-ranking mounts from the monsters killed there. After the outer layer was the Black Fog area and the temple area. At the Black Fog area, players could exchange for siege weapons used during ancient times as well as for even better high-ranking mounts. Although these were no match for current siege weapons, they were still much better than low-end tools like the defense turret. The only problem was the large number of tablet fragments required to exchange for these siege weapons. Thinking up to this point, Shurfeng continued on his way to the Candlelight Trading Firm. Currently, the meeting room on the Candlelight Trading Firm's 7th floor was filled with lifestyle players who had just returned from the holy city of Titan. At first glance, Shurfeng discovered that the number of advanced lifestyle players had already increased to as many as 40. The rest might have been able to become advanced lifestyle players as well, if not for them having been asked to leave the holy city ahead of time. As for Melancholic Smile, Cream Cocoa, and the others who had already been advanced lifestyle players, they had experienced plenty of transformations as well despite them having been separated for only 2 days or so. The auras surrounding their bodies had undergone earth-shattering changes. A Master's Insignia? Chapter 1054. Odds. Hellscythe _ Vampire Cat Chapter 1054 Odds. Shifeng was astounded when he looked at a tall and thin youth named Burning Abyss on this young man. Shifeng noticed a lion head emblem that was giving off a golden glow. This emblem was none other than the symbol of lifestyle masters. The master's insignia. Aside from being a symbol of one's status in God's domain, the emblem also had some good additional functions among them. One function increased the wielder's production success rate. Although the master's insignia was not comparable to the black steel insignia Shifeng obtained through a quest, it still provided a 3% increase in success rate. In addition, when producing items of the same level, one's production would be 10% faster. When producing items of lower levels, the increase in one's production speed would be 30% due to the existence of this master's insignia. The role of master lifestyle players became even more important. Guild leader. You couldn't have imagined it, right? Burning got promoted into a master engineer some time ago. Moreover, he is God's domain's first master engineer. We planned to surprise you with this news, so we didn't tell you all this time. Melancholic Smile said softly. In reality, she too was very shocked that Burning Abyss was actually the first player in the candlelight trading firm to become a lifestyle master. She had expected it to be Cream Cocoa. However, like a dark horse, Burning Abyss improved by leaps and bounds as soon as he entered Titan City. He was able to create new items and tools one after another, shortly becoming a lifestyle master. On the other hand, she and Cream Cocoa were still researching the properties of various raw materials. It would still be a while before they could get promoted to the master rank. Regarding the surprise Melancholic Smile prepared for him, Shifeng did not feel annoyed by it at all. A master lifestyle player. In Shadow of the Past, lifestyle masters were pivotal existences in the guild. Not to mention, Burning Abyss's talent was simply too awesome. He might have the potential to reach the Grandmaster rank. If he did, even super guilds would be helpless against the candlelight trading firm, right? What about the task I previously assigned to you all? Shifeng asked. In order to fulfill his agreement with the secret pavilion, Shifeng had Melancholic Smile and the others ceaselessly produce strengthening devices and bronze engineering locomotives. Even if the engineering locomotives cost a lot of materials to make, they still had no choice but to manufacture them. We've already completed it. We have to thank Burning for this. Without him, we really wouldn't have been able to produce the 10 bronze engineering locomotives in time. Melancholic Smile explained. Shifeng could not help but breathe out a sigh of relief when he heard this. Very good. From now on, Burning Abyss will be the candlelight trading firm's chief engineer, and will enjoy benefits equal to that of Zero Wings elders. Although there was still some time before he had to make the first payment to the secret pavilion, he did not know when the Blackwater Guild would make a move right now. If he could meet the stated quota ahead of time, the following matters would be much easier to deal with, following which, Shifeng used his identity as Black Flame to announce Burning Abyss's promotion to the candlelight trading firm's chief engineer. In the future, the youth could also use the trading firm's basic meditation room anytime he wanted immediately. Many advanced lifestyle players inside the meeting room looked at Burning Abyss with envy. Not only would he get to use the trading firm's basic meditation room anytime he wanted, but he would also enjoy the status of an elder in Zero Wing. As such, he would be able to choose a private room for himself in either the candlelight trading firm or Zero Wing's guild residence. What was more, the candlelight trading firm's private rooms were located on the shop's 7th floor, providing a view overlooking the entire trade district of White River City. That was a treatment that many people dreamed of obtaining. Since everyone's already here, I'll tell you what you all will be making next, Shifeng said. He then took out a very large design from his bag and placed it in the center of the circular wooden table. Everyone's jaws dropped when they saw the design, their breathing becoming a little ragged. A miniature ballista. This item might not be as popular as the bronze engineering locomotive among the masses, but to a guild, its value was not one bit lower than that of the locomotives. The miniature ballista boasted an extremely long attack range of 3,000 yards, an attack range that no player could achieve. Most monsters did not have such a long attack range either. Thus, the siege tool was the perfect weapon to raid towns. Moreover, it was very simple to operate, requiring only 3 people to move and use it. Guild leader, are we really going to make this item? Melancholic Smile asked in surprise. The miniature ballista was a considerably advanced tool. Even with advanced lifestyle players like themselves manufacturing it, the production success rate would still be frighteningly low. Meanwhile, the production cost for the siege tool was quite high. After a cursory look of the materials required, Melancholic Smile estimated that a single miniature ballista would cost at least 1,000 gold to manufacture. Meanwhile, she judged that their production success rate would be less than 20%. Even with Burning Abyss handling the ballista's core component, it would be fortunate if he could achieve a 20% success rate. In other words, there was a chance that they might not even produce a single miniature ballista after spending 10,000 gold. 10,000 gold. Even super guilds would have to think carefully when spending 10,000 gold. If they lost this kind of money, it would greatly hamper their development speed, of course. Burning will be responsible for making the engineering portion of the core component of the ballista, while I'll personally handle the forging portion of the core. Finally, Burning will handle the assembly of the ballista as well. If there are no problems, you all may begin working now. If you succeed in producing 5 miniature ballistas in 10 hours, depending on your personal performance, you might get another chance to visit Titan City. Hopefully you all can seize the opportunity. Shifeng said, chuckling. A single miniature ballista could deal with only a lone boss among the monsters the Blackwater Corporation controlled. There was no lack of boss-ranked monsters. A single miniature ballista would not be able to make much of a difference if they had 5 miniature ballistas. However, the siege tools would be able to affect the war situation to a certain extent. Guild leader, will we really have another opportunity to visit the holy city of Titan as long as we perform sufficiently well? Many advanced lifestyle players asked excitedly at this moment. Even Burning Abyss, who had already become a master engineer, looked at Shifeng in astonishment after experiencing the benefits the holy city provided. It was impossible for lifestyle players not to look forward to enjoying the plentiful resources of the holy city again. Moreover, the benefits they had sampled on their visit was only the tip of the iceberg of Titan City's offerings. There were still many places that they had not gotten to see, of course. However, I'll say this first. The slots are limited. Shifeng replied, smiling. He then left the meeting room. Only after Shifeng was gone did everyone finally snap out of their daze. Immediately, every one of them rushed to check what tasks they were assigned to do, blood rushing to their eyes. Like maniacs, they then ran to their respective workshops to start working. As for Shifeng, he entered a special workshop himself and directly used God's blessing to become a master forger through the aid of his various forging tools. It took Shifeng only a little over an hour to produce 15 core components that required forging. Fortunately, I have Icarus's heart. Otherwise, I really would be finished this time. Shifeng breathed out a sigh of relief as he looked at the core components. He had wasted nearly 40 sets of materials in order to produce these parts. Had he made them as an advanced forger instead of a master forger, his success rate would have been less than 10%. In that case, wasting over 100 sets of materials would not have been surprising. Chapter 1055 Town Trade. Hellscythe _ Vampire Cat. Chapter 1055 Town Trade. After completing the core components, Shifeng handed them over to Melancholic Smile. The manufacturing of the miniature ballista was extremely complex, requiring many components. However, aside from the core components, the other parts were well within the capabilities of advanced lifestyle players. As for the final assembly work, with Burning Abyss's standards, the master engineer would be more than capable of handling it. As for Shifeng himself, he still had many things he needed to do. Guild leader, both the Blackwater and Heavenly trading firms are buying increasingly fewer lightstones from us recently, yet the amount they are selling on their side has been continuously increasing. It is likely they have already obtained plenty of lightstone designs. Should we start lowering our selling price as well? Melancholic Smile asked worriedly after she had returned and took up the reins of the candlelight trading firm again. She suddenly discovered that the trading firm's position in Star Moon Kingdom had become increasingly precarious. Setting aside the fact that both the Blackwater and Heavenly trading firms possessed exclusive products, just the competitiveness of the candlelight trading firm's hottest selling product, the Lightstone, was already growing progressively weaker. In addition, unlike the candlelight trading firm, which only had shops covering several of Star Moon Kingdom's important NPC cities, both the Blackwater and Heavenly trading firms had shops covering the entire Star Moon Kingdom. At this rate, it would only be a few days before they overtook the Candlelight trading firm. If that happened, Candlelight's income would take a significant hit. So even the Lightstones are unable to hold out any longer? Looking at the list Melancholic Smile handed to him, Shifeng smiled as he said, "Since it's no good already, it's about time we switch to a new main product." Change our main product? Melancholic Smile's thoughts shifted towards the strengthening device. The strengthening device was currently very popular on the market. However, due to its exorbitant price, only larger guilds could afford to buy it. In terms of market size, it was nowhere close to the Lightstone. Take this and have some trustworthy alchemists learn it. From now on, our main product will be this item, Shifeng said as he took out the alchemy secret journal from his bag. The exotic stamina potion recorded inside the journal possessed effects that all players dearly needed. Moreover, the materials used to craft the potion were not particularly precious. Hence its selling price would not be very high either. Even ordinary players would be able to afford it easily. Guild leader, you're too amazing. You actually managed to get your hands on this thing as well. Melancholic Smile exclaimed in excitement after taking a brief look through the journal. If we have this potion, I want to see just how the Blackwater and Heavenly trading firms are going to compete against us. When consumed, the exotic stamina potion increased a player's maximum stamina by 10% and stamina recovery speed by 80% for 10 hours. This was a must-have item for players seeking to level up quickly. Moreover, the total cost of the materials required to make the potion was roughly only 2 silver. If advanced alchemists crafted the potion, they would have a success rate of 50%. In other words, the total cost of making a bottle of exotic stamina potion was around 4 silver coins. With the excellent effects of the potion, even if they sold each bottle for 10 silver, there would still be swarms of players willing to buy it. Meanwhile, at 10 silver, it would still be cheaper than the mana mixture introduced by the Blackwater and Heavenly trading firms. In addition, the exotic stamina potion was suitable for a much wider market than the mana mixture. With this, there was no way Blackwater and Heavenly could bring down the Candlelight trading firm. The players of God's domain earned a limited income every day. As would be expected, they could spend their scant funds on only a small number of items. Hence, when players were choosing which trading firm to shop at, they would naturally choose the trading firm with the lower prices and more useful products. Meanwhile, 10 silver coins was a considerable sum to ordinary players. Even elite players could just barely afford this price. Hence, if these elite players purchased the exotic stamina potion, they would no longer have any money left for other items, which would definitely have a significant impact on the business of both the Blackwater and Heavenly trading firms. Following which, Melancholic Smile happily took the alchemy secret journal and left the special workshop to select people to learn the exotic stamina potion's recipe. As for Shifeng, he used the Abyss Pendant's teleportation skill to return to the Golden Sands Archipelago. At the same time, 2 major incidents had occurred in Stone Forest Town. Moreover, both situations greatly excited the local players. The first incident was that Stone Forest Town's battle arena had constructed an underground floor housing combat rooms. Moreover, the new floor's area was considerably larger than the first floor, as since the battle arena only had combat rooms set up for rent in the first 3 floors of the building, the addition of the underground floor was equivalent to increasing the capacity of the battle arena by more than 1/3. Meanwhile, the second and more exciting incident was that the first group of wandering merchant NPCs had finally arrived at Stone Forest Town. Wandering merchants were a privilege that only player towns enjoyed. This visit was something that would never occur in NPC towns. Unlike ordinary NPC merchants, these wandering merchants would sell rare items that were not available anywhere else. Even rare tools that were very useful to players, such as magic scrolls or special potions. However, attracting wandering merchants to a town was not an easy task. To do so, a town needed extremely safe trade routes. Otherwise, these wandering merchants, who were highly risk-averse, would not travel to said town. There's no stopping Stone Forest Town from rising now. Ha ha ha. I've profited big today. I only spent 3 silver to purchase a swamp scroll. With this scroll, if I party up with 2 more people, we will be able to thrash a field chieftain. That's nothing. Didn't you see that a guy managed to purchase a lucky potion for a mere 12 silver just now? I heard that the lucky potion will raise a player's luck attribute by 10 points for half an hour. He then resold that potion for 10 gold coins. What a pity. By the time I reached those wandering merchants, their products had already sold out. Oh. The arrival of the wandering merchants gave rise to discussions among the players in town about the NPCs. The merchandise of these NPCs completely surpassed everyone's imaginations. They had all kinds of rare and strange goods up for sale. The only unfortunate part was that they sold only a limited amount of the products each day. Moreover, the items they sold every day were not fixed, however. It was also precisely because of this restricted supply that many players chose to live in Stone Forest Town. Meanwhile, this situation was a boon to Stone Forest Town, since it levied a 10% tax on all local sales. Although that was not a lot of money, the income from taxes would increase as the number of NPC merchants gathered in the town rose at the same time. Word about the wandering merchants also began spreading in Star Moon Kingdom's official forum Stone Forest Town's thrilling wandering merchants. Purchased Lucky Potion resold for 100 times the purchase price. News regarding the wandering merchants immediately piqued the envy of many players throughout the kingdom. Ordinary players would consider themselves rich if they had 1 gold coin on their person, all the more 10 gold coins. If they could encounter such fortuitous situations several times, they would be able to buy a common mount for themselves by the time they reached level 40. Many expert players were too poor to purchase mounts even after reaching level 40. Star Moon City, Blackwater's guild residence. At this time, the elegant and beautiful Qin Muyun suddenly entered the guild leader's office. With a slightly gloomy expression, she said, "Guild leader, young Master Jing is already dissatisfied with your performance because of this matter regarding Stone Forest Town. He says that you need to settle this matter as soon as possible. If you can't get even such a small matter done." Chapter 1056, Grandmaster Magic Array. Hellscythe_VampireCat Chapter 1056, Grandmaster Magic Array. Abandoned Wave, who was seated behind his desk, frowned slightly when he heard Qin Muyun's words. In reality, he was also uncomfortable with Stone Forest Town's present situation due to the construction of the Magic Tower in Stone Forest Town. Many of Zero Wing's elite and expert members had gathered there, instantly raising the difficulty of raiding the town significantly. With the addition of the wandering merchants now, most likely, there would be many more independent players trying to join Zero Wing. As long as these players became Zero Wing's members, not only would they enjoy the membership perks at the battle arena, but they would also have the convenience of much shorter travel times to Stone Forest Town due to the guild transfer scroll. The time savings from joining Zero Wing had tempted many independent players with good standards and strength. He had already received news that soon after the battle arena appeared, the number of players trying to join Zero Wing had started increasing exponentially. Moreover, practically every elite and expert player that recently joined Zero Wing had promptly migrated to Stone Forest Town to develop themselves. "I understand. Tell young Master Jing that as long as he gives me a little more time, Stone Forest Town will very quickly become the Blackwater Guild's property," Abandoned Wave said, nodding. "Also, tell Black Robe that the sacrifices he asked for are already ready." He had to admit that Zero Wing's strength was ramping up quite rapidly. Unfortunately, the guild had the misfortune to meet him. Otherwise, there truly wouldn't be anybody in Star Moon Kingdom capable of stopping Zero Wing from becoming its overlord. However, now that the Blackwater Guild had arrived, Zero Wing could only perish. Upon hearing Abandoned Wave's reply, Qin Muyun turned around and left the office. At the same time, using the Abyss Pendant, Shifeng appeared once more before the small cabin inside the ancient ruins at the core of the Golden Sands archipelago. This time, Shifeng immediately opened the wooden door and entered the cabin. Although the cabin looked small on the outside and appeared to have only a single floor, stepping into the cabin was like entering a completely different world. The inside was just like a player-constructed building, where the internal space was usually larger than what was visible on the outside. Only, the disparity between the wooden cabin's frontage and interior space was much more grandiose. Upon entering the cabin, Shifeng came upon an elegant hall the size of 2 basketball courts. Exquisite glass cabinets dotted the hall. There were all sorts of rare items on display inside these cabinets, and no lack of items that could tempt even expert players. Meanwhile, 10 level 200 NPCs stood guard around the hall, with 4 stationed by the staircase leading up to the cabin's second floor. In addition to these guards, there was also a handsome and beautiful young man who seemed to be the manager of the establishment. The youth's appearance could fascinate even men. When Shifeng looked at the youth, he could only see the youth's name, Harold, displayed. He could not see any other information about him. However, if one used an advanced identification skill on the youth, they would discover that the young and beautiful Harold was not a human at all. Harold, High Elf, Grand Wizard level, HP 2/. In the past, many players often discuss which NPC in God's domain they thought was the strongest. They would also make strength rankings for NPCs, according to the NPC's tiers. In other words, only NPCs of the same tier would be compared with each other. Meanwhile, as a Tier 5 NPC, Herald's strength had always been a mystery to everyone after reaching level 200. Many players had attempted to use extremely powerful identification skills to examine Herald. In the end, however, they still failed to discern Herald's level and HP. In addition, nobody had ever seen Herald's true strength, although there had been 6 Tier 5 experts who had attempted to rob the Golden Sands exchange shop in the past. Herald had instantly annihilated them in a single move. After those experts died, not only did they each lose 10 whole levels, but they also got jailed for over half a month. From then on, nobody else dared to provoke Herald. They only knew that this high elf was exceedingly puissant. After all, it was simply impossible for an ordinary Tier 5 NPC to defeat 6 Tier 5 players so swiftly. Even the Windbreaker Kite had not possessed this kind of strength at his peak, hence, Herald's strength had always been a mystery. Regardless, his strength was publicly acknowledged to rank within the top 5 among the various Tier 5 NPCs of God's domain. After Shifeng entered the exchange shop, Herald slowly made his way over to him in a very friendly manner. Herald handed a delicate, corolla flower-shaped emblem over to Shifeng and said softly, "Sir, congratulations on becoming a member of our exchange shop. Here is our establishment's member's emblem. In the future, you may use this emblem to visit our shop anytime you want. In addition, you may visit our shop's second-floor hall. The items up for exchange there are all treasures carefully selected by our shop." "Thank you. I wish to take a look at the second floor then. May I know what are the best products available for exchange this week?" Shifeng asked, speaking as if he were an old customer after storing the exchange shop's member's emblem. After he had obtained the large quantity of magic crystals from the battle arena, he had directly paid 10,000 crystals to the system. Although he had felt a slight sting at the loss, compared to using the other methods to become a member of the exchange shop, it was already the best option. "Please follow me, sir," Herald said before leading Shifeng upstairs. The size of the second floor's hall was somewhat smaller than the first floor's. Moreover, the number of glass display cabinets here was only 1/10 of that of the first floor halls. Even so, the 30,000-plus magic crystals Shifeng had on him right now was most likely insufficient to buy even 1/10 of the items displayed here. Even the cheapest item on display was priced at 2,000 magic crystals. Taking a casual glance around, Shifeng had also discovered many items priced above 10,000 magic crystals. Sure enough, the second floor isn't a place for normal people. Shifeng was rendered speechless by what he saw currently. 100 magic crystals could be used to exchange for 25 gold coins on the market. 10,000 magic crystals would be equivalent to 2,500 gold. In other words, among the items displayed, there were many valued above 2,500 gold. 2,500 gold. With that kind of money, one could already purchase an epic item, sir. Of the many products that have arrived in our shop this week, these 5 items are the ones our shop is proudest of. Hopefully they are to your liking," Herald said very confidently as he brought Shifeng over to a glass cabinet protected by a magic array. "This is a Grandmaster magic array." Shifeng could not help his shock when he saw the magic array protecting the 5 items. He had done his fair share of research into magic arrays in the past, and could even draw intermediate magic arrays. Although he was not a master at crafting magic arrays, he could more or less discern their standard. As for the magic array Shifeng was currently standing on, he had only seen the likes of this around the palaces in imperial capitals. Even a group of Tier 5 NPCs would have difficulty breaking through a Grandmaster magic array within a short time. If it were an even more powerful Grandmaster magic array, those Tier 5 NPCs might meet their end. Yet, right now, one such Grandmaster magic array was actually being used to protect 5 items. This was entirely too extravagant. Chapter 1057. Divine Beast's Descent. Hellscythe _ Fluffy Goblin Chapter 1057 Divine Beast's Descent. "Sir, it seems that you are considerably knowledgeable about magic arrays," Herald addressed Shifeng, who had focused on the magic array protecting the glass cabinet for quite some time. Chuckling, he continued, "If you are interested in magic arrays, we happen to have a few designs for sale at the moment. I believe that you will be satisfied with our selection." Hearing this, Shifeng's eyes shone with excitement. Hurriedly, he turned to Herald and asked, "You actually sell magic array designs here?" In God's domain, magic arrays were considered secrets. Normally, players could not purchase them. At most, players could purchase some unimportant magic scrolls, or gain some basic understanding of them in libraries. Players almost never found an opportunity to encounter magic array design. Shifeng had only obtained the 9-star polar domain magic array design by completing an epic quest. He had never imagined that he could purchase magic array designs on the Golden Sands Exchange Shop 2nd floor. If Shifeng had known that he could buy such items in his previous life, he would have tried to become one of the exchange shop's members regardless of the cost. Magic arrays might not help players much during the game's early stages, but as players reached higher levels, their impact would increase. This was especially true for guilds in guild wars. Only those who were at least elite players could affect the tide of battle. Ordinary players were simply risking their lives if they participated. They would only increase their guild's losses. However, as players understood more about magic arrays, their use became more widespread. Casting large-scale group spells was one such example. A single magical class player might not be able to use extremely powerful spells, but powerful magic arrays could combine the mana of tens or even hundreds of magical class players to cast an intensely destructive spell. Furthermore, producing such magic arrays was far easier than producing magic scrolls that contain Tier 4 or even Tier 3 large-scale destruction spells. Because of this, even during God's Domain's later stages, ordinary players could play a considerable role in large-scale wars. Although how well a guild utilized its normal members depended on their magic array research. If one wanted to research magic arrays, they first needed enough of the designs. Hence, in the past, the various large guilds had tried desperately to collect all sorts of magic array designs. If he could obtain the designs for large-scale group spells right now, Zero Wing would not have to fear any guild in God's Domain. Current players had no hope against large-scale group spells. At the very least, one needed a Tier 4 Great Wizard on their side to counter such destructive power. Sir, are you not going to consider our shop's top 5 recommended products first? Harold asked disappointedly, glancing at the 5 items inside the glass cabinet before him. Shifeng shook his head and replied, "Thank you for your kindness, but I think that the magic array designs are far more attractive." The 5 items inside the glass cabinet were as precious as Harold claimed. An epic staff even rested among them. Unfortunately, the prices were simply too high for Shifeng to accept. The exchange shop sold these items far above market price. Unless one needed these items urgently, they'd be a fool to purchase any of them. In the past, the 6 Tier 5 players had a reason for trying to rob the exchange shop. The shop's exorbitant prices for the items they sought had been precisely why they had taken the risk. Unfortunately, those players had failed in the end. Aside from being known as the Golden Sands Exchange Shop's manager, Harold had another title in the outside world, the Blackheart Merchant. Among the 5 items displayed, the cheapest cost 24,000 magic crystals, while the most expensive, the glowing black and white staff, cost 52,000 magic crystals. If converted to coins, that staff would be worth 13,000 gold. If the staff were only 1 or 2,000 gold above market value, Shifeng would have considered purchasing it. However, Shifeng was not willing to pay 13,000 gold. Seeing Shifeng's disinterest, Harold dismissed his hopes of promoting the items. Instead, he led Shifeng to a corner. 3 small glass cabinets occupied the corner, each cabinet containing a thick, solid book cast in gold. These were none other than the magic array designs. "May I know if you are satisfied with our products, sir?" Harold asked, smiling. Although the magic array designs were not as valuable as the 5 items, they were still particularly high-priced items in the shop. Among the 3 designs, the cheapest, the 13 totem poles, cost 8,000 magic crystals. It was a basic suppression magic array, and required 13 magical classes to activate. It was superbly effective against lone field or dungeon bosses. The magic array belonged to the middle upper standard among basic magic arrays. The second design cost 12,000 magic crystals, and was the double protection barrier. It was similarly a basic magic array but of a much higher standard than the 13 totem poles. It required 100 magical class players to activate. When activated, it formed a defensive magic array that would block all damage from the outside. Among basic magic arrays, it was of the highest quality. The last design was also the most valuable, costing 24,000 magic crystals. This magic array was the Divine Beast's Descent. The magic array concentrated the mana of 88 summoners to summon a divine beast to do battle. It belonged to the middle upper standard among intermediate magic arrays. As I expected of the exchange shop, it even has an intermediate magic array. Shifeng was shocked. Basic magic array designs were relatively easy to find in God's Domain. However, after reaching the intermediate rank, magic array designs became extraordinarily rare. Even large guilds found them quite difficult to obtain. Thus, it was truly surprising to find one in the exchange shop, although the Divine Beast Descent magic array cost far more than its market value. The magic array would play a massive role in guild wars. The 9-star Polar Domain magic array he currently possessed was a suppression-type magic array. Its main purpose was to weaken bosses. In a war between players, its results were only satisfactory if used in narrow terrain. For siege battles and battles in broad, open spaces, the intermediate magic array was not particularly useful however. The Divine Beast Descent was a summoning-type magic array, and players could utilize powerful monsters in battle. This was like a summoning scroll. Only, the magic array's conditions were much more stringent, requiring 88 summoners to maintain it. If the magic array were interrupted, the summoned creature would disappear immediately. Most importantly, it was extremely costly as it required 88 magic array scrolls to activate. These scrolls would also disappear after a single use. Even so, it was an extremely powerful tool of war. After all, ordinary players' role in these wars was simply too small. They were practically negligible. However, combining their power and transforming them into a devastating force would be terrifying. After all, ordinary players comprised the majority of a guild's members. Chapter 1058, Change in the Capital. Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin Chapter 1058 Change in the Capital. Have any of these caught your eye? Harold asked Surephone once more, still smiling although there were only 3 magic array designs and the most powerful was only intermediate rank. They were not easy to find elsewhere. Magic array designs were particularly valuable after reaching intermediate rank. Surephone hovered between the 3 magic array designs. Although the 13 totem poles was only a basic suppression magic array and far from being comparable to the 9-star Polar Domain, as a basic magic array, more players would be capable of producing it. Even now, Surephone was the only person capable of producing the 9-star Polar Domain. However, when would he find the time to mass-produce the magic array? However, the guild had quite a few players who could produce the 13 totem poles magic array. With this, the guild's overall strength in dungeons would increase significantly. It would be easier to obtain a plethora of good equipment. As for the double protection barrier, as a defensive magic array, it was perfectly suited for siege battles. Aside from that, it did not have much purpose. Lastly, the Divine Beast Descent was a common type in large guild wars. All 3 magic arrays had their own uses. All 3 were also things that Zero Wing sorely needed. However, Surephone could not afford all 3 due to their exorbitant prices. I want the Divine Beast Descent and the double protection barrier, Surephone announced after a moment of hesitation. His current priority was to defend Stone Forest Town. He had no choice but to give up on the 13 totem poles. With a limited amount of magic crystals, he had to use them on what was most necessary. All right, then. The 2 magic array designs will cost you a total of 36,000 magic crystals, Harold said, following which, Surephone handed over the last of the magic crystals from the battle arena. Only after including some of the magic crystals from the Candlelight Trading Firm's warehouse could he barely afford the total cost. This is truly fraudulent. Surephone could not help but feel a slight sting as he handed the magic crystals over. With all of these magic crystals, he should be able to purchase 4 or 5 magic array designs from the market. Here are your magic array designs, sir, Harold said, his smile becoming even more cheerful after receiving the magic crystals. As you are a member of our exchange shop, for every 10,000 magic crystals you spend, you'll obtain 1 point. When you've accumulated 500 points, we can raise your membership status to an advanced member. You'll receive a 10% discount on all purchases on the second floor hall, and a 20% discount on the first floor hall. You'll also qualify to enter our exchange shop's main branch. Currently, you've spent 36,000 magic crystals, so you have obtained 3 points. If you spend another 4,000 magic crystals right now, you'll receive 4 points instead. For a moment, Surephone was at a loss for words. He had to admit that Harold was a crafty merchant. Fortunately, he didn't have any more magic crystals on him. Otherwise, Harold might have persuaded him to purchase another item for 4,000 magic crystals. However, this revelation confused Surephone slightly. He hadn't expected an additional membership rank, and the advanced members even had access to the main branch. However, as far as he could remember, there had never been any mention of an advanced membership in the past. Although rare, Some players had become normal members of the Golden Sands Exchange shop. Moreover, there was no real benefit in hiding this fact. Excuse me, but can every member of the exchange shop be promoted to an advanced member? Shifeng asked curiously. Harold shook his head, chuckling before he explained. Not everyone receives this privilege. As you are the first heaven-blessed person to visit our shop, we have extended this benefit. Normally, members have to spend an additional 10 million magic crystals before we notify them of this option. So that's why nobody knew about the advanced membership in the past. Realization dawned on Shifeng, following which, Shifeng took the 2 magic array designs and left the exchange shop. As for becoming an advanced member, it was too early to bother with. Although if he secured the manatite vein in that dangerous sea zone, he could consider becoming an advanced member. Otherwise, not a single guild throughout God's domain could afford the promotion requirement of 5 million magic crystals. After leaving the exchange shop, Shifeng used the 7 luminaries ring space movement to reach a distant beach. He then released the Swift Dragon speedboat and traveled to his final destination, the Savage Wildland. As the Savage Wildland was very close to a dangerous sea zone, it was easy for players to encounter sea monsters. Although these sea monsters' levels only ranged between level 40 and level 50, the threat they posed surpassed that of ordinary level 40 to level 50 High Lords. The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's plan of using the magic tower to lure players to the Town of Beginnings wouldn't be nearly as effective as doing so with a town on the mainland. After all, traveling to the Savage Wildland was simply too dangerous for current players. However, this had allowed Shifeng to spot a business opportunity. Traveling to the Savage Wildland in a fishing boat was undoubtedly dangerous. However, if one used a speedboat, the danger would decrease significantly. What he needed to do was to open a sea route between Ocean Viewing Town and the Savage Wildland, starting a transportation business. If he charged each person 2 silver, a flood of players would brave the journey. Even if there were only 10,000 players trying to reach the Savage Wildland each day, he could still earn 200 gold daily. However, this was a conservative estimate. Take Stone Forest Town for example. Even though the town was over 10 hours away from the nearest teleportation point on foot, a large number of players made the trip. Moreover, by the time the Town of Beginnings developed into a medium-sized town and unlocked the Savage Wildland's true value, at that time, it would not be surprising if hundreds of thousands of players attempted the trip every day. The income he could gain from the transportation business might even match the income from the Town of Beginnings. Shifeng could still remember that, when the Town of Beginnings had developed into a small-sized city, the city's permanent player population had already neared 1 million. As for city's floating population, that was well over 5 million. If that came to pass once again, counting each day's earnings would become laborious. Time passed quickly. The trip, which should have taken over an hour, was over in only 10 minutes or so thanks to the Swift Dragon speedboat. From a distance, the Savage Wildland looked like a new continent. At first glance, the island seemed to have no end. The island was roughly the size of a major city's jurisdiction on the mainland. However, even the island's outer region was not easy to reach, following which, Shifeng found a place to dock before storing the Swift Dragon speedboat. He then unsheathed the abyssal blade and activated Phantom Kill. His doppelganger splitting from his body, the 7 luminaries ring space movement was quite convenient. However, he was no god. He could not remember the exact coordinates of the Otherworld transfer gate. He could only determine its general location on the map. But how dangerous was the core area? As a precaution, he could use the replace skill to avoid dying should he find any powerful monsters during his journey. As Shifeng was about to use space movement, he received a call from Aqua Rose Guild leader. This is bad. I just received a report from the secret pavilion stating that 3 of Pantheon's core legions have snuck into Star Moon City. Chapter 1059. Passage established. Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin Chapter 1059 Passage established. On the semi-transparent screen, anxiety pulled at Aqua Rose's fair, dainty face when Shifeng had told her that Pantheon had joined with Blackwater to deal with Zero Wing. She had doubted his words. Moreover, even if it were true, it should have been quite some time before Blackwater attacked Zero Wing directly. She had never imagined that Blackwater would move this quickly. If Blackwater and Pantheon had truly come for Zero Wing, she was not certain that Zero Wing could hold its ground against the guilds. After all, Pantheon was a bona fide super guild. She was not ignorant as she had once been. After experiencing the secret pavilion's simulation training system, she understood just how terrifying super guilds were. The strength these guilds normally revealed was the tip of the iceberg, however. This tip was more than enough to frighten any first-rate guild. It seems that they can no longer wait. The news didn't particularly surprise Shifeng. They could have flown under the radar if Stone Forest Town's popularity had been the only thing growing. However, Zero Wing benefited from the town's growth. Right now, the guild was continuously absorbing the elites and experts among independent players, increasing the guild's overall strength. If Zero Wing were given another 3 to 5 days, Blackwater would have to pay an even higher price to take Stone Forest Town down. If it were up to Shifeng, he would likely take action as soon as possible. As well, guild leader, should I dispatch men to Stone Forest Town? Aqua Rose asked. Try to do it as quietly as possible to avoid arousing their suspicion, Shifeng instructed after giving the matter some thought. Use the money we earned from the lands we sold to purchase the building materials for the magic tower and send those as well. This way they won't realize that we're already on to them. Have some people start construction of the magic tower's framework. I'll try to be there as quickly as possible. This war was no trivial matter. Zero Wing could not afford to lose. It would be best if he constructed more magic towers to defend Stone Forest Town. As a precaution, if he could not even defend Stone Forest Town, his future city would also be finished. He would also have to figure out how to defend his city without magic towers. Understood. Aqua Rose disconnected the call and quickly saw to the necessary arrangements, following which, Shifeng immediately used space movement and crossed the savage wildland to its core area. However, as soon as Shifeng stepped out of the spatial tear, he came face to face with a Tyrant that stood over 10 meters tall. The vines that stretched from the Trent's body were like iron whips. Despite one of these vines just casually striking a massive rock, the stone shattered. Over 100 vines surrounded the Trent's body. Old Forest Tyrant, elemental creature, Lord, level 110 HP? When Shifeng saw this Old Forest Tyrant, his expression turned gloomy. Against a level 110 Lord, even a relatively skilled, Tier 2 player of the same level would have to run for their life. Roar. Upon noticing Shifeng, the old Tyrant released an angry roar. Immediately, over a dozen vines shot towards Shifeng as quick as lightning. Pung, pung, pung. After the vines' attacks passed, the ground split into dozens of segments. The horrific scene looked as if an earthquake had shaken the island. Fortunately, Shifeng had managed to activate the replace skill in time, avoiding the intended execution. Shifeng's doppelganger, however, had not been as fortunate, as the vines had obliterated it instantly. That was a close one. Shifeng was shaken by his doppelganger's sudden death. Not only were the vines very fast, but their movements were also cunning. The vines had attacked from his blind spots, enveloping him. The only option to cope with the attacks was to face them head-on. However, if he chose to do that, he would end up as nothing more than a gory mess. The difference between their attributes was simply too large. Techniques could not make up for that gap. After 5 minutes, Shifeng used Phantom Kill once more. Readjusting his transfer coordinates, he activated space movement. With the knowledge he had gained from his first transfer and some minor adjustments, he accurately teleported to the Otherworld transfer gate. The transfer gate was massive. Standing over 100 meters tall, it looked like a towering skyscraper. Magic arrays, which had existed since ancient times, surrounded the transfer gate. With these magic arrays, even the final boss of the Savage Wildlands core, the demonic golden elephant, could not approach the transfer gate. As long as players entered the magic array, they would be in a safe zone. Monsters wouldn't chase them once they reached that point. However, the magic array had one disadvantage. Magic arrays could not be superimposed over one another. If Shifeng wanted to establish a teleportation array, he needed to do it outside of the magic array protecting the Otherworld transfer gate. However, several monsters, all over level 100, drooled as they waited for him to leave the magic array's safety in God's domain. Setting the transfer coordinates for a teleportation array generally required 30 seconds. It was practically impossible to set the coordinates in the monster-infested core area in the past. Players had only established the coordinates for a teleportation array because Super Guild's members had cleared the area's monsters. Once the coordinates were established, Super Guilds had stationed experts near the Otherworld transfer gate to contain the monster population, allowing players to reach the transfer gate safely. Shifeng wasn't yet strong enough to kill the surrounding monsters, much less clearing them out periodically. Although Shifeng wasn't strong enough, he did have the monster repellent scroll. the monster repellent scroll would disperse the monsters within a fixed area. Once the monsters were gone, establishing the transfer coordinates would be easy. The only problem was that, when players teleported here in the future, they still had to deal with the guardian monsters. However, if players reacted quickly enough and could cross into the other world in time, those monsters would be helpless to stop them scatter. Shifeng unfurled the monster repellent scroll immediately. The monsters around the otherworld transfer gate began to flee, and the area fell silent. Taking this opportunity, Shifeng immediately began to establish the transfer coordinates. With the transfer coordinates established, Zero Wings members could teleport here using a teleportation magic array and train inside an otherworld to improve their strength. Even Super Guild's apex experts didn't enjoy such perks. After Shifeng finished with the transfer coordinates, he retrieved a return scroll and returned to White River City. Now that Blackwater had shown signs of movement, he needed to use what little time he had left to produce magic array scrolls. Unfortunately, when Shifeng arrived before the candlelight trading firm, Aqua Rose called. When the video call connected, Shifeng noticed the woman's grim expression. What happened? I'm not sure what's going on exactly, but just a moment ago, our guild members couldn't use their guild transfer scrolls to transfer to Stone Forest Town. Players in Stone Forest Town couldn't use their transfer scrolls to return to White River City either. Even their return scrolls have stopped working. Aside from that, Blackwater has surrounded the closest NPC town. And in Lake Heart City, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's members have begun to slaughter ours. Gentle Snow's people have been badly pummeled. Aqua Rose was extremely anxious. Although she had sent a lot of the guild expert and elite members to Stone Forest Town, there was still too few members there right now. Now that their members couldn't use their guild transfer scrolls, Zero Wing couldn't send more reinforcements. Chapter 1060 Action. Hellscythe _ Fluffy Goblin. Chapter 1060 Action. Shifeng's expression darkened upon hearing Aqua Rose's report. The guild transfer scrolls can't be used? Shifeng pondered the situation. Could they have used a sealing magic array? The various large guilds had commonly used sealing magic arrays to raid towns and cities in the past. However, such magic arrays were extremely rare. Generally, players only had a chance of coming across one in level 60 and above secret locations. With the guild's current strength, it was impossible to obtain one guild leader. Should I lead some experts to take charge of the situation? Afterward, you can lead the guild's army to support us. I believe that, with Stone Forest Town's defensive advantage, we should be able to hold out until the army arrives. Aqua Rose suggested. Blackwater and Pantheon had acted too quickly. Although they had begun to prepare, they had never expected Blackwater to pull such a card without the advantage of the guild transfer scrolls. It would take a considerable amount of time for Zero Wing to reach Stone Forest Town. By the time the army arrived, the siege would be underway. However, there were very few Zero Wing upper echelons in Stone Forest Town right now. Without anyone taking charge of such a large-scale guild war, the town could easily fall. Hence, they quickly needed to dispatch experts capable of leading the defense. Right. Lead the members who have mounts and start on the town's fortifications. However, be careful of ambushes from Blackwater. Since they have gone to the trouble of sealing the entire map, they definitely have plans to prevent anyone from reaching the town, Shifeng said, nodding. Currently, mounts were still far from being common in God's domain. Even in super guilds, only very few experts had obtained a mount. Aqua Rose's group only needed to break through Blackwater's defensive line, and they could reach Stone Forest Town without trouble. Players without mounts had no hope of catching up to them at all. Moreover, due to a fortuitous encounter, Aqua Rose had obtained and completed a quest that had awarded her with a secret silver-ranked flame horse. With the speed of a secret silver mount, even Super Guild's players with mounts would not catch up to her. After all, secret silver mounts were very rare. After Shifeng finished assigning Aqua Rose's tasks, he entered the candlelight trading firm's basic meditation room and activated God's blessing. Using the materials that Melancholic Smile had prepared for him, he began to produce one magic array scroll after another. Even if Blackwater's army traveled towards Stone Forest Town from the nearest teleportation point, they would have to run for over 10 hours. Moreover, after such a long run, they would have to rest before joining the battle. Otherwise, ordering an army that had nearly exhausted its stamina to raid a town would be the epitome of foolishness. Meanwhile, if Shifeng hurried towards Stone Forest Town, he could arrive far more quickly. The sealing magic array created mana fluctuations in the affected area, and prevented teleportation magic arrays from functioning properly. However, Shifeng had the 7 Luminaries ring. Space movement was different from teleportation. Even if there were mana fluctuations in an area, the skill would not be affected. Hence, he could simply teleport to the nearest town and continue towards Stone Forest Town. In terms of speed, even someone riding a dark gold mount would be no match for him. He now had over 10 hours to prepare for war right now. His priority was to make as many magic array scrolls as he could. Everything else was secondary. As for organizing an army to reinforce Stone Forest Town, he had no intentions of doing so if it came down to a direct confrontation. Even if Zero Wing were 10 times stronger, it would be no match for Blackwater, as the latter controlled those one-horned humanoid monsters. Sending players against those monsters was the equivalent of sending them to their graves. Furthermore, how could Zero Wing outmatch Pantheon's expert count? Zero Wing's only hope relied on magic array scrolls and the town's defenses. Shortly after Blackwater sealed off the map surrounding the Stoneclaw Mountains, many players noticed the scent of gunpowder in the air. As Blackwater and Heaven's Burial's elite armies began pouring into the town nearest to Stone Forest Town, the various large guilds around Starmoon Kingdom realized that Blackwater intended to steal Stone Forest Town. Meanwhile, a commotion shook Starmoon Kingdom's official forms. What? They're starting to fight already? I wonder who will win this war. Do you even need to ask? It will definitely be Blackwater. Didn't you see how many players the guild has gathered? Moreover, I heard that even Pantheon is getting involved. How could Stone Forest Town be that easy to raid? Don't forget that Zero Wing has stationed many NPC guards in Stone Forest Town. In addition, the town has the normal guards that belong to the guild's members as well as the defensive turrets. Even if Blackwater has the advantage in numbers, it will still be very difficult to capture Stone Forest Town. Moreover, Zero Wing has the home ground advantage. Even after its members die, they can resurrect in the town. Blackwater's members, however, will have to travel for over 10 hours to return to the battlefield. You're right. Oh. For a time, Starmoon Kingdom's forums were cluttered with conversations about the guild war. Many players had even eagerly rushed towards Stone Forest Town after receiving news, wishing to witness this war with their own eyes. In reality, it wasn't just players who were eager to watch this war. Every guild in Starmoon Kingdom paid close attention to Stone Forest Town as well. After all, this could be considered Starmoon Kingdom's first siege war. This war's outcome was significantly important if Zero Wing failed to defend Stone Forest Town. After losing this goldmine of a town, the guild would most likely be reduced to a second-rate guild. Blackwater might gradually devour the guild until the name Zero Wing no longer existed in Starmoon Kingdom. On the other hand, if Zero Wing repelled Blackwater's assault, after this war, Zero Wing's influence in Starmoon Kingdom would reach unprecedented levels. Within a short time, Zero Wing's strength would undoubtedly climb by leaps and bounds. Many players in Starmoon Kingdom had felt that the Blackwater Guild, which had the support of the Blackwater Corporation, had massive potential and thought that it was guaranteed to become Starmoon Kingdom's ruler. Hence, many players and companies paid close attention to this war. If Zero Wing came out victorious, it would be impossible for Blackwater to organize further effective assaults in a short time. For a long time to come, Zero Wing would remain as Starmoon Kingdom's ruler. Meanwhile, inside the second-floor VIP room of a high-class bar in Saimu Town, the town closest to Stone Forest Town, Pantheon has lost its mind. It would have been fine if it had just dispatched its core legions to deal with Zero Wing, yet it dispatched one of its 4 trump card legions, the Red Jade Legion, as well. It seems that Zero Wing has seriously offended Pantheon this time. Yuan Tiexin lightly clicked his tongue as he looked out the window at the 1,000-man legion marching through the street. Every member of this 1,000-man legion was level 40 or above. Moreover, they all wore exquisite, white robes with an embroidered blood-red eagle. This blood-red eagle was none other than the Red Jade Legion's symbol. These players' unified clothing, in addition to their levels, frightened the onlooking independent players. Pantheon had many core legions, but the most famous were the 4 trump card legions. Most of the experts in these legions were experts Pantheon had nurtured internally. Outsiders who wished to join these legions had to pass multiple tests. These trump card legions generally dealt with super guilds or super first-rate guilds. Until now, Pantheon had never once used these legions to deal with smaller guilds. Chapter 1061, Divine Hand. Hellscythe _ Fluffy Goblin. Chapter 1061, Divine Hand. HM? Why is he here? Yuan Tiexin's expression froze when his eyes fell upon a middle-aged man standing with the Red Jade Legion. The middle-aged man's appearance depicted strength, and he carried a bow of bones across his back. Noticing Yuan Tiexin's suddenly stern expression, Purple Jade immediately followed his gaze from her seat beside him. However, she did not discover anything unusual. Yuan Tiexin didn't seem to be looking at anyone noteworthy. Suddenly, as if she had thought of something, Purple Jade asked, "Uncle Yuan, could there be someone from the Dark Blade among those people?" Even a super guild like Pantheon had its secrets. Hence, the guild had established a secret department called the Dark Blade. The Dark Blade specialized in tasks that others who walked in the light didn't want, such as assassinations and banditry. This department's members would also assassinate other guilds' upper echelons, disguising the deed as another guild's work and causing strife between other guilds for their profit. However, these tasks were secondary. The Dark Blade's true purpose was to assassinate enemy commanders during guild wars. To achieve this, when Pantheon nurtured these players, the selection of skills, weapons, equipment, tools, and attribute allocation were specially catered towards killing individual players. Although this was an extreme method of combat, it was suitable to deal with players who sought balance. In a one-on-one battle where both sides had equal combat standards and similar quality of weapons and equipment, the Dark Blade's members could trample such players. Of course, with such an extreme combat method, the members of the Dark Blade fared poorly against monsters in the field or a dungeon. This, in turn, greatly impacted their leveling speed. Hence, they needed other players to power level them. That's right. I'm familiar with the man wielding the massive bone bow. He is the vice commander of Dark Blade, Divine Hand. 9 kills. Yuan Tiexin said, rage filling his gaze as he watched the distant, bow-carrying player. The bow-carrying man's name was 9 kills, while Divine Hand was a title he had been given by others in the industry in a past large-scale virtual reality game, due to 9 kills successfully assassinating the Secret Pavilion's third vice guild leader. At the time, the pavilion had lost a major war against Pantheon. Yuan Tiexin had been one of the guards protecting the third vice guild leader. In the end, however, 9 kills had pulled off the assassination attempt. Due to that loss, the Secret Pavilion had been forced to withdraw from that virtual reality game. That incident had become one of Yuan Tiexin's lifelong embarrassments, and he had hungered for revenge. However, the trail of Pantheon's Dark Blade members was too difficult to track. Yuan Tiexin had not expected to encounter the man here. Although 9 kills had modified his appearance somewhat, Yuan Tiexin recognized him. So, he is the rumored Divine Hand. Purple Jade carefully observed 9 kills as well. However, no matter how much she watched 9 kills, she could not sense anything special from the man. He looked like any other expert in the Red Jade Legion. Since 9 kills is making a move, the other members of the Dark Blade should be hidden among the Legion as well. Zero Wing has no chance of victory, Yuan Tiexin said, sighing. Setting aside the army of high-intelligence monsters, just the presence of Dark Blade could ruin Stone Forest Town. If the town didn't have any commanders, it would be a piece of cake for Blackwater to raid the town. Although he believed that Shifeng was quite strong, the Dark Blade's members, who had undergone special training to kill other players, were no trifling opponents. The Secret Pavilion's vice guild leaders were not just figureheads. Without sufficient strength and talent, it was impossible to achieve this position, not to mention becoming the third vice guild leader. Yet, even with 3 guards by his side, the third vice guild leader had been killed. Although the 3 guards had eventually killed the Dark Blade member, their victory had held no meaning. Outside of Simu Town's entrance, a large number of elite members belonging to both Blackwater and Heaven's Burial waited for their orders. These players were all level 37 or above. The independent players watching from afar were shocked by this scene. There should be at least 100,000 players, right? 100,000? Aren't you underestimating Blackwater and Heaven's Burial too much? Both guild recruited that alone during their last 2 recruitment campaigns. Not to mention, Blackwater annexed Ouroboros. Many of the experts I know are now wearing Blackwater's emblem. What's going on? The Blackwater Corporation is supporting Blackwater. The guild isn't hurting for money at all. Moreover, the Blackwater Corporation is prepared to invest into God's domain fully. If one joins the guild and obtains a good position, their future could be limitless. The income of the guild's core members already rivals the Blackwater Dojo's newly hired instructors. Do you know how many people are vying to become an instructor in the Blackwater Dojo each year? It's a pity that only a handful of people get chosen. I guess you're right. It's a pity that I'm not strong enough right now. Otherwise, I would try to join Blackwater. I know, right? I have heard that, since Blackwater established its guild, several thousand of Star Moon Kingdom's independent players have joined. However, they only received the treatment of elite members. It is extremely difficult to become a core member. This war is a good opportunity for them to display their skills. If they perform well, they might even be promoted to a core member. At that time, they could afford to live without worrying about basic necessities. I have also heard that the team leaders and vice team leaders among Blackwater's core members received incomes that rival the Blackwater Dojo's basic and intermediate instructors. If one manages to reach those positions, they wouldn't have to worry about money for the rest of their lives. Oh. Just as the players in Saimu Town discussed the current atmosphere, a row of players atop high-ranking mounts began to lead the elite army towards Stone Forest Town. Even the most inferior among these mounts was bronze rank, while the two people in the lead rode mysterious iron mounts. Miss Muyun, I have truly underestimated your Blackwater Guild. I had never thought that you would dispatch so many elite members. I believe that even Zero Wing will be surprised. Singular Burial, who rode a black cheetah, commented, laughing previously. Singular Burial had thought that Blackwater could dispatch at most 100,000 elite members. After all, the guild still faced many management issues after annexing Ouroboros. The guild still needed some elite members to maintain order in the towns and cities it ruled over. However, contrary to expectations, Blackwater had dispatched 200,000 elite members. It was very hard to imagine that Blackwater already possessed such strength. Despite establishing only a short time ago, in terms of the number of elite members, even the Star Alliance was no match for Blackwater. Blackwater also had plenty of experts. If the guild were already this strong after recently joining God's domain, it was hard to imagine how powerful it would become in the future. Whether Zero Wing is shocked or not is no concern to Blackwater. In any case, ours won't be the main force raiding the town. We are simply here to pick up the pieces, Qin Muyun said indifferently. If Zero Wing uses everything it has against us, excellent. As for hindering Zero Wing's reinforcements, I'll leave that to Guild Leader Burial. Please rest assured. Heaven's Burial will prevent Zero Wing's army from setting foot in Stone Forest Town, Heaven's Burial confidently declared. Although Blackwater had dispatched an army of elite members, Heaven's Burial had dispatched quite a few of its own with a total of 120,000 elite members in addition to their terrain advantage. The town would have new owners before Zero Wing's army reached it. After that, Heaven's Burial simply needed to work with Blackwater to encircle and annihilate Zero Wing's army guild leader. A report just came in. Several cloaked players riding mounts have been sighted leaving Saimu Town. By the looks of it, they seem to be heading towards Stone Forest Town. Daybreak Fog, who stood to a side, suddenly announced, "They should be Zero Wing's upper echelons. Should we dispatch some of our experts to get rid of them?" Chapter 1062, Forceful Breakthrough. Hellscythe _ Fluffy Goblin Chapter 1062 Forceful Breakthrough. Hearing Daybreak Fog's deduction, Singular Burial fell into deep thought. Have Ghost Shadows group stop them. Remember, don't let a single player escape. Singular Burial said strictly. We're resending Ghost Shadows group? Daybreak Fog was momentarily stunned. Aren't we making a big fuss over something so small? Ghost Shadow was Heaven's Burial's #1 expert. He was already considered a top-tier expert in previous virtual reality games. Now, during his time in God's domain, he had come across a fortuitous encounter which allowed his techniques and strength to undergo a qualitative change. Only, Ghost Shadow had been improving himself away from the public eye all this time, so not many people knew about his current strength. They had originally planned to use him to surprise Zero Wing's army yet. Singular Burial intended to expose Ghost Shadow's strength to hunt down a few players. I don't think so. Even now, Zero Wing has yet to arrange an army to head over to Stone Forest Town. Instead, they are sending a few experts with mounts over first. The only reason they would do so is most likely because there are no good commanders in Stone Forest Town right now. Among the Zero Wing members heading towards Stone Forest Town, a commander is likely among them. I believe that Ghost Shadow will be very interested in them. He might even come across Zero Wing's #1 assassin, Fire Dance. Singular Burial explained. Of course, this was only a guess. However, to make their raid on Stone Forest Town easier, he would rather mistakenly kill 1,000 players than let one escape. I'll head over as well then. Daybreak Fog could not help her growing interest. It was a popular belief that Star Moon Kingdom's strongest female experts were in Zero Wing. Meanwhile, Aqua Rose was the most famous female player in Zero Wing. This was because she had once been an honorary elder of the first-rate guild Twilight Echo. Following Aqua Rose was Fire Dance, who had displayed frightening strength in several past battles. However, Daybreak Fog did not agree with this sentiment. Without having fought each other, how could she know which among them was the strongest? If she came across either one of these women, she would initiate a proper fight. They dared to rush at us with so few people. They aren't taking Heaven's Burial seriously. A strong, muscular level 40 assassin wearing a black mask scowled, sneering at the 5 players rushing towards him from a distance. Leader, you must leave one for me. I want to show these people that the real experts aren't in Zero Wing. They are in Heaven's Burial's Ghost Shadow Legion. Although Heaven's Burial was an upstart guild, it possessed an extraordinary background. Otherwise, Blackwater would not have bothered to cooperate with the guild. Meanwhile, in Heaven's Burial, the Ghost Shadow Legion consisted of experts from many well-known workshops only. This matter was never made public. The Ghost Shadow Legion's members leveled up and trained in secret. The guild had even invited some of the virtual gaming world's apex experts to spar and train them. In the real world, the Legion's members specifically gathered in a training complex, which Heaven's Burial used to nurture its experts. There, members of the Legion sparred with other members and underwent all sorts of vigorous training methods each day. It felt like a living hell. Correspondingly, however, their strength had undergone earth-shattering changes. As for the experts who had made a name for themselves in Star Moon Kingdom, they paid no attention to these people whatsoever. After all, even the best among those experts was only strong enough to reach the 6th floor of the Divine Colosseum's Trial Tower. On the other hand, even the weakest members of the Ghost Shadow Legion were 6th floor experts, with many of them having reached the 7th floor. As for the Legion's commander, Ghost Shadow, he had reached the late stage of the 8th floor. He had long since surpassed the record Zero Wing's members had set. Only he had kept his record hidden all this time. Sure, you'll deal with the magical classes. However, if there is a female assassin among them, leave her to me. Ghost Shadow laughed. In reality, he didn't care about the several Zero Wing members heading towards him. If not for Daybreak Fog stating that Fire Dance might be among these players, he would not have bothered coming during the rank competition between guilds in the Trial Tower. Fire Dance had humiliated him. He had been a top-tier expert in the virtual gaming world for many years. Yet this little girl had defeated him. After that incident, he had vowed that he would, sooner or later, pay back the humiliation he had suffered after a fortuitous encounter. Not only had his combat standards improved greatly, but he also wielded epic-ranked weapons. This was why he was so confident of defeating Fire Dance. He had walked the line between life and death to complete that quest. He had even sacrificed the lives of thousands of the guild's elite members in his current state. He would even dare to challenge Zero Wing's guild leader, Black Flame. Big Sis Aqua. I used eagle eyes and discovered a team of 100 players hiding along the sides of the forest path ahead. Should we circle around them? Minor Wind asked. Heaven's Burial's army was positioned all over the place. The guild had sealed off practically all of the official paths leading from Sima Town to Stone Forest Town. However, as the map was quite massive, it was impossible for Heaven's Burial's elite army to be everywhere. As long as they moved through the forest, their party could avoid detection. The only problem was that they could attract monsters' attention. If that happened, they would have to waste a lot of time. However, fighting Heaven's Burial's members would similarly put them in a bind. We don't have that much time. Moreover, they don't have a large group. We'll force our way through. Aqua Rose decided it. I was waiting for you to say that, Minor Wind said. Grinning Minor Wind rendered the other 3 party members speechless. It was obvious that Minor Wind had purposefully asked that question. The Ranger clearly wanted to test out the advanced mana armor kits. He had recently equipped 3 advanced mana armor kits, provided an increase of roughly 10% to one's basic attributes. To players with excellent equipment like themselves, that was the equivalent of an additional piece of level 40 dark gold equipment. Ready the magic array. Ghost Shadow commanded upon seeing Aqua Rose's party of 5 approach. Once they are within 50 yards, activate it. Don't let even any of them get away. Leader, rest assured. The magic array has an effective radius of 100 yards. As long as we activate it in time, they'll have no hope of escape. A level 40 elementalist said confidently when Aqua Rose's group was within 50 yards of Ghost Shadow's team. The latter activated their magic array suddenly. A red magic barrier that was 30 yards tall and covered a radius of 100 yards appeared in the forest when active. The 6-star Crimson array would lock an area within a barrier. It was a basic magic array meant for ambushing enemies. The only way to break free was to attack the barrier and deplete the caster's mana charge. Ghost Shadow shouted in the team chat. Following which, he activated his stealth skill and made his way to his targets immediately. The shield warriors and guardian knights hidden on either side of the small road took the lead and charged at the enemy's mounts, hoping to knock Aqua Rose and her teammates down. Meanwhile, the ranged classes hidden a distance away began to launch one attack after another. Chapter 1063. The Power of 5. Hellscythe_VampireCat Chapter 1063. The Power of 5. The rangers, elementalists, cursemancers, and summoners hiding in the forest numbered several dozens. The spells and arrows they shot out formed a wall that drove towards Aqua Rose's party, leaving the 5 with no space to dodge at all. Boom, boom, boom. As a series of explosions rang out, dust and dirt went flying into the air. Everyone from the Ghost Shadow Legion felt a strong gust of wind blowing in their face. It's over? Daybreak Fog quietly looked at the dust cloud before her in doubt. Did I guess wrong, and these people aren't Zero Wings upper echelon at all? Although their frontal attack had been overwhelming, expert players could simply avoid them altogether rather than receive the attacks directly. After all, ranged attacks were not instantaneous. There was a small time lag between the launching and landing of the spell. Moreover, there was also the system-provided ballistic prediction line, so they're just a bunch of trash. It seems Zero Wings experts only amount to that much after all. When the Ghost Shadow Legion members saw the rising dust cloud, smug smiles appeared on their faces. However, as the dust cloud dissipated, the faces of those who were still feeling proud of themselves immediately darkened after the dust settled. What appeared was a large crater in the ground. However, this crater was actually in the shape of a semicircle. At the flat end of this semicircle, as if an invisible wall stood before Aqua Rose's party, no damage had reached Aqua Rose and the others at all. They actually blocked all those attacks? Daybreak Fog's eyes turned serious as she took in this unbelievable sight. With a closer look, she could faintly make out a translucent barrier erected before Aqua Rose's party. A moment later, this barrier shattered like glass, its fragments scattering to the ground before vanishing out of existence. Violet, this absolute barrier of yours really is strong. It actually managed to block off all those attacks. With this, we'll have to rely on you to block the ultimate moves of bosses in the future, Minor Wind said, chuckling. My absolute barrier is only a tier 1 skill. Can block tier 2 skills at most. Right now it is only useful in fights against other players, Violet Cloud said, shaking her head. Although Violet Cloud had said so, this feat had still dealt an enormous blow to the Ghost Shadow Legion's mental state. They had considered the possibility that Aqua Rose's party would directly dodge their attacks. However, they never imagined that the latter would actually be able to receive their attack straight on. At this moment, Daybreak Fog noticed that the elementalist standing behind Aqua Rose was in the midst of chanting an incantation. Hurriedly she shouted, "Not good! Everyone scatter!" As an elementalist herself, Daybreak Fog had a deep understanding of the class. Even without the spell's magic array taking form, she could tell what kind of spell it was just through the amount of mana the incantation was gathering. Even if it was a spell she was not familiar with, she could still judge the power of the spell. Meanwhile, Daybreak Fog's senses were currently telling her that the elementalist standing behind Aqua Rose was casting a large-scale destruction spell, and that it was already too late for them to interrupt the spell. Hearing Daybreak Fog's reminder, everyone in the Ghost Shadow Legion immediately broke into a sprint. At this time, the alarm bells in their minds were also going off, warning them that they would die if they did not flee. Don't you think it's a little too late to run now? The elementalist behind Aqua Rose giggled softly before pointing a finger to the sky. A blue streak of lightning promptly shot towards the clouds, following which, a gigantic twofold magic array appeared in the sky, covering a 100-yard diameter. In the next moment, the blue magic array shot out a blue pillar of light that directly bombarded the rear line of the Ghost Shadow Legion. Then, the light pillar began expanding in size and devouring the escaping players one after another. Damn it! It's too fast. Although Daybreak Fog had used Blink to get away, she still could not escape the expanding light pillar. In the end, she had no choice but to use Ice Barrier, becoming immune to all damage. However, her body also couldn't move as a result as the light pillar faded. It left a plot of scorched earth in its wake. Black smoke wafted up from the blackened ground. This scene stupefied the Ghost Shadow Legion members standing at the front lines. This scorched landscape was simply too terrifying. If not for them charging ahead, they would have already turned into ash and dust by now. Sent this a little too strong. Minor Wind fell breathless despite himself. Big Sis Aqua. Just what kind of person is your friend? This was his first time seeing a large-scale destruction spell that could expand to cover such a large area so quickly. Just this single attack had annihilated over half of the 100-man team before them. Aqua Rose looked over her shoulder to give Alluring Smile a glance. Chuckling, she said, "She's just a battle maniac." Upon hearing this, Alluring Summer could not help but stretch out her hand and pinch Aqua Rose's waist. Not only had her friend forcefully dragged her all the way out here, but she also actually called her a battle maniac. Right enough. We don't have much time to waste here. Let's hurry up and move. Aqua Rose said hurriedly as she tugged on her mount's reins. At this moment, the members of the Ghost Shadow Legion were already frightened stiff by Alluring Smile's attack. Although they had seen videos showing large-scale destruction spells in use, experiencing one in person was something else altogether. When they felt the might of the large-scale destruction spell, a feeling of helplessness overwhelmed their bodies. Everyone get a grip. Large-scale destruction spells are extremely rare. They can't possibly have another one. Even if they do, as long as we close in on them, they won't be able to use it. Daybreak Fog shouted as soon as her ice barrier ended. Although Aqua Rose's party had caught them off guard, their advantage remained unchanged. Moreover, now she was even more certain that someone of Zero Wing's upper echelon was definitely among the party of 5. Otherwise, it would simply have been impossible for them to use a large-scale destruction spell. As long as they managed to hold back these 5 players, they would have a much easier time conquering Stone Forest Town later on. At Daybreak Fog's words, everyone from the Ghost Shadow Legion immediately snapped out of their daze. The melee players standing at the forefront started moving once more. Charge. Previously, it was a wall of spells and arrows that had assaulted Aqua Rose's party. Now it was a wall of players with shields defending them from attacks and the healers in the rear line providing them with heals and protection buffs. Even Minor Wind's arrows could do little against them at this time. Shadow Sword, who was in front of Aqua Rose, took the initiative, saying, "Let me." Shadow Sword unslung the blood-red greatsword hanging on his back. This greatsword was the new weapon Shadow Sword had obtained after saving up guild contribution points every way he could. He had even traded in his previous weapon for this greatsword. Meanwhile, this greatsword was none other than the holy weapon Sherfong had obtained from killing the demonic Ape King. Crimson Moon. Currently, Shadow Sword had already upgraded Crimson Moon to fine gold rank. As a result, his level had dropped to just barely over level 40. If he were to upgrade the weapon to dark gold rank, his level would fall below level 35. He dares to come at us all by himself? Let's surround him and beat him to death. Seeing Shadow Sword charging towards them, the melee players of the Ghost Shadow Legion immediately sprang into action. As for the bronze warhorse Shadow Sword was riding, they paid no attention to it whatsoever. Individually, their power might not be a match for the bronze warhorse. However, they could easily hold it back if several of them worked together. It would be just like fighting against a boss monster. Thud. Along with the sound of an impact, 3 MTs blocked the warhorse Shadow Sword rode, just as the other melee players were approaching Shadow Sword from both sides. "I was waiting for this." Shadow Sword grinned as he tightened his grip on Crimson Moon. He then abruptly swung it Whirlwind Slash. Immediately, a Crimson Storm sent the 8 melee players approaching him flying. Even the 3 MTs blocking the warhorse had to retreat 3 steps. Damage of over -2,000 points appearing above their heads. Such powerful strength. Daybreak Fog was stunned. The members of the Ghost Shadow Legion were not your ordinary expert. Whether it was in terms of combat standards or weapons and equipment, they were top-notch. Yet now Shadow Sword actually beat these powerful experts and sent them flying by as if they were common monsters. However, the Ghost Shadow Legion members were all experts. After their first assault got repelled, they coordinated their movements even more closely with each other for their second assault. Moreover, with Shadow Sword's Whirlwind Slash on cooldown, how was the Berserker going to defend against an attack coming from all sides? Scram! Seeing his enemies crowding around him once more, Shadow Sword brandished Crimson Moon again. Unlike the previous attack, Crimson Moon radiated a faint red glow this time, having successfully triggered the blood boiling effect. At Fine Gold rank, the blood boiling effect increased Shadow Sword's strength by an additional 1,000 points for 12 seconds with Shadow Sword's current strength. Even a High Lord of the same level would be no match for him this time. Although Shadow Sword could not attack using Whirlwind Slash, he could use the active skill that came with the Tier 1 set equipment for Berserkers, Bladestorm. In the next moment, a red storm raged. All players within a 15-yard radius got blown into the air, invisible wind blades cutting their bodies time after time. In the end, these players transformed into streaks of white light and disappeared one after another. Then weapons and equipment rained down on the ground. Chapter 1064. The Few Cannot Fight the Many. Hellscythe _ Vampire Cat. Chapter 1064. The Few Cannot Fight the Many. Just who are they? Daybreak Fog's eyes stayed glued on the 5 cloaked figures. She couldn't guess the identities of Aqua Rose's party of 5 at all. Among the information she collected, there were no records of such a powerful elementalist or berserker in Zero Wing. Particularly, the berserker's strength was truly incredible. With just a single attack, he had directly killed over a dozen nearby melee players, including several MTs with over 20,000 HP. The destructive force of the Bladestorm he used could practically rival the large-scale destruction spell used by the elementalist before. With such strength, how were other players supposed to contend with him? Faring worse than Daybreak Fog, the members of the Ghost Shadow Legion were stunned speechless. Just a meager party of 5 had killed over half of their Ghost Shadow Legion in mere moments. Moreover, this party of 5 remained completely unharmed. If they recounted this situation in Heaven's Burial, nobody would believe them. Leave that berserker to me. All melee players prioritize killing the 4 in the rear. Daybreak Fog commanded Shadow Sword was too powerful. It would be suicidal to have their melee players go up against him. Only a ranged player like herself could possibly pin him down. Obeying Daybreak Fog's words, everyone promptly avoided Shadow Sword. He was only a berserker. Even if he wanted to hold them back, he could detain only 1 or 2 people at most. The remaining dozen or so players could easily steer clear of him and charge at Aqua Rose and the others get them. The dozen or so melee players that managed to get past Shadow Sword's blockade immediately charged at Aqua Rose and the others. When only 10 yards separated Aqua Rose's group and the melee players, over a dozen arrows shot towards the berserker leading the charge. All the berserker saw were several streaks of light coming at him. Knowing that he could no longer dodge or block the oncoming attacks, he instinctively raised his battle axe and executed Whirlwind Slash. However, when the berserker's battle axe came into contact with the first arrow, the powerful impact forced him to take a step back, causing his body to stiffen momentarily, following which, the remaining dozen or so arrows struck the berserker one after another. Every time an arrow hit, the berserker had to take another step back, his HP decreasing by over 4,000. He even received over -8,000 damage. The healers standing at the rear failed to keep up with the damage. After the 5th arrow struck the berserker, his body fell powerless to the ground. As for the remaining arrows, the remaining melee players of the Ghost Shadow Legion barely managed to block them. They were just arrows, so why do they contain that much power? At this moment, the Legion members eyed the distant minor wind in fear. They no longer dared to charge forward recklessly. If they received a concentrated volley of arrows like the berserker had just now, they would undoubtedly lose their lives. They were no ordinary players. They were experts of Heaven's Burial from defending against Minor Wind's attacks. They fully realized just how frightening the ranger was. Although it seemed as if Minor Wind had shot these dozen or so arrows very casually, in reality, every one of these arrows was accurately aimed at their blind spots, which made defending against the attacks extraordinarily uncomfortable. Moreover, their reactions towards such attacks would be slower and delayed compared to defending against other attacks. If they had to go up against 5 of such blind spot attacks simultaneously, with their standards they could defend against 3 or 4 of them at most. The remainder would strike home. Of course, if they had to receive only 1 or 2 attacks, they would not mind at all. After all, they had healers who could quickly patch up the damage they received. However, the power contained within Minor Wind's arrows was extraordinary. As melee players, after they defended against 1 arrow, they would no longer have any power to spare to block the remaining attacks. With such a powerful ranger backing up Aqua Rose's party, quickly approaching the party was simply impossible. Just as Minor Wind was suppressing the melee members of the Ghost Shadow Legion, Four figures suddenly appeared behind Aqua Rose's group of 4 die. With Ghost Shadow in the lead, 4 assassins stabbed their daggers at Aqua Rose's group of 4 practically simultaneously ambush. Anyone struck by this skill would be placed in a fainted state for 2 seconds. To expert assassins like them, 2 seconds were more than enough for them to kill an MT of the same level. Not to mention non-plate armor classes. Seeing this scene, Daybreak Fog smiled while she acknowledged that Aqua Rose and the others were indeed very powerful. The Ghost Shadow Legion members were no weaklings. Either the commands she had shouted were simply a feint. Her motive for doing so was to divert the attention of Aqua Rose's group of 4 to allow Ghost Shadow's assassin group to display its fullest effect. As long as the 4 ranged players died, dealing with Shadow Sword would be a simple matter at this time. Aqua Rose shouted, "Thornbind." Thornbind was a Tier 1 curse. When activated, it would immediately restrain all enemies within a 20-yard radius with thorny vines for 4 seconds. Moreover, these thorns would connect with the HP of the bound target. If the target tried to forcefully break free of their bindings, they would receive a corresponding backlash. Green vines swiftly emerged from the ground one after another with Aqua Rose as the center. In the blink of an eye, the vines bound all 4 assassins. Not good. Everyone avoid them. At this moment, Ghost Shadow also realized that they had fallen for a trick. He activated Vanish right away and disappeared from everyone's eyes. The other 3 assassins also activated their Vanish skill without hesitation, rendering the bindings of the vines ineffective. After Ghost Shadow's group disappeared, Violet Cloud used Soul Cloud, promptly sending attacks flying in all directions. Dang. 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 Along with a series of clashing sounds, Ghost Shadow's group of 4 appeared once more. Soul Cloud. So you're Violet Cloud. After Ghost Shadow defended against all the attacks, he glared at the cloaked Violet Cloud, intense fighting spirit blazing in his eyes. She had similarly defeated him previously at the Trial Tower. This time he would not allow a repeat. However, immediately after Violet Cloud's attack, Alluring Summer used Flame Barrage and attacked the 4 assassins from their blind spots. As if the 3 women were of one mind, their coordination was seamless. Ghost Shadow managed to use his daggers to block the oncoming fireballs, but the other 3 assassins failed to do so, opening a gap in their defense. Seizing this opportunity, Violet Cloud immediately controlled her Soul Cloud to bombard the 3 assassins with black balls of mana. If they were simply dealing with normal magical attacks, these expert assassins could still defend against quite a few, even though their stance was not ideal. However, Violet Cloud's Soul Cloud was extremely lively and flexible. Her attacks always managed to change directions abruptly at crucial moments. In the end, the 3 assassins could only block a small portion of the oncoming attacks and promptly lost their lives to the barrage. Only Ghost Shadow, with his nimble footwork and accurate judgment, was able to defend against the black mana balls. However, the more he fought, the more shocked he grew. How can this spell be so powerful? The power of the Soul Cloud Violet Cloud controlled was simply overwhelming. In terms of strength, the spell was practically equal to him. Meanwhile, he was wielding epic weapons. What was even more shocking was Violet Cloud's ability to control the spell. Her level of control had clearly already entered the refinement realm. This discovery astounded Ghost Shadow. Previously, when he had encountered Violet Cloud, he could tell that she was still far from reaching the refinement realm. Yet, just after a short time, not only had she entered the refinement realm, but her understanding of the realm had even achieved a considerable standard. She could not only control such a large number of attacks but also manipulate them with ease. As Ghost Shadow was dealing with Violet Cloud's attacks, Aqua Rose and the others were assisting the girl from the sides as well. This support applied considerable pressure on Ghost Shadow. If he went one-on-one against Violet Cloud, he was still confident of defeating the girl. However, Violet Cloud had 3 experts with extremely high basic attributes surrounding her. Continuing to fight would only be a waste of energy right now. He needed to get away from this place first before launching another assault, following which, Ghost Shadow activated wind steps and began retreating. Don't even think about getting away so easily. Violet Cloud smiled faintly. She then used Star's guidance on the retreating assassin. Immediately, Ghost Shadow felt a powerful force pulling him towards Violet Cloud. Reacting quickly, he used a control removal skill. However, during Ghost Shadow's momentary pause, a white arc of lightning pierced through his chest. Following which, Aqua Rose, Minor Wind, and Violet Cloud's attacks bombarded the assassin one after another. The 4 people killed Ghost Shadow instantly. Chapter 1065 War Erupts. Hellscythe Undersea Remparket Chapter 1065 War Erupts. Ghost Shadow's death was like the straw that broke the camel's back the moment he died. The other members of the Ghost Shadow Legion immediately fell into a panic. The momentum they had from before vanishing completely, the dozen or so melee players that originally were still rushing forward stopped cold, their eyes filled with fear as they looked at Aqua Rose's group of four. The reason why their legion was named the Ghost Shadow Legion was all because of Ghost Shadow's existence. If even someone as strong as Ghost Shadow got killed, what could they possibly do now? Looking at the current situation, Daybreak Fog gnashed her teeth as she reluctantly commanded, "Retreat!" Although she was unwilling to acknowledge their defeat, if this fight continued, it would only end with their total annihilation. Rather than gift their enemies with more equipment, they would be better off withdrawing. Big Sis Aqua, they're running away. Should we give chase? Shadow Sword asked eagerly. He still had not had his fill of fighting. The battle this time was truly exhilarating, or to put it in another way, he never had so much fun before. He felt as if he were in a dream right now. None of the Ghost Shadow Legion members were weaklings. Through his battle with these people, he could tell that they possessed bountiful combat experience and extremely high combat standards. Unfortunately for them, his combat experience still surpassed theirs. In the Secret Pavilion's simulation training system, he had fought against all kinds of experts. Although the Refinement Realm experts there bullied him to no end, these fights allowed him to develop a penetrating insight. As a result, he could easily see through the weaknesses of attacks on the level of the Ghost Shadow Legion members. With that insight added to his huge advantage in basic attributes, killing the experts of Heaven's Burial was as easy as chopping up vegetables. Previously, he had been wondering whether or not he had improved at all. After all, no matter how many battles he fought in the simulation training system, they always ended with his defeat. Now, however, after tangling with these expert players, he finally realized just how much he had improved. No need. Heaven's Burial's members are everywhere. If we let them surround us, we'll have to waste even more time. Our priority right now is to reach Stone Forest Town, Aqua Rose said, shaking her head as she watched Daybreak Fog's group remove the magic barrier and escape into the forest, following which, Shadow Sword and the others swiftly collected their loot before getting back on their mounts and hurrying towards Stone Forest Town. Shortly after Aqua Rose left, several assassins appeared from the forest. These assassins did not bear any guild emblems on their persons. They were all independent players who were planning on sneaking to Stone Forest Town to observe the upcoming war, the first siege war in Star Moon Kingdom, one which pitted Blackwater and Heaven's Burial's joint army of 300,000 elite players against Star Moon Kingdom's number 1 guild, Zero Wing, was a major event. If they did not personally witness this war, they would surely regret it for the rest of their lives. Only, due to them coming across Aqua Rose's party on their way to Stone Forest Town, they decided to follow after the party and take a look at what the party was up to. However, they never imagined that they would actually encounter such an expert battle on their journey. Did you guys record everything? Do you take me for a fool? Of course I've recorded everything. What about your side? Relax, I didn't miss out any of the exciting moments. Our luck is really good. I never thought that we would come across such a fight. Zero Wings members are too cool. Just 5 of them managed to go up against a team of 100 experts. I really wonder just how strong are those 5 people. If I can become as strong as any one of them, I wouldn't have wasted my time playing God's Domain. Alright, enough dreaming. Let's hurry up and post these videos on the forums. This message will definitely shock everyone. Following which, these several assassins posted their recorded videos on Star Moon Kingdom's official forums. Moreover, they even gave their post a very eye-catching title. 5 Zero Wing experts shockingly massacre Heaven's Burial's 100-man expert team. Published along with this post were several video clips showing the fight between Zero Wing and the Ghost Shadow Legion from several different angles, the videos thoroughly reproducing the entire battle from before. As soon as the post was published, it immediately created a commotion in Star Moon Kingdom. Nobody would have ever thought that a measly 5 people would be able to turn the tables on an encirclement of 100 experts. Moreover, they had even done so in such an overwhelming manner. Whether it was the weapons, equipment, skills or coordination of these 5 Zero Wing members, all were aspects that inspired everyone's admiration. Particularly, Alluring Summer's large-scale destruction spell made the blood of all the viewers boil with passion. In addition, there was Shadow Sword with his horrific strength. The fight was truly an unforgettable one. This is simply inhuman. Over half a team of 100 experts were killed just like that. Who in Star Moon Kingdom could possibly stop Zero Wing now? Hooray for Zero Wing! It seems Blackwater will have trouble taking down Stone Forest Town this time. Due to the appearance of these videos, many players who initially did not have an optimistic view of Zero Wing's prospects were stupefied. Meanwhile, the various large guilds that were happily and eagerly anticipating Zero Wing's fall could not help but start re-evaluating Zero Wing's strength now. However, the ones most affected by these videos would still have to be Zero Wing's members. Previously, they all thought that Stone Forest Town was finished. However, after seeing at the performance of Aqua Rose's party of 5, they finally understood the views that their guild leader, Black Flame, advocated. Quality was much more important than quantity. Due to this reason, Zero Wing had always walked the path of the elite. Zero Wing might not be a match for Blackwater and Heaven's Burial in terms of member count, but in terms of player quality, Zero Wing was definitely superior. Was it amazing to have a lot of people? Zero Wing only needed 5 people to trample over 100 experts. While everyone was discussing this topic on the forums, Singular Burial had an extraordinarily chilling expression on his face. Kill them. I want them all killed. Notify the teams in hiding. Think of a way to stop them. Once their whereabouts are discovered, gather at their location right away. Singular Burial commanded angrily. Originally, he had dispatched the Ghost Shadow Legion and Daybreak Fog precisely because he was worried that the regular experts couldn't take down Zero Wing's members. Now, however, Heaven's Burial had become the biggest laughingstock of Star Moon Kingdom. Those were 100 experts. The team even had apex experts such as Daybreak Fog and Ghost Shadow leading it. He found it truly hard to accept that Daybreak Fog and the others would lose so miserably. However, from the battle video, Singular Burial was able to clearly identify 2 of the 5 players. One was naturally Violet Cloud, whom Ghost Shadow had also identified, while the other one was Aqua Rose. If the Cursemancer leading the party wasn't her, then Singular Burial truly could not figure out which Cursemancer in Zero Wing had the qualifications to command Violet Cloud. As long as they managed to hold back Aqua Rose, not only would they be able to repay the humiliation they suffered, but taking down Stone Forest Town would also be a piece of cake. Nevertheless, after watching the battle video, Singular Burial felt a deep chill crawling down his spine. Zero Wing's experts were improving much too quickly. The rapidity of their improvement was to the point of being staggering. Only after paying a huge price did Heaven's Burial manage to nurture a batch of experts. However, compared to Zero Wing's experts, those experts Heaven's Burial nurtured were practically garbage. If so many apex experts had already appeared in the current Zero Wing, if they really gave Zero Wing a little more time, then the consequences would be unimaginable. Unfortunately for Heaven's Burial, its pursuit and interception mattered very little to Aqua Rose and the others. Their speed when riding mounts was unmatchable by players running on foot. Moreover, the mount Aqua Rose rode was a secret silver mount. In the end, the party of 5 managed to arrive at Stone Forest Town safely, and they promptly began commanding Zero Wing's members in Stone Forest Town to take the appropriate defensive measures. As time went by, the atmosphere in Stone Forest Town also grew increasingly more oppressive. The usual liveliness in the streets was no longer present. To avoid getting dragged into the war, many players had chosen to leave Stone Forest Town and observe the battle from a distance. Only some daring players remained in town. Big Sis Aqua. The Magic Tower has just sensed a large number of creatures approaching Stone Forest Town. By the looks of it, they should be those monsters. Violet Cloud reported, her complexion slightly pale. The map displayed by the Magic Tower showed a swarm of creatures heading towards Stone Forest Town. The exact number incalculable, so they finally arrived. Aqua Rose, who stood atop the town's defensive walls, turned to look into the distance. She knew plenty regarding this upcoming war. Rather than the player armies of Blackwater and Heaven's Burial, their true enemies were the endless number of monsters. Immediately notify the guild leader. Oh. Inside the distant White River City's candlelight trading firm, Shurfeng was still desperately making the magic array scrolls for the double protection magic array, and Divine Beast's Descent have arrived already? After receiving the message, Shurfeng had to stop his actions, a slight frown appearing on his face. Blackwater's monster army had arrived much sooner than he expected. He immediately used a return scroll to teleport to the city's teleportation hall, then took a teleportation array to Saimu Town. Chapter 1066. Black Flame appears. Hellscythe _ Fluffy Goblin. Chapter 1066. Black Flame appears. Standing at the top of Stone Forest Town's Magic Tower, Aqua Rose and her companions noticed dust clouds rising in the distance as they finished taking care of the town's defense. Upon closer inspection, they would discover swarms of monsters beneath the dust. How can there be so many monsters? Blackie watched the black patch approach Stone Forest Town from a distance, shock filling his heart. It looked as if a swarm of locusts was advancing on the town. Blackie wasn't alone in his surprise. All players that witnessed this scene were frightened, although they had seen high-level monsters before. This was the first time any of them had seen so many high-level monsters moving as a unit. The earth even shook as the monsters moved. Players were nothing in front of these monsters. These monsters were all level 60 and above. Moreover, they were, at the very minimum, elite rank. There were also plenty of massive chieftains, lords, high lords, great lords, and grand lords that were over 30 meters tall. Crap, what are those? Minor Wind cried out after using eagle eyes, which enhanced his vision far beyond that of normal players currently. Ordinary players could only see the batch of monsters in the lead. They couldn't see the 3 one-eyed monsters that were over 100 meters tall walking behind the monster army. Minor, what's wrong? What's got you so scared? Aqua Rose asked curiously. Mythic. Mythic monsters. Minor Wind stuttered, his complexion paling. There are 3 of them. To current players, mythic monsters were insurmountable. They were the equivalent of Tier 4 classes among players. Currently, the strongest monsters players would encounter were Grand Lords. Even then, Grand Lords required a lot of planning and sacrifice to raid, not to mention mythic monsters. Everyone already discovered that a level 60 mythic monster resided in Black Ridge Town. They were forced to realize just how powerless they were against such an existence. Even 10,000 players were nothing in front of the mythic monster. All 3 mythic monsters were level 65. They were even stronger than the mythic monster in Black Ridge Town. How can this be? Wasn't there only supposed to be one of them? Aqua Rose frowned to ensure their victory against Blackwater's mythic monster. She had used her connections to obtain 5 Tier 3 summoning scrolls. She had even negotiated with the secret pavilion and traded a large amount of Tier 3 gemstones for 3 Tier 3 summoning scrolls. With 8 Tier 3 summoning scrolls, they should be able to pin down a mythic monster. Yet now there were 3 of them. Big sis Aqua, Blackwater's vanguard has arrived, Minor Wind reported. There seem to be 50 of them, and the leader looks like Blackwater's guild leader. Abandoned Wave. Pantheon's members are also with them. Ordinary players needed to run for over 10 hours to reach Stone Forest Town. However, players could reach the town in around 4 hours on mounts. As soon as Minor Wind announced the incoming army, everyone saw over a dozen massive magic arrays appear in the distant sky. As these massive magic arrays began to gather a frightening amount of mana, monsters that were around 20 to 30 meters tall emerged from these magic arrays. Why do they have so many Tier 3 summoning scrolls? Blackie could not help but panic. Zero Wing had only obtained 8 of such scrolls after much difficulty, yet Blackwater had easily prepared a total of 17 Tier 3 summoning scrolls. Moreover, unlike the monsters in the monster army, players controlled these summon creatures. The threat they posed to Stone Forest Town far surpassed that of an ordinary Great Lord. Standing atop a hill some distance away from Stone Forest Town, Abandoned Wave and Peerless, the commander of Pantheon's various legions for this war, laughed as they watched the monster army before them. Against so many monsters, even an NPC city would fall. I want to see how Zero Wing deals with this. Abandoned Wave revealed a confident smile. Brother Wave, you are too excited. How can an NPC city possibly be that easy to raid? Just the level 200, Tier 4 NPC stationed in the city could easily obliterate us several times, Peerless said, rolling his eyes at Abandoned Wave. However, he had to admit that the monsters Abandoned Wave had called forth were incredibly powerful. With current player strength, it was impossible to defend against these monsters. I was only joking, Abandoned Wave laughed. However, even now Black Flame hasn't shown himself. I'm guessing that Zero Wing has already given up on Stone Forest Town. That shouldn't be the case. Stone Forest Town is Zero Wing's gold mine. Unless absolutely necessary, they won't abandon it, Peerless said sternly. Let's hope that's the case then. That way, I'll get to use some of the trump cards I worked hard to prepare. Abandoned Wave casually replied to assure his victory in Stone Forest Town. He had planned very carefully. No matter how Zero Wing struggled, Stone Forest Town would eventually belong to Blackwater. Star Moon City region, Saimu Town. Inside the second-floor VIP room of a high-class bar, 20 people had gathered inside this room. These people were all level 40 or higher. Moreover, they were all assassins. As for Fire Dance, this group's leader, she was level 44 guild leader. You really don't need us to go over and help? Fire Dance worriedly asked as she watched the cloaked Shifeng enter the room. She already understood the gist of the situation due to Aqua Rosedo put it simply. Stone Forest Town situation was grim. Over 200,000 monsters surrounded Stone Forest Town. Moreover, the lowest leveled monster among them was level 60. There were even plenty of chieftains, lords and great lords in the mix as well. The measly 20,000 plus elite Zero Wing members, NPC soldiers, and guards stationed in Stone Forest Town were not enough to deter this army. These monsters acted under the command of a player. To better capture Stone Forest Town, the player controlling these monsters would be close to the battlefield. If their team of assassins could eliminate that player, the monster army would fall into disarray. This would make it easier for Zero Wings members to defend the town. No. I have another task I need you all to do, Shifeng said, shaking his head. He then took out 10 silver magic scrolls and dozens of tier 2 magic scrolls, handing them over to Fire Dance. The silver magic scrolls are probing scrolls. They can sense all monsters within a 3,000-yard radius. Your task is to find the anchor points for the magic array sealing the Stoneclaw Mountains. These anchor points are easy to find. As long as you see a large gathering of monsters, I'm 90% certain that it'll be an anchor point. However, Blackwater's people are not fools. They will have heavy security there. It is also very difficult to destroy those anchor points. When destroying them, use these tier 2 magic scrolls. Once the seal lifts, our people can teleport to Stone Forest Town in droves. After issuing his instructions, Shifeng used space movement to reach Stone Forest Town. Shifeng's sudden appearance immediately attracted everyone's attention in the town. Shifeng had already used the demon mask to disguise himself as Black Flame. Even if people tried not to pay attention to him, the horrific aura he radiated made it difficult to ignore him. That is the guild leader, Black Flame? Alluring Summer could not help but size up Shifeng in surprise. Not only was the man level 44, but just by standing there, his aura resembled that of a prehistoric beast. Despite such a huge distance separating them, alarms sounding off in her mind, warning her of her imminent demise. He has arrived? Abandoned Wave quickly received news of this matter. Sneering, he said, "So what?" Oh. As Shifeng reached the top of the magic tower, he placed his hand on the massive crystal ball. Activate battle mode. Chapter 1067 Cutting Edge. Hellscythe _Fluffygoblin Chapter 1067 Cutting Edge. The instant Shifeng activated the magic tower, an aqua-blue magic array appeared above the tower. A semi-transparent, protective barrier then appeared around Stone Forest Town, enclosing it within. What's going on? What is that? Despite standing so far from Stone Forest Town, both Abandoned Wave and Peerless could clearly feel the sudden change. If the town had previously been a harmless, sleeping sheep, then now the town felt like a waking beast. Guild leader, our spies have just reported that all of Zero Wing members within the town have received a 15% boost to their basic attributes. The damage they deal has also been increased by 20%, and their movement speed has increased by 15%. Laughing Drunkard, who stood beside Abandoned Wave, announced, "How can there be such a huge increase?" Peerless frowned when he heard the news. It seems that it'll take some more time to finish them off. After reaching their level, even a 5% attribute increase would massively increase a player's strength, not to mention a 15% increase. Moreover, there was the 20% increase in damage dealt and 15% increase to movement speed. Such improvements were enough to raise the standards of elite players to a whole new level. After factoring in the coordination between players, the rise in the combat power of Zero Wings members would be even more intense. The sudden development doubled the difficulty of raiding Stone Forest Town, so that's why Zero Wing hasn't sent for reinforcements. They still have such a hand to play. Unfortunately, monsters are their opponents this time, not players. This small buff would only make a difference if they had to face other players. Abandoned Wave chuckled. Although the sudden development had surprised him considerably, the situation was still within his control. In any case, this is a good opportunity to show Black Flame that all of his efforts are futile. That's right. They have only gained an additional buff. Against so many powerful monsters, One meager buff would not change the overall situation. Peerless nodded in agreement. Chuckling, he continued, I'll have to count on Brother Wave for the next step. Leave it to me. You can just sit back and watch the show. Abandoned Wave then gave the command to start the assault on Stone Forest Town. He ordered the monsters to attack the town from all sides when players raided a town. In order to minimize losses, they would generally launch a powerful assault on a single location. However, these players were not concerned about the monsters' deaths. Hence, they could launch an all-around assault without worry, making Stone Forest Town even harder to defend. As the monster army began to circle the town, the Zero Wing members inside the town grew nervous. The monsters assaulting the town were different from the monsters they normally fought in the fields. These monsters possessed considerably high intelligence, and even elite players of the same level might not necessarily win against the elite monsters in a one-on-one battle. Furthermore, they were dozens of levels lower than these monsters and were outnumbered by 10 to 1. Although the magic tower had significantly boosted their attributes, when compared to the monsters' attributes, this increase was not worth mentioning. Guild leader, can we win? Even Aqua Rose's confidence wavered. It would have been fine if their opponents were simply players. Now, however, seeing the black clumps of monsters come at them from all sides, even she felt somewhat nervous. Zero Wing was clearly understaffed. There were only around 20,000 elite members in Stone Forest Town right now. After splitting them up around the cardinal points, each side only had around 5,000 members protecting it. We can only try. Surephone quietly responded. How is the construction of the magic towers coming along? The foundations have been completed. Only the core magic patterns need to be drawn. Aqua Rose reported. Good. Lead the Dark Gods Legion and deal with the Great Lord rank and above monsters first. Utilize all of the Tier 2 and Tier 3 summoning scrolls to pin down the mythic monsters. Have the town's firepower focus on the monsters below Great Lord rank. After that, we have to endure for as long as possible. Once Fire Dance's group completes their mission, the tides of war will shift to our favor. Surephone instructed. Immediately, he made his way towards the magic towers that were still under construction. Magic towers had become mainstream defensive buildings in towns and cities because of their outstanding defensive capabilities. Not only did they possess a mana pulse cannon with great destructive power, but they could also increase local players' attributes. Meanwhile, the attributes increases would change depending on the number of magic towers present. Of course, the maximum effect would be achieved with 3 magic towers. With 3 magic towers, players would receive a 30% boost to their basic attributes. This was why the various large guilds in the past had actively constructed magic towers in the towns and cities they operated, going so far as to construct 3 magic towers in important towns and cities. As a precaution, Surephone had tasked Aqua Rose with spending all of the money they had earned from selling the lands around the teleportation house to purchase the magic tower's construction materials. They then built 2 more towers in Stone Forest Town. With 3 magic towers defending the town, even against so many high-intelligence monsters, they were not without a chance of victory. As for the magic towers for Shurfeng's future city, he had no choice but to think of another means of defense. After all, if he could not even protect Stone Forest Town, he could never defend a city. Charge! Under Abandoned Wave's command, the monster army roared angrily as they charged at Stone Forest Town. Is this Blackwater's strength? Stone Forest Town is truly finished this time. Even the NPC guards won't be able to hold back so many powerful monsters. The players observing the war from the sidelines were stunned by the tsunami of monsters rushing at Stone Forest Town. They no longer harbored any hope that Stone Forest Town would survive this war. The difference between each side's strength was obvious at first glance. The various large guilds' upper echelons, who watched the war via a live stream, were similarly stupefied. Who in Starmoon Kingdom could possibly stand up against this army of 200,000 monsters? It was suicidal to try to fight these monsters. Oh, Big Sis Aqua, they're coming. Blackie gulped nervously. Good. Focus the defense turrets and magic towers attacks on the monsters below the Great Lord rank. Aqua Rose commanded as she watched the approaching monsters from the top of the town's wall. Immediately, the 4 defensive turrets situated around the town rang. The explosive shells they fired flew straight into clumps of monsters before exploding. The elite monsters caught within the explosions died on the spot. Each of the 4 explosive shells killed over 100 monsters. Unfortunately, while the defensive turrets could damage monsters above elite rank, They could not kill them outright, ha ha ha. Although the defensive turrets are powerful, it's a pity that their range is too small. Abandoned Wave could not help but laugh when he saw that only several hundred monsters had died in the initial blast. He had previously thought that the defensive turrets would, more or less, pose a threat to his monster army. Now, however, it would seem that his worries were unnecessary in the next moment. The tip of the magic tower fired a rainbow-colored beam towards the sky. Immediately, the clouds refracted the beam towards the monster army, shocking everyone when the rainbow beam struck. It swept through the monster army. Everywhere the beam passed, massive flames erupted. All monsters below Lord rank were vaporized. As for the lords that had survived, they had less than half of their HPs remaining. When the rainbow beam eventually disappeared, over 3,000 monsters had vanished with it. A large empty space had appeared in the midst of the densely packed monster army. Chapter 1068. Double Protection Barrier. Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin Chapter 1068. Double Protection Barrier. As the light from the magic tower dissipated, every player in Stone Forest Town fell silent. A single attack had extinguished the lives of over 3,000 level 60 and above monsters. This was far more terrifying than any large-scale destruction spell they had ever seen. In fact, it wasn't just Zero Wings members who were stunned. Even Abandoned Wave and Peerless, who watched the war from a distance, wore dark, tense expressions. Why does the magic tower have this kind of ability? Abandoned Wave frowned as he looked at the empty space in the middle of the battlefield. In one attack, it heavily injured Lord-ranked monsters. Zero Wing really knows how to hide its strength. Among the 200,000 monsters, the majority consisted of monsters below Lord rank. Only a small minority consisted of Lord rank and above monsters. The firepower of a single magic tower could already rival the attacks of 10 defense turrets. That attack is already as powerful as a Tier 4, large-scale destruction spell. Based on my understanding of God's Domain's tools, this kind of attack should have a very long cooldown. Even so, I no longer think that it's possible to take Stone Forest Town down in a short time. If we don't think of a way to deal with that magic tower as soon as possible, I'm afraid that our casualties will be severe, Peerless commented as he looked at the towering magic tower in the distance. However, the magic tower's attacks are somewhat clumsy. If players or agile monsters were charging into the town, I doubt that the magic tower would be as effective. If we send some agile monsters, we should be able to destroy it. Although losing the magic tower will be unfortunate, we have to remove it to minimize our losses. Abandoned Wave nodded, agreeing to Peerless' suggestion. Immediately he barked in the team chat. Drunkard, have the Tier 3 summon creatures assault the magic tower. Think of a way to destroy it as quickly as possible. Guild leader, rest assured. I will destroy that magic tower. Laughing Drunkard confidently replied. They had a total of 17 Tier 3 summon creatures on their side. Although those summon creatures were only level 55, much weaker than the level 60+ Great Lords in the monster army, players were in full control of these summon creatures. With the speed of Tier 3 summon monsters, dodging the magic tower's monotonous attacks would be a piece of cake. Quickly, Laughing Drunkard and his subordinates directed the 17 summon creatures to move out. Every one of the level 55 summon creatures had 50 million HP. Including their battle recovery, even if they stood still and did nothing, players would need a lot of time to kill them. There were also 17 of these creatures to contend with normally. These 17 Tier 3 summon creatures would be more than enough to destroy a town. The moment the Tier 3 summon creatures moved, they attracted the distant, spectating players' attention. Blackwater is amazing. That's 17 Tier 3 summon creatures. Crap. I recall that, during the last major war in the Stoneclaw Mountains, the Star Alliance had only summoned 2 of these monsters. As expected of the Blackwater Corporation, a Tier 3 summoning scroll is even more expensive than an epic item. Even then, it is near impossible to buy one. I suspect that even super guilds only have several on hand. Watching such a spectacular battle with my own eyes is awesome. Most likely, even those Apex experts looming over God's Domain aren't strong enough to participate in such a battle. Indeed, it seems I did not waste my time making this trip to Stone Forest Town. The videos I've watched showing other guild wars around God's Domain cannot compare to this. Zero Wings era is really coming to an end. When the spectating players saw the summoned creatures, which stood over 20 meters tall, charged toward Stone Forest Town. Goosebumps rose all over their bodies. The 17 summon creatures had very high movement speeds. Moreover, unlike ordinary monsters, they could change directions nimbly. The summon creatures could easily dodge the defense turrets and the magic tower's attacks. However, just as the summon creatures were about to reach the town's walls, a semi-transparent magic barrier appeared around the entire town. The summoned creatures crashed into the magic barrier, one after another, and were unable to proceed a step further. Guild leader's protection barrier is so strong. Blackie exclaimed, astonished. It had stopped the charge of 17 Great Lord-ranked monsters. Any normal magic barrier would have shattered under the might of these monsters, yet the double protection barrier remained intact. Aqua Rose, who stood atop the magic tower, was similarly overjoyed. Previously, she had worried that the magic barrier would not hold off these monsters and believed that Shifeng had been joking when he said that it could. She had never thought that the barrier would be this powerful. Not only weren't there any cracks in the magic barrier that needed to be repaired, but the players maintaining the barrier also had all of their mana. At this rate, the barrier could easily support its own recovery without any additional mana. A magic barrier? Laughing Drunkard sneered. Do you think you can hold us off with that? Following which, Laughing Drunkard's group controlled the summon creatures to start a fierce assault against the semi-transparent magic barrier. Ignoring the attacks Zero Wings elite members launched from within. Although Zero Wings members were very well equipped against level 55 Tier 3 summon creatures, the level suppression limited their attacks to around -1000 damage. This was even with the magic tower's buff. Otherwise, their attacks would only deal around -600 damage, with each attack only dealing around -1000 damage. Even with 300 or 400 players attacking simultaneously, each wave of attacks would only shave off 300,000 or 400,000 HP. Furthermore, the summon creatures had their battle recovery, which allowed them to generate 1% of their HP every 5 seconds. Even if Zero Wings elite members attacked freely, it would take a very long time before any of the summon monsters fell. However, it was a different story for the magic barrier. The magic barrier used players' mana. The more damage the barrier took, the more mana it consumed. If the players maintaining the barrier ran out of mana, the magic barrier would crumble. With the power of their 17 Tier 3 summon creatures, it would take less than 10 seconds to bring down the magic barrier. Deafening explosions shook the magic barrier, one time after another. Even those standing several thousand yards away could hear the explosions clearly. They could also see various attacks bombarding the summon creatures, rapidly depleting their HPs. 5 seconds, 10 seconds, 20 seconds. Even after 30 seconds of constant attacks, the magic barrier showed no signs of cracking. On the contrary, the 17 summon creatures had lost over 10 million HP each. This won't do. Everyone, use your ultimate moves. Laughing Drunkard yelled. Grinding his teeth, Tier 3 summon creatures possessed their own ultimate skills. However, the cooldowns were very long. He intended to save these skills to take down the magic tower. Unfortunately, at this rate, the summoned creatures' HPs wouldn't outlast the magic barrier. Immediately, the 17 summoned creatures released mighty roars as they began to concentrate their power, mana rapidly gathering around these creatures' claws. However, before these creatures could attack the magic barrier, 5 purple-gold magic barriers appeared and enveloped the 17 summoned creatures. The instant these magic barriers took form, the summoned creatures suffered a 40% attribute decrease, their maximum HPs dropping to 30 million. When the creature's skills struck the purple barriers, although the barriers shuddered, they held. How is this possible? Laughing Drunkard's lips twitched as shock and confusion filled his gaze. Meanwhile, before anyone realized it, 5 miniature ballistas had appeared above the town walls, and all 5 were already aimed at the summoned creatures. Kill them all. Aqua Rose swung her hand forward fiercely. Chapter 1069 Mythic. Hellscythe _ Fluffy Goblin. Chapter 1069 Mythic. With Aqua Rose's command, the 5 miniature ballistas atop the town walls fired an arrow each. The 5 arrows were extremely fast, even faster than the magic tower's mana pulse cannon. From afar, one would only see 5 streaks of blue light shooting through the magic barrier, flying towards the Tier 3 summon creatures so fast. Laughing Drunkard, who controlled one of the summon creatures, was surprised. His expert instincts kicking in, he willed his summoned creature to sidestep in the critical moment. His summoned creature dodged the incoming arrow by a hair's breadth. Boom. When the arrow struck the ground, The immense power within it carved out a crater that was 20 meters in diameter. The arrow embedded itself deep into the ground. Although Laughing Drunkard's summoned creature had managed to dodge the miniature ballista's attack, his 4 companions' creatures had not. 4 summoned creatures had been nailed to the ground, each of their HPs dropping by 1 million. This amount of damage might not be much to a level 55 Great Lord, but the arrows would pin their targets down for several seconds after they hit. This put the Great Lords, which possessed the advantage of speed, at a disadvantage again. Aqua Rose commanded once more before anyone realized it. The miniature ballistas, which had just launched their arrows, were already reloaded. Immediately, the players controlling the ballistas fired another volley of arrows at the Tier 3 summoned creatures. Seeing the arrows fly at the summoned creatures once again, Laughing Drunkard's complexion paled. He had never imagined that the miniature ballistas would possess such a high attack rate. Dodge the arrows. Use everything you have to attack the barrier. Laughing Drunkard hurriedly ordered while their summoned creatures were trapped inside the purple-gold barriers. Not only were they given limited space to dodge the oncoming arrows, but they had also been significantly weakened. If they did not break free from these magic barriers, they would become live targets for the 5 ballistas. Although Laughing Drunkard had not made the wrong decision, he did not know that the magic array trapping their summoned creatures was the 9-star polar domain, an intermediate magic array. This particular array could even suppress mythic monsters. Great Lords were not strong enough to free themselves from it. Exactly how powerful were mythic monsters? They could rival major cities ruling NPCs' Tier 4 monsters. All of their skills were also Tier 4. These skills were many times stronger than Tier 3 skills. However, the 9-star polar domain could withstand mythic monsters' fierce assault for a considerable amount of time, much less the attacks of Tier 3 summoned creatures. For a time, the 17 summoned creatures were little more than practice targets for the 5 miniature ballistas as the arrows repeatedly nailed them to the ground. Zero Wing's elite members also bombarded them with attacks, rapidly decreasing their HPS. After a short moment, 2 of the summoned creatures died. This scene stupefied the players observing the battle generally. It took a 100-man elite team led by an expert to raid Great Lord ranked monsters. If one encountered a Great Lord that possessed powerful AoE attacks, even a legion of 1,000 elites wouldn't be strong enough to raid it. Now, however, Zero Wing rendered them helpless. Brother Wave, it seems that Zero Wing has prepared extensively. Do you need Pantheon to join the fray? Peerless asked, chuckling at Abandoned Wave. Thank you for your concern, Brother Peerless, but this small variable is not enough to put a dent in my plans. Abandoned Wave rejected Peerless' offer. Following which, he notified the true controller of the monster army and asked softly, "Can you instruct the 3 mythic monsters to join the battle?" Originally, he had only intended to use the monster army to eliminate the town's exterior defenses and probe Zero Wing for hidden trump cards. After defeating every Zero Wing member outside of Stone Forest Town, he would then lead Blackwater's elite army to capture the town. Although the monster army was very powerful, if these monsters entered the town, they would lose any hope of capturing it. The monsters would pollute the town with the evil energy they released. Players could not remain in an environment polluted by evil energy for any length of time. As a result, even if Blackwater secured Stone Forest Town, it would be useless unless they gave up their humanity as the monster army's controller had. Either that or they would have to exterminate these monsters' true creator. Obviously, neither of these options were viable. As for Pantheon, they had long since agreed that, before Blackwater dealt with Stone Forest Town's defenses, Blackwater would not require Pantheon's assistance. If Pantheon were asked to take action, Blackwater would have to split a portion of Stone Forest Town's shares with Pantheon. Hence, he could only rely on the mythic monsters to free him from this predicament if possible. Abandoned Wave would rather avoid employing the 3 mythic monsters. Although the mythic monsters were incredibly strong, they were very difficult to control. Even the true controller could only issue general instructions. If a mistake occurred, it was highly possible that these monsters would charge into Stone Forest Town and wreak havoc. Hence, he had hoped to utilize the Tier 3 summon creatures to destroy the magic tower. Unfortunately, that wasn't going to work with the protection barrier around Stone Forest Town. None of the monsters could proceed into the town. Even the Grand Lords were no exception. With the defense turrets and magic towers' rampant attacks, the monster army suffered immense losses. If they did not break this stalemate, their Tier 3 summon creatures would be annihilated at that time. he would be forced to pay an even greater price to destroy the magic tower. There are no problems on my side. However, if I force them, these 3 mythic monsters won't be nearly as strong. The mysterious bandaged youth explained. No problem. With the mythic monster's strength, even if they are significantly weakened, they are still far stronger than Grand Lords. I refuse to believe that they can't shatter a magic barrier. Zero Wing's magic barrier frustrated Abandoned Wave. This protection barrier had transformed Stone Forest Town into a sturdy fortress. In addition, the magic tower was on the offensive. The strength Zero Wing had displayed so far exceeded his expectations. Roar. Soon after, deafening roars echoed across the battlefield from behind the monster army. These roars shook the ground, and everyone turned towards the source of the sound. 3 massive figures, standing over 100 meters tall, gradually appeared. The Grand Lords, which were over 30 meters tall, looked like infants before these 3 towering monsters. Evil Earth Dragon. Dark Creature, Mythic. Level 65. HP 150 000 000/150 000 Everyone gasped when they saw the Evil Earth Dragon's information, their eyes nearly falling from their sockets. Despite watching the monsters from afar, they involuntarily trembled, and fear filled their hearts. Guild leader, Blackwater has dispatched its 3 mythic monsters. What should we do now? Aqua Rose asked nervously as she watched the approaching Evil Earth Dragon's mythic monsters. To current players, they were invincible. Although the mythic monsters' HP was only slightly higher than Grand Lords, the difference between their strengths was like the difference between heaven and earth. Once monsters reached the mythic rank, they would unlock their domains inside the domain. Not only would players' attributes be suppressed, but they would also be subjected to a powerful mental oppression. Even displaying 40% of their normal combat power would be a miracle. Moreover, player stamina consumption would greatly increase. The battle in Black Ridge Town was the best example. The battle in Black Ridge Town had allowed everyone to realize just how frightening mythic monsters were. Even an army of tens of thousands of players would have to turn tail and run from a mythic monster. Chapter 1070. Incarnation of Disaster. Hellscythe Undershore Fluffy Goblin. Chapter 1070. Incarnation of Disaster. Mythic monsters? Shifeng, who was currently drawing the magic patterns for the magic tower, frowned upon hearing this. Although he had known that Blackwater had dispatched 3 mythic monsters, he hadn't expected the piling pressure he felt when it was time to face them. God's Domain's players had yet to truly understand mythic monsters. What they had seen in the battle in Black Ridge Town was only the tip of the iceberg. However, Shifeng had fought mythic monsters many times in the past. While mythic monsters' domains were indeed powerful, their high intelligence and combat standards were the true dangers in God's domain. Aside from special cases, most monsters would only start developing high intelligence after reaching Tier 3. In other words, this was a concern after monsters became Great Lords. At that stage, monsters would be more difficult to deal with. They would often act in unexpected ways. Situations such as monsters ignoring MTs and going for the rear-line healers occurred when one dealt with monsters at this rank. In these situations, the MT's combat experience would be put to the test. Not only must MTs attract the boss's aggro, but they must also hold the boss's attention. As for DPS classes, they had to do the opposite. When attacking, they had to make sure they attracted as little attention as possible. This was why Shifeng had the guild's core members learn void steps. Even the weakest mythic monster was as intelligent as an ordinary human. In addition, their combat standards were roughly equal to ordinary experts. Using the trial tower as a measurement, their combat standards should put them on the 4th floor. Hence, if players wanted to defeat a mythic monster, they needed at least a team of 100 Tier 2 elite players of the same level. Right now, the 20,000 Zero Wing members in Stone Forest Town wouldn't even serve as a proper warm-up for the 3 level 65 mythic monsters. Fortunately, Shifeng had hired plenty of Tier 2 NPC guards. The NPCs should be capable of holding the monsters off for a while, following which, Shifeng contacted Alluring Summer and asked, "Summer, how are things on your side?" Before he had arrived to finish the magic tower's construction, he had handed the magic array scrolls he had made to Aqua Rose and Alluring Summer. Among them, Aqua Rose was tasked with managing the 9-star polar domain and double protection barrier, while Alluring Summer was tasked with the Divine Beast's Descent. Unlike the other 2 magic arrays, the Divine Beast's Descent magic array required 88 summoners to recite the predetermined incantation simultaneously to summon a divine beast. The requirement was much higher than ordinary summoning scrolls generally. Players needed a lot of practice before they could pull off the summoning. In addition, the summoned divine beast lacked intelligence. It required a player's control. Due to time constraints, Shifeng only produced one set of divine beast descent scrolls and one set of double protection barrier scrolls among those currently in Stone Forest Town. Aqua Rose was needed to command the overall situation. Violet Cloud was a healer, while Alluring Summer outshined everyone else's combat standards. Hence, Shifeng had decided that Alluring Summer should control the summoned divine beasts that mostly familiarized themselves with the summoning procedure. I shouldn't have many issues either. Alluring Summer replied nervously despite having recently joined Zero Wing. She had never thought that she would actually get to participate in such a large war so soon. Solo battles were her bread and butter. Even one versus many situations were not unusual for her. However, facing 3 mythic monsters by herself was definitely the craziest thing she had done in God's domain inwardly. Though she looked forward to the upcoming battle. Based on the fact that Shifeng had left such an important task for a newcomer like her, she could tell how highly he valued her. Moreover, Aqua Rose had personally recommended her for the task. Regardless of the circumstances, she needed to perform well in the upcoming battle. Alright, I'll leave it to you then. I'll have Aqua's team summon Tier 3 creatures to assist you, Shifeng said, trying to comfort Alluring Summer when he saw the woman's tense expression. Alluring Summer might not be a match for Violet Cloud or Fire Dance, but with her current standards, she should have no problems controlling a divine beast. Moreover, she would also have help from the magic tower. As the 3 evil earth dragons moved closer to Stone Forest Town, the players in the town grew increasingly tense. Aqua Rose had the guild's experts use the 8 Tier 3 summoning scrolls they had gathered. However, compared to the 3 mythic monsters, the 8 creatures looked like children. Despite their massive sizes, the Tier 3 summoned creatures did not even reach the evil earth dragon's knees. It felt as if the earth dragons would kill the summoned creatures with one stomp. 8 Tier 3 summoned creatures? Abandoned Wave, who watched from afar, sneered. So this is Zero Wing's trump card. That's quite impressive actually. Even first-rate guilds only managed to get their hands on 2 or 3 Tier 3 summoning scrolls. At this point, Zero Wing is roughly as strong as a first-rate guild overall. The guild has already surpassed my expectations by acquiring 8 of these scrolls, Peerless commented. Relatively surprised by Zero Wing's foundations, even a super guild like Pantheon had only obtained 20 Tier 3 summoning scrolls so far. Meanwhile, Zero Wing was only an upstart guild that controlled White River City and Stone Forest Town. It was hard to imagine how the guild had secured such resources. Zero Wing's foundations are indeed shocking. Unfortunately, the difference between us is too vast. It is fated that they will fail to defend Stone Forest Town. Abandoned Wave laughed. He did not oppose Peerless' views. Unfortunately, 8 Tier 3 summon creatures were barely enough to pin down one evil earth dragon. How was Zero Wing going to deal with the remaining 2? Following which, one of the 3 evil earth dragons charged at one of the 9-star polar domain magic arrays. The defense turrets and magic tower couldn't land an attack on the nimble earth dragon. In the next moment, the mythic monster stretched out one of its massive claws and slashed at the purple-gold magic barrier. Boom. The instant the claw collided with the magic barrier, a wide tear appeared in the sturdy barrier. Meanwhile, the 9 players maintaining the attacked barrier lost 1/5 of their mana pool on the spot. This scene shook Zero Wing's members. Even Aqua Rose was surprised. Even when the numerous Tier 3 summon creatures had attacked the barrier, they hadn't inflicted any significant damage. However, a single attack from the evil earth dragon had nearly crumbled the barrier. The mythic monster was even stronger than they had imagined, so sturdy. The bandaged man controlling the evil earth dragons was slightly surprised by this outcome, although he had taken control of the evil earth dragons, decreasing its combat power significantly. The monster's power was still at the mythic rank. If one of these monsters attacked a basic magic array, it could shatter the array with one attack. Yet even after the onslaught of 3 evil earth dragons, the purple-gold barrier remained. The mythic monsters had only torn the barrier. Moreover, the tear was quickly mending. I want to see how many hits this magic array can withstand. Immediately, the bandaged man controlled the evil earth dragons to attack again. Pung. After receiving a series of claw attacks, the 9-star polar domain shattered, transforming into particles of light before vanishing. The 4 summoned creatures trapped within the barrier were released as another evil earth dragon was about to attack another 9-star polar domain magic array. A massive, golden magic array appeared above Stone Forest Town, enveloping nearly half of the town. What's that? A summoned creature? Everyone could not help but look up. Before they realized it, a 100-meter-long golden dragon appeared in the sky. The dragon's wings stretched over 400 meters. With a light flap, the golden dragon sent a windstorm through Stone Forest Town. The strong wind nearly threw the players in the town to the ground. A dragon. How is this possible? Isn't that a legendary creature? Why has a dragon appeared in Stone Forest Town? Everyone's jaws fell open when they saw the golden dragon. Dragons were considerably famous in God's domain. They were the image of power and destruction. Moreover, there were very few of them. When these creatures appeared, disaster followed. Chapter 1071. Mythic vs. Mythic. Hellscythe _ Fluffy Goblin. Chapter 1071. Mythic vs. Mythic. Why has a dragon suddenly appeared? When Abandoned Wave, Peerless, and Blackwater and Pantheon's other upper echelons saw the dazzling golden dragon appear above Stone Forest Town, they were shocked. Dragons were legendary creatures. Even if one tried to find a dragon, it was nearly impossible. Yet one such creature had appeared in a small town like Stone Forest Town. It was inconceivable. Could this be something that Zero Wing has summoned? Peerless frowned as he thought of this possibility. However, he was not certain of this answer. How rare were dragons? It was simply impossible to come across one in Stone Forest Town coincidentally. The only possibility was that Zero Wing had summoned it. Those who had heard Peerless guess wore ugly, twisted expressions according to what they had learned from various libraries. Even the weakest dragon was a Tier 5 creature. Moreover, due to their life ratings being extremely high, they were practically invincible among existences of the same tier. It would be a trifling matter for a dragon to annihilate their army of 200,000 monsters. The mythic-ranked evil earth dragons were no exception. What are you worried about? Do you know how powerful an actual dragon is? Do you think Zero Wing is really capable of summoning a dragon? Abandoned Wave coldly asked as he glanced at his worried subordinates. Look closely. That is merely a summoned creature. It isn't a true dragon. It only has the shape of one. Hearing this, everyone used their identification skills on the golden dragon. Divine dragon. Elemental creature. Mythic. Level 60. HP 200. 0000000/200. 000000. An elemental creature? Peerless muttered. Although its name contained the word dragon, it was an elemental creature instead of a bona fide dragon. This hinted that this divine dragon only looked impressive, but lacked real worth. It did not possess an actual dragon's power. It was like the evil earth dragons, where they were called dragons, but were dark creatures that did not possess the power of the dragon race. Its life rating was no different than an ordinary monster, though I don't know how Zero Wing managed to summon this mythic monster. If they think they can defend Stone Forest Town with one mythic monster, they are making a huge mistake. Abandoned Wave watched the divine dragon with contempt. He then gave his subordinates a command saying, "Bring it out. Let's widen Zero Wing's horizons. We'll show them that they aren't the only ones with siege tools." Hearing this, Abandoned Wave's subordinates exploded into action shortly after. 3 gnome cannons appeared beside Abandoned Wave. Peerless was momentarily stunned when he saw these cannons. Why does Blackwater have these? Pantheon possessed gnome cannons as well. However, they were extremely difficult to manufacture. Even when they had allowed their guild's chief engineer to make them, the latter's success rate was only 10%. In addition, due to the rarity of the materials and plenty of effort, Pantheon had only manufactured 6 gnome cannons. Each of these cannons was easily worth as much as 1 or 2 epic items. Pantheon treasured its 6 gnome cannons. Even when they raided towns, they refused to use them, afraid that they would accidentally damage or destroy them. He had never imagined that Blackwater would have 3 of the cannons as well. In terms of destructive power, the gnome cannon might not be a match for the magic tower. However, it could compare to the defense turret. Unfortunately, its firing rate was not as high as the defense turrets. However, its advantage lay in its maneuverability. Unlike the defense turrets, which had fixed positions upon construction, hence, they were considerably useful in a siege battle. The gnome cannon's passive skill, in particular, Could deal double damage against constructions and magic barriers, fire at will. I want to see how long their magic barriers can last. Abandoned Wave commanded originally. He had not wanted to expose the gnome cannons. However, after all was said and done, the divine dragon was a mythic monster. If the evil earth dragons were at their peak, they might be able to put up a fight against the divine dragon. Unfortunately, the monster's combat powers were weak right now. If he had only sent one evil earth dragon up against the divine dragon, the former would be overwhelmed. If that happened, the divine dragon would wreak havoc among the monster army. The losses they would suffer would be tremendous before this. He had signed a contract with the bandaged man, stating that he would compensate the latter for the monsters he lost. He could deal with the compensation for the monsters below Lord rank. However, if Lord or above monsters died, even he would feel a sting for safety's sake. He needed 2 evil earth dragons to pin down the divine dragon. He would then have the last earth dragon attract the attention of Zero Wing's summon creatures. This way, Zero Wing would have no way to prevent Blackwater's summon creatures from rampaging inside Stone Forest Town. However, before they had the opportunity to use the gnome cannons, an explosion blasted above them with a violent flap with its wings. The divine dragon appeared before the evil earth dragon that was about to attack the 9-star polar domain. It then whipped its tail at the evil earth dragon's pitch-black scales. Boom. The attack sent the massive evil earth dragon flying. Not only had it been thrown away from the 9-star polar domain, but its HP bar had also decreased by a visible chunk. The divine dragon's strength surpassed everyone's imaginations. The independent players watching the battle from a safe distance gaped in shock despite both being Tier 4 mythic monsters and the evil earth dragon being 5 levels higher than the divine dragon. The latter easily sent the former's titanic figure flying. However, the divine dragon's controller, Alluring Summer, was more surprised than anyone. Is this the power of a mythic monster? At this moment, Alluring Summer's body had merged with the divine dragon. One could say that the divine dragon and Alluring Summer were one right now. The power the divine dragon wielded was intoxicating. This was the first time Alluring Summer had experienced such destructive power. Even high and mighty grand lords were trifling existences in front of her. She felt like she could easily annihilate those grand lords with a single wave of her hand. Seeing this, the other 2 evil earth dragons brandished their claws against the divine dragon. One had to admit that the evil earth dragon's attacks were seasoned and accurate. They struck at the divine dragon's blind spots. Moreover, the 2 earth dragons coordinated their attacks very well. If the divine dragon tried to block one of the earth dragons, it would fail to block the other. Yet, contrary to expectations, even when the earth dragon's claws were about to strike the divine dragon, the latter remained motionless. It did not attempt to dodge or block the incoming attacks, as the divine dragon not listening to commands. Aqua Rose wondered if a problem occurred with the divine dragon now. This war was as good as over. Dang. In the next moment, the evil earth dragon's claws slammed into the divine dragon's body. However, their claws only left behind several white marks on the latter's golden scales. The attacks did not penetrate the divine dragon's scales. As for the damage the divine dragon received, compared to the divine dragon's 200 million HP, it was not worth mentioning. If one did not pay close attention, they might not even notice the change to the divine dragon's HP bar. Impossible. At this moment, Abandoned Wave's calm vanished, his mouth hanging open as he watched. Why was there such a massive difference between the dragons, despite being monsters of the same tier? Every player that witnessed this fight was stupefied. They even began to wonder if the evil earth dragons truly were the demons that had annihilated tens of thousands of players in Black Ridge Town. Chapter 1072, Tier 4 Curse. Hellscythe _ Fluffy Goblin Chapter 1072 Tier 4 Curse. While Abandoned Wave and the others were shocked over the divine dragon's defense, under Alluring Summer's command, the divine dragon began its counterattack. The divine dragon's tail tore through space as it whipped at the 2 nearby evil earth dragons. Roar. The 2 evil earth dragons possessed high intelligence. Knowing that the divine dragon's attack packed an extraordinary amount of power, they roared angrily as they swiped their sharp claws at the approaching tail. Boom. The instant claws and tail collided, a loud crash resounded throughout Stone Forest Town, the resulting shockwave sending all nearby players and monsters flying at the same time. Like kites with cut strings, the 2 evil earth dragons were sent flying hundreds of yards away. When they landed, their bodies slammed into the ground, instantly killing dozens of elite monsters. Atop the magic tower, Aqua Rose's expression shifted from worry to joy. The divine dragon was so strong. Despite the evil earth dragons also being tier 4 mythic monsters, they couldn't even parry the divine dragon's attack with this strength. The divine dragon could easily suppress all 3 evil earth dragons. Combined with the strength of their magic arrays and tier 3 summon creatures, they could definitely defend Stone Forest Town. Every Zero-Wing member in Stone Forest Town brimmed with confidence once again with the divine dragon and the magic tower holding down the fort. Raiding Stone Forest Town became several times more difficult for Blackwater. The army of 200,000 monsters had become nothing more than a treasure trove of EXP. Why is it so powerful? Could it really be a member of the dragon race? Abandoned Wave frowned. No wonder why Zero-Wing is so fearless. They have a card like this to rely on. The divine dragon's power astonished Peerless as well. If not for him witnessing this battle personally, he wouldn't have known that players were capable of summoning such powerful monsters with a single divine dragon. The tides of the war had shifted in Zero-Wing's favor. Brother Wave, are you ready to reconsider? Peerless turned to Abandoned Wave. If you let Pantheon join the battle and save those trapped summon creatures, removing the magic tower and defense turrets shouldn't be a problem. However, if you let this situation drag on, soon even Pantheon won't be able to guarantee our victory. Fine, you can join the fray. After hesitating for a few moments, Abandoned Wave agreed to Pantheon's assistance. Although the 3 gnome cannons had bombarded the purple-gold magic barriers, their attacks, at most, caused the barriers to ripple. It was impossible to destroy the barriers quickly. Furthermore, now that the divine dragon protected the 9-star polar domains, the evil earth dragons could get close enough to save the tier 3 summoned creatures. If this continued, it was only a matter of time before their tier 3 summoned creatures died. If that happened, it would be far more difficult and costly to take down the town's defenses. Alright boys, you heard him, Pantheon announced, laughing. However, Brother Wave, you mustn't forget our agreement. Of course. As long as you help me destroy Stone Forest Town's magic tower and defense turrets, you'll receive every share that I've promised you, Abandoned Wave said, nodding. He was curious about Peerless' confident tone. What methods did Pantheon possess? To take down Stone Forest Town, he had sacrificed much to gain the bandaged man's cooperation. The 17 tier 3 summoning scrolls hadn't been easy to obtain either. Even then, he hadn't been able to shake Stone Forest Town's foundations. As soon as Abandoned Wave said so, a team of 20 players appeared behind Peerless, startling Abandoned Wave. All of these 20 players wore black cloaks. They radiated cold, dense killing intent, causing the nearby players to shiver involuntarily. So strong. Laughing Drunkard was inwardly shocked as he glanced at the 20 players that had suddenly appeared. Among these 20 players, quite a few felt extremely dangerous. If not for these people exposing themselves, Laughing Drunkard suspected that there was over an 80% chance that these people could kill him before he realized what had happened. Meanwhile, each of these assassins retrieved a light gray magic scroll from their bags individually. These magic scrolls could not compare to tier 3 magic scrolls quality. However, when all 20 were lined up, the mana fluctuations they released instilled a deep fear in everyone's hearts. What are those? Abandoned Wave asked curiously. A magic array that rivals a tier 4 curse, Peerless introduced, laughing. We obtained them from some temple ruins we raided. We sacrificed over 100,000 players to conquer those ruins. I'm willing to bet that this is the only set available throughout God's domain right now. You guys raided temple ruins? Abandoned Wave could not help his surprise. There were many temple ruins throughout God's domain. The gods had constructed these temples as centers for their worship. They all housed extremely valuable treasures. However, despite the passing of time and the destruction of a large portion of these temples, the temple ruins were considerably dangerous. These ruins' core areas in particular were known as forbidden zones. Death was almost certain for any player who ventured into these ruins. Even so, many guilds in God's domain willingly raided these temple ruins. Temple ruins were different from dungeons. Dungeons limited the number of players that could enter at a time, and the requirement of each player's strength was incredibly high. Temple ruins, on the other hand, did not have such limits. Any number of people could enter at the same time. Moreover, the treasures one could obtain were far better than dungeons. In fact, over 70% of the epic items the various super guilds had obtained had been found in temple ruins. Blackwater had found some severely damaged temple ruins. However, Even after sacrificing tens of thousands of players, they had no hope of surviving the ruin's core. In the end, they had been forced to give up. Abandoned Wave had never imagined that Pantheon had succeeded where Blackwater had failed. Let's begin. Pantheon commanded. Understood. The 20 assassins unfurled their magic scrolls and began to chant the recorded incantation as the spell activated. The 20 magic scrolls formed a massive, gray, threefold magic array directly above the 9-star polar domain magic arrays. The unnatural flow of mana interrupted Shifeng's concentration as he put the finishing touches on the 2 new magic towers. He couldn't help but turn towards the gathering of mana. Space Smasher. Shifeng was stunned. How do they have that? Space Smasher was a Tier 4 curse. It also needed an advanced magic array to cast. Unlike ordinary curses, it had a much longer casting time. However, the area it enveloped was much larger, being able to deal a devastating blow to everything within a 300-yard radius. Tier 3 players could easily dodge such curses. However, against an immobile target, the curse could be tremendously effective. Reacting quickly, Shifeng shouted through the guild chat, "Everyone, get out of the magic array's effective area immediately." Unfortunately, Shifeng's warning served little purpose. Space Smasher covered too wide of an area. Aside from the players near the array's edges, no one could avoid the incoming spell boom. Immediately, space shattered within the affected area. Pitch-black spatial tiers of various sizes appeared and moved about the magic array. When these spatial tiers encountered the 9-star polar domains, the latter's magic arrays shattered. The double protection barrier, which was also within Space Smasher's range, disintegrated as well. Without exception, the spatial tears killed every player still in its affected area. As for the monster army, only Grandlords survived the curse. Even then, they lost over half their HPs in the attack. As for the Tier 3 summon creatures, they had not received fatal damage as the 9-star polar domains took the brunt of the attack. However, now that there were no more players, NPC guards and soldiers, or magic arrays in their way, these Tier 3 summon creatures could easily storm Stone Forest Town. Excellent. Abandoned Wave was ecstatic. Destroy Stone Forest Town's fortifications. Chapter 1073 Town Defense. Hellscythe _ Fluffy Goblin. Chapter 1073 Town Defense. Seeing the release of the remaining 13 Tier 3 summon creatures, the Joy Zero Wings members previously enjoyed made a 180 turn. If they only had to face the Tier 3 summon creatures, they were confident of their success. After all, this was not their first time killing Great Lord ranked monsters. Moreover, they had 20,000 elite players on their side. Defeating these monsters would be a trifling matter. However, the true problem lay in the disappearance of the magic barriers that had protected them. Now they were forced to take on an endless army of monsters. All MTs, move forward. Assist the NPCs and hold off the monsters. Don't let any of them enter the town. Aqua Rose hurriedly commanded. Previously, they had the double protection barrier to mitigate the monsters' damage. The most they lost was some mana. As long as they replaced the players maintaining the barrier, they could hold out for a long time with little effort. However, that plan was no longer viable. Suddenly, a level 60 Great Lord massacred one of the level 40 MTs standing at the forefront. The healers in the back had not even had a chance to save the player. If not for the level 60+ Tier 2 NPC guards and soldiers blocking the Great Lords, the monsters would have charged into the town. Unfortunately, this stalemate would not last long. Although Zero Wing had mass-recruited NPCs to defend Stone Forest Town, due to the town's popularity, they hadn't been able to recruit a lot of powerful NPCs. In addition, due to Stone Forest Town's small size, they could only recruit a maximum of 1,000 NPC guards among them. A portion consisted of Tier 1 NPCs ranging between level 60 and level 70. As for Tier 2 NPCs, there were less than 100. Tier 2 NPCs were only about as strong as Lord-ranked monsters. However, as NPCs knew how to cooperate and monsters did not, they could display greater combat power. However, the Lords Aqua Rose could see outnumbered the Tier 2 NPCs by 10 to 1. There were also as many Great Lords as Tier 2 NPCs. Even Tier 2 NPCs could not fend off such a monstrous lineup. Zero Wing suffered over 600 casualties during the monster army's initial charge, and the death count continued to increase. Despite the magic tower and defense turrets' continuous bombardment, they couldn't slow the casualty rate. Drunkard. Ignore the summon creatures and guards' blockade. Regardless of the cost, I want that magic tower and those defense turrets destroyed. Abandoned Wave commanded while he had joined hands with the bandaged man to exhaust Stone Forest Town's living forces. The main reason for their cooperation was to take down the town's fortifications. If Stone Forest Town lost its fortifications, Blackwater's forces could overwhelm Zero Wing in both quantity and quality when his elite army arrived. It would be child's play to take the town guild leader. Leave it to me. Laughing Drunkard licked his lips before directing his Tier 3 summon creature to circle Zero Wing's summons and NPC guards, charging straight towards the magic tower. At the end of the day, Blackwater's summoned creatures outnumbered Zero Wing's. The latter had no hope of blocking the assault fully currently. The evil Earth Dragons had the Divine Dragon pinned down. Zero Wing wouldn't dare take the battle into the town, which is exactly what they hoped for. With this, his summoned creatures only had to face Zero Wing's members with his skills and the Tier 3 summoned creatures' attributes. It was practically impossible for Tier 1 players to stop him block it. Aqua Rose shouted, although Aqua Rose had issued the directive. If a Great Lord ranked monster wanted to run, there wasn't much Tier 1 players could do to stop it. Moreover, this monster had the awareness of an expert. It could easily dodge the majority of the attacks against it. Even if an attack struck, the damage was negligible to a Tier 3 summon creature with incredible speed. The Tier 3 summon creature only needed a few moments to reach the magic tower Zero Wing. You're finished this time. Bloodthirst and excitement flashed in Laughing Drunkard's eyes as he looked at the looming magic tower without the magic tower's protection. Zero Wing's fate was as good as sealed. Boom. In a single attack, a crack appeared in the magic tower's sturdy wall. If not for the magic pattern's bugger, Laughing Drunkard would have achieved his goal with that attack. This thing's quite sturdy, but how many hits can it take? Ignoring the surrounding players' barrage, Laughing Drunkard blasted the magic tower with attacks. With each attack, more cracks snaked along the wall. After a few hits, the magic tower started to tremble. Meanwhile, seated in a high-class bar in Town, a man and a woman watched the live stream of the war in Stone Forest Town. Seems that this war will end soon, Yuan Tiexin said, sighing. However, I truly underestimated Zero Wing's foundations. Even first-rate guilds and super guilds would have to take a joint attack by Blackwater and Pantheon seriously. Pantheon was even forced to use the only Tier 4 curse it had. Although Zero Wing has lost this war, it is a glorious defeat. It's truly a pity. I thought that I would get to see Black Flame fight Pantheon's experts. However, it seems that this siege war will end before that happens. Purple Jade commented disappointedly. Stone Forest Town's peril was obvious at first glance. Regardless of whether Black Flame appeared or not, the outcome would not change once the magic tower fell. Zero Wing would no longer have the power to resist Blackwater's invasion. Rather than prolong the fight as Zero Wing's guild leader, Black Flame would try to save the guild from further losses. Alright. It's about time we prepare as well, Yuan Tiexin said as he withdrew emotionally. Turning to Purple Jade, he said, thanks to Blackwater, we now understand just how powerful the magic tower can be. As long as the secret pavilion obtains its own, the status quo among God's domain's superpowers will have to change. The magic tower's strength had exceeded Yuan Tiexin's expectations. Not only could it attract players, but it could also fortify a town. If the secret pavilion had the magic tower, they could develop more towns. They would not have to worry about lacking manpower for their town's defense. However, just as Purple Jade was about to turn the live stream off, she noticed something. Hurriedly, she shouted for Yuan Tiexin, who was about to leave the room. Uncle Yuan, something's not right. Look at the sky above Stone Forest Town. Confused, Yuan Tiexin turned to look at the screen, and immediately he was stunned. A massive dark blue magic array had appeared above Stone Forest Town, enveloping the town. Moreover, due to this magic array, mana surged into the town, filling the sky with shimmering colors. It looked like an aurora of light, but more beautiful. What's going on? Laughing Drunkard unconsciously froze as he looked at the sky. Even he shuddered with fear at the mana gathering rate and the array's effective area. We finally made it. Shurfeng took a deep breath. Chapter 1074. Turning the Tables. Hellscythe _ Fluffy Goblin Chapter 1074. Turning the Tables. This is. Quickly, Laughing Drunkard noticed that another 2 magic towers had appeared in the town. The 2 new magic towers were positioned to form a triangle with the magic tower before him, and there seemed to be a faint connection between the 3 constructs. How has Zero Wing obtained 3 magic towers? Jealousy-filled abandoned Wave and Peerless, who watched from afar even when the divine dragon had been summoned, they hadn't envied Zero Wing. They had already witnessed the magic tower's effects personally, so they knew just how powerful the construction was. A super guild or first-rate guild would only need to dispatch a fraction of its forces to defend a town with a magic tower obviously. Such a powerful, valuable construction was not easy to build yet. Zero Wing had constructed 3 magic towers in one town. Extravagant. Zero Wing is simply too extravagant. Despite his ability to control himself, Yuan Tiexin could not help but curse as he stared at the new magic tower. Stone Forest Town's magic barrier had already been destroyed, and Blackwater's Tier 3 summon creatures were inside the town. It was a waste to complete more magic towers with 2 magic towers. One could operate 2 towns with a player population of 1 million. Now, at best, these 2 additional magic towers could eliminate some monsters. It would not affect the overall situation at all. Zero Wing would have been better off selling these magic towers to the secret pavilion. Even if you have 2 more magic towers, it is futile. Laughing Drunkard snorted disdainfully. Were the magic barrier protecting the town still present, he might have feared the 3 magic towers previously. Dodging the magic tower's attacks had been relatively easy. However, if 3 magic towers attack simultaneously, he wouldn't escape the attack's range in time. Meanwhile, the magic towers possess the destructive power of a Tier 4 large-scale destruction spell. Even a Tier 3 summon creature would suffer under such a bombardment. After receiving a few hits, his summoned creature would be heavily injured, which would decrease its combat power. In the end, he would not be able to destroy the magic towers. However, Stone Forest Town no longer had a magic barrier to protect it, and Zero Wing had no way of hindering his summoned creature in the town. Even destroying 10 magic towers wouldn't be difficult, much less 3 shatter. Laughing Drunkard then used his summoned creature's Tier 3 skill, Wind Ripper. In the next moment, Wind-type mana gathered around the creature's claws, forming a tornado that was over 50 meters tall. Wind Ripper was the summoned creature's strongest skill. Although the skill had a 1-hour cooldown, generally, summoned creatures could only exist for 3 hours. It's over. Aqua Rose felt her heart grow cold as she watched the tornado, which was even taller than the magic tower, spin toward her. Boom. When the tornado crashed into the magic tower, dust and dirt flew into the air. Laughing Drunkard revealed a wicked smile. This is impossible. However, when Laughing Drunkard turned to the tower after the dust cleared, he was stunned as the dust settled. The magic tower stood before him. Although the cracks had widened, they were gradually mending. This was the most astonishing thing Laughing Drunkard had ever seen. Even Aqua Rose, Zero Wing's vice guild leader, was flabbergasted. Previously, the summoned creature's normal attacks had shaken the magic tower. Yet after receiving a Tier 3 skill, not only hadn't the tower crumbled, but it also began to regenerate slowly. I won't let you recover. Laughing Drunkard succumbed to madness as he controlled his summoned creature to strike the magic tower once more. However, despite the creature's bombardment, the cracks didn't widen. On the contrary, the cracks decreased. Shifeng, who stood in a distant magic tower, could not help but laugh and shake his head as he watched Laughing Drunkard's crazed assault. How foolish. As the mainstream defensive structure during God's Domain's later stages, the magic tower had its own unique qualities. Otherwise, wouldn't capturing a town or city during the game's mid-late stages have been a piece of cake for Tier 4 or 5 experts? If that were the case, why would anyone have bothered to construct these magic towers? As long as another magic tower was within range, the tower's defense would increase significantly. The magic towers would reach their peak when 5 were within range. Moreover, due to the magic patterns on the tower, it would automatically gather the surrounding elemental mana to repair itself. The number of magic towers near each other would also affect this trait. Now that Stone Forest Town had 3 magic towers, the structures might not hold up against Tier 4 mythic monsters for long, but they would have no problems against Tier 3 monsters. How can this be? Abandoned Wave could no longer sit still. Everyone else helped Drunkard. I want those magic towers destroyed. If they failed to destroy the magic towers and allowed the defensive structures to attack freely, their army of 200,000 monsters would be massacred before they could annihilate Zero Wing's 20,000 elites. Without nearby healers with the resurrection skill, players generally needed half an hour before they would automatically resurrect. However, their monsters would not revive. Their deaths were permanent. Abandoned Wave's angry bellow increased the pressure on the dozen or so players who controlled the Tier 3 summoned creatures. Hurriedly, they began to push through the encirclement of NPCs and players and charged forward to join Laughing Drunkard at the Magic Tower previously. As Laughing Drunkard had already broken through the encirclement, they had thought they could leave the Magic Tower and defense turret's destruction to him. However, the situation had changed. Even if they had to endure the attacks from Zero Wings Tier 3 summoned creatures, they had to break free and reach the Magic Towers a few moments later. 2 more half-HP summoned creatures broke free and arrived to help Laughing Drunkard attack the Magic Tower. Seeing this, Shifeng had to admit that their plan was somewhat effective. However, the addition of the 2 summoned creatures only served to slow the Magic Tower's recovery rate. The structure took no additional damage as the 3 summoned creatures madly bombarded the tower. Shifeng appeared behind them. Has Black Flame lost his mind? He's approaching 3 Tier 3 summoned creatures. Yuan Tianxin wore an astonished expression as he stared at the Shifeng on the screen. Tier 3 summoned creatures under player control were no trifling matter. Only ranged players had any chance against them. Melee players would simply seek death if they tried to take these monsters on. As she watched, Purple Jade was also confused. Although she had an inkling of Black Flame's intentions, it was ludicrous. With his identity as a guild leader, it was unlikely that Black Flame would do such a thing. Black Flame. Upon seeing Shifeng, Laughing Drunkard sneered as he said, "I've been looking for you. To think you would actually show yourself before me. Die." Saying so, Laughing Drunkard sent his summoned creature's claw slamming towards Shifeng. Although Laughing Drunkard couldn't fully display his combat standards due to controlling another body, he still pushed his summoned creature into the half-step refinement realm. No Tier 1 player could cope with his explosive speed so fast. Aqua Rose, who watched from a safe distance, gasped in the blink of an eye. The summoned creature's claw appeared above Shifeng's head. Boom. When the claw struck, it carved several deep grooves in the ground. As for Shifeng, the attack had thrown him a short distance away. However, he had not received any damage. In the moment of imminent peril, he activated parry to nullify the damage. "You blocked it?" Laughing Drunkard was slightly surprised. However, he recovered from his daze quickly and laughed as he coldly declared, "I want to see how many skills you have." Saying so, he brandished the summoned creature's claws against Shifeng once more. Sure enough, a Tier 3 summoned creature under an expert's control is really powerful. After Shifeng slammed into the ground, both of his hands were numb. "It seems that I have no choice but to summon them." Watching the summoned creature charge at him, Shifeng calmly revealed 2 scrolls summon guards. Chapter 1075, Suppressing Tier 3. Hellscythe _ Fluffy Goblin. Chapter 1075, Suppressing Tier 3. The instant Shifeng used Summon Guard, 2 unassuming figures appeared beside him. Personal guards? When Laughing Drunkard saw the 2 figures, his lips curled up, and disdain filled his eyes. Currently, even very high-leveled personal guards were only level 60. Even if they conquered their Tier 2 class promotions, a Tier 3 summon creature could easily kill them. Scram. Laughing Drunkard's summon creature used the Tier 2 skill, Dark Claw. He intended to send the 2 NPCs flying and finish Shifeng off. After all, if Shifeng tried to hide, he'd be very hard to find in a town this size right now. He was helpless against the Magic Towers. However, if he could kill Shifeng, he could deal a greater blow to Zero Wings Moraldang. As if it had collided with adamantium, the summoned creature's claws stopped mid-swing, the clang of metal echoing across the town. This Laughing Drunkard wore an incredulous expression. A Tier 2 NPC blocked a Tier 3 summon creature's Tier 2 skill. The gap between Tier 2 and Tier 3 was massive. This was especially true for monsters and NPCs. It was impossible for a Tier 2 NPC to stand against a Tier 3 monster yet. As the impossible became a reality, Laughing Drunkard's mind was blown. They've really grown after completing the epic quest. They're both so much stronger. Shifeng was quite satisfied with Kite's performance. If Kite were an ordinary personal guard, he wouldn't be able to easily fend off the Tier 2 skill of a level 60, Tier 3 summon creature. However, Kite was a Dark Gold guard. He was practically invincible among those of the same tier. Now that Kite had completed an epic quest, his combat power had risen once again. The new silver longsword Kite wielded made this apparent. Although the hilt was hollow, it shone with a dazzling golden brilliance. Rather than a sword, it looked as if Kite wielded a miniature sun. The sword was no less elegant than the sacred sword, Killing Ray. Kite's weapon was also epic rank. Not only had Kite replaced many of his old weapons and equipment, but he had also risen from level 65 to level 68. His leveling speed was astonishing. Being able to block the attack of an ordinary Tier 3 summon creature was expected, however. Anna's transformation was even greater than Kite's. Anna wore gorgeous, black and white mage robes and held a golden scepter. Her waist-long golden hair fluttered freely in the wind. Whether it was her appearance or temperament, she emitted the aura of a goddess. Even a great beauty like Aqua Rose was mesmerized by Anna's beauty. A single glance was all it took to captivate countless male players. As for her level, she had already reached level 69. How can this world have such a beautiful NPC? Crap! Even if I have to spend everything I have to find an NPC like that for myself. As everyone was enchanted by Anna's appearance, body, and temperament, some experts had noticed the items she wore. As this was the first time Shifeng had summoned Kite and Anna since their epic quest, he had not had an opportunity to hide the effects of their weapons and equipment. Hence, their items were available for all to see at first. Only Anna's appearance had surprised the watching players. However, upon closer inspection, these players gasped. A fragmented legendary weapon. Everyone's eyes were glued on the golden scepter Anna wielded, greed filling their gazes. If not for the fact that players could not use NPC's items, they would have charged into Stone Forest Town to steal that scepter. Currently, epic weapons were the highest rank available to players. There had not been any sightings of weapons or equipment above epic rank. If they could get their hands on a fragmented legendary weapon, they would instantly gain fame and fortune. Do these personal guards belong to Zero Wings Guild leader? They're simply amazing. Crap! This is insane. I only recently equipped my personal guard with a set of bronze equipment. Even the guild upper echelon's personal guards I've seen are using at most secret silver or fine gold weapons and equipment. Oh, this is somewhat thorny. You two help me pin down these NPC guards. I'll deal with Black Flame. Laughing Drunkard quickly reacted. After a single clash, he understood that he couldn't injure Shifeng if he fought alone. Only with the two other Tier 3 summon creatures holding back Shifeng's personal guards would he have a chance of killing Zero Wings Guild leader. Leave it to us, boss. Snapping out of their daze, the players controlling the two other summoned creatures launched an assault against Kite and Anna. Unfortunately, while Laughing Drunkard's plan was fairly solid, he severely underestimated Anna. By the time the two summoned creatures arrived before Anna, the latter had finished chanting her spell. Anna then slammed the butt of her scepter against the ground like a drop of water falling into a still lake. Anna's scepter created ripples in the surrounding mana. Immediately after, 10 Tier 2 rock guards rose from the ground. Anna was capable of summoning far more creatures than ordinary summoners. Moreover, the rock guards were level 69, following which, Anna started another chant and cast a spell to strengthen the 10 rock guards. In the next moment, the rock guards split up and surrounded the two Tier 3 summon creatures. Even when the latter attacked, the rock guards received the blows without hesitation. However, the biggest surprise was the fact that each rock guard was nearly as strong as a Tier 3 Great Lord of the same level. They were on par with the level 60 Tier 3 summon creatures. With 5 of them working together, they easily suppressed one Tier 3 summon creature. How can there be such powerful Tier 2 NPC guards? Laughing Drunkard ground his teeth as he watched Kite and Anna. Despite Shifeng standing right in front of him, he couldn't approach Shifeng at all. Kite, the NPC guard he faced, already had higher strength than his summoned creature. In terms of speed, the NPC was even more frightening. His creature couldn't respond to the NPC's attacks in time. Every one of Kite's attacks devoured over 100,000 of his creature's HP. If the former used a Tier 2 skill, he could deal over -400,000 damage. Kite's combat standards came as an even greater shock to Laughing Drunkard. A Tier 2 NPC fought as if it had entered the refinement realm. Kite's HP might not be a match for a Tier 3 summon creature, but he was definitely superior in terms of strength and speed. On the other hand, the summon creature Laughing Drunkard controlled could only display the half-step refinement realm. In the end, Laughing Drunkard had to watch helplessly as his summon creature's HP fell suddenly. Anna arrived to assist Kite, using the Tier 2 skill Elemental Thorns against Laughing Drunkard's summoned creature. With one attack, the summoned creature was forced to retreat by over a dozen yards. Not only had the attack dealt over -500,000 damage, But it also gave Kite an easier time damaging the summoned creature. Laughing Drunkard's summoned creature could no longer resist the bombardment against Anna and Kite's joint assault. It was only a short moment before Laughing Drunkard's summoned creature collapsed, never to rise again. Chapter 1076. Final Fight. Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin Chapter 1076, Final Fight. It's dead. How did it die so quickly? The Blackwater members controlling summoned creatures were momentarily stunned. Laughing Drunkard was a top-class expert in their guild. Moreover, he could display far more of his creature's strength than they could yet. After just a few moments, his summoned creature, which had tens of millions of HP, died. Moreover, it had been killed by just 2 Tier 2 NPCs. Damn it! Damn it! You couldn't even last a few minutes against 2 Tier 2 NPCs? Abandoned Wave cursed at Laughing Drunkard, who stood beside him. Guild leader, those 2 NPCs are extraordinary. They've both reached the Refinement Realm standard. They can execute all of their moves naturally. Moreover, their basic attributes are even higher than the Tier 3 summon creature I controlled. Laughing Drunkard explained. So Enough. Stop finding excuses. I only want results. Abandoned Wave glared at Laughing Drunkard. Laughing Drunkard immediately fell silent. However, standing to the side, Peerless frowned when he heard Laughing Drunkard's comments. He had originally expected to finish Zero Wing off with their Tier 4 curse. He had never expected that Zero Wing would have hidden such a trump card. He had witnessed the fight between the Tier 3 summoned creature and the 2 Tier 2 NPCs personally. He had to admit that Laughing Drunkard had not lost without reason. Without much of a difference in basic attributes, a half-step Refinement Realm summon creature was no match for Refinement Realm NPCs. Now that Laughing Drunkard, the most skilled player among those controlling Blackwater summon creatures, had been defeated, it was only a matter of time before the remaining 12 creatures were killed. Brother Peerless, what do you think we should do now? Abandoned Wave had already used all of his cards. He could not think of another way to destroy the magic towers. The magic tower's defense had already been quite high. Now that 2 absurdly powerful NPC guards had joined the fray, it was practically impossible to destroy Stone Forest Town's fortifications. Of course, they could instruct the monster army to invade the town. With the number of players defending the town, Zero Wing could not fend off this army. However, doing so would discard the goldmine that was Stone Forest Town, which was the exact opposite of what he wanted. Frustration filled Abandoned Wave's heart when he thought about how he couldn't obtain Stone Forest Town. Of course, having his elite army force their way into the town wasn't a viable option either. Not only would he suffer immense losses by doing so, but they still might fail to capture Stone Forest Town. The monster army's losses made this clear. There was only one real method to capture a town: destroy the guild residence of the town's ruler and obtain the town token hidden within. As long as one held the token for 2 hours, that player would secure the town's ownership. Capturing a town was not as difficult as most thought. There was no need to kill every member of the ruling guild in the town. One simply needed to destroy the ruling guild's residence and obtain the town token. However, the 2 NPC guards Shifeng had summoned were simply too powerful. If they defended Zero Wing's residence, sending players to take down the residence would be as effective as sending them through a meat grinder. I have a plan. However, it will depend on your resolve, Peerless said after considering Abandoned Wave's question. What is it? Abandoned Wave was out of options. First, stop the assault on the town for now, and order the monster army to retreat. Once Blackwater's elite army arrives, we'll charge into the town as one force, Peerless said, chuckling. Afterward, I'll have my guild's experts sneak into Zero Wing's residence to steal the town token. Of course, for this plan to work, we have to prevent those 2 NPC guards from entering Zero Wing's residence. You must keep them away from the residence. I'm not confident of our success otherwise. Pantheon's Dark Blade members were among the best in God's domain when it came to infiltration. Players had no way of sensing their presence. However, the same could not be said for level 60+, Tier 2 Refinement Realm NPCs. On the off chance that they were discovered, only death awaited them. After all, Dark Blade member survivability was extremely low. If I lure those 2 NPC guards away, how confident are you of succeeding, Brother Peerless? Abandoned Wave asked when he noticed that Kite and Anna were already starting to clear out the remaining summon creatures. Assuming that Zero Wing has used all of its hidden trump cards, roughly 90%. Peerless said confidently. This time, 9 kills. The Dark Blade's vice commander, would lead the Legion 9 kills had never failed to assassinate his targets. Stealing a town token would be a piece of cake, alright, I'll leave it to you then. Abandoned Wave reluctantly agreed. He then recalled his forces. Guild leader, they're retreating. When Aqua Rose noticed the monster army pull away from the town, she could not help but grow excited. They're retreating. Shurfeng was slightly surprised to hear this. The battle wasn't even halfway over. Yet Blackwater retreated. No matter how he thought about it, something smelled fishy. Shurfeng wasn't the only one surprised by Blackwater's retreat. Everyone watching the war had questions of their own. Although Zero Wing appeared to have the advantage, after all was said and done, the monster army was too strong. If this war continued, Blackwater had a chance of capturing the town. Not only would such an abrupt retreat result in unnecessary casualties, but it would also wound the approaching elite army's morale. After all, Blackwater's monster army had already reached the gates of Stone Forest Town. As long as they continued fighting, they could take the town. However, after the monsters withdrew from the Magic Tower's attack range, they stopped suddenly and defended their position. With this development, everyone finally understood what Blackwater intended to do. Blackwater wasn't retreating at all. Rather, it was preparing for a final strike. Monsters' movement speed was much higher than players', and Blackwater's elite army was still on its way to Stone Forest Town. There was still some time before it would arrive. Hence, Blackwater intended to wait. Once both armies were present, it would launch an all-out assault against Stone Forest Town. So they're finally getting serious, Shurfeng muttered as he watched Blackwater's elite army gradually approach from atop a Magic Tower. Players were different from monsters. Although players were not as strong as monsters individually, they were able to cooperate to display a strength that surpassed their own. If it really came down to a fight, the elite army would be far more difficult to deal with than the monster army. Guild leader, look over there, Aqua Rose said as she pointed towards the group of one-horned humanoid monsters that had suddenly appeared from the southeast. Based on their investigations, not only were the humanoid monsters frighteningly strong, but their intelligence was also shockingly high. Among them, some were on par with ordinary expert players. Most likely, the Great Lords were even more powerful than the Tier 3 summon creature. Laughing Drunkard had controlled over 100 one-horned humanoid monsters had arrived on the battlefield, and they were all level 60. Among them, 20 were Great Lords, while the rest were High Lord rank. Guild leader Wave, this is the most help I can offer. Don't forget your promise. The bandaged man growled when he contacted Abandoned Wave. Rest assured, after we capture Stone Forest Town, I'll gather 300,000 elite players and 300 expert players for you. Abandoned Wave responded with a slightly grim expression. Unlike the other monsters in the monster army, the humanoid monsters wouldn't pollute the town with evil energy if they entered. However, the humanoid monsters were incredibly precious. Hence, the bandaged man hadn't wanted to risk losing them. However, to guarantee Stone Forest Town's capture, the bandaged man had no choice. I refuse to believe that Zero Wing can fend off this attack. Following which, Abandoned Wave issued the command to attack immediately. Both the monster army and the player army charged towards Stone Forest Town from all directions.